Chapter 1154, The Shock of the Palace Masters. Chapter 1154, The Shock of the Palace Masters. The 5 Palace Masters gathered together in the Green Fire Palace, including 3 original bodies and 2 consciousness. They looked very unhappy. "The Jin Kingdom," the Sunrise Sword Emperor said with cold eyes. He clenched his hands tightly, and his teeth were chattering. "Jian Wushuang has reached the level of a Dao Master and has the same strength as us, so he is likely to be the leader of the Green Fire Palace in the future, but now..." The Samsara Temple Master sighed slightly. "Although I didn't believe in his strength before, I hoped that he would exceed my expectation and then become the leader of the Green Fire Palace. I didn't think that he would be assassinated in the Jin Kingdom," Red Lotus said coldly. Although the 5 Palace Masters had very high hopes for Jian Wushuang, their main concern was about the Green Fire Palace. They had hoped that there would be a leader in the Green Fire Palace. Therefore, whenever a genius or an expert died, they would grieve. Hearing that Jian Wushuang had died, they were deeply grieved. At this moment, Tang Emperor's expression changed, and then he turned to look at the other Palace Masters. "Please follow me." They felt very confused, but they still followed him. Tang Emperor led them to a secret chamber in the Green Fire Palace. There was no light inside the secret chamber. When the 5 Palace Masters arrived, a figure appeared out of nowhere. 5 Palace Masters. Jian Wushuang, who was dressed in a black robe, gave a salute to the 5 Palace Masters politely. Everyone aside from Tang Emperor was very surprised. "Jian Wushuang, you are not dead?" Red Lotus screamed at first. "Is it your original form rather than your consciousness?" Samsara Temple Master stared at Jian Wushuang, and then he realized that Jian Wushuang was indeed an original body rather than a short consciousness like him. "Did your doppelganger fight with him in the battlefield? That's not right. Why would your doppelganger have such strength?" Samsara Temple Master, Void Temple Master, and the other people all felt surprised. "It was indeed my original body that appeared in the battlefield, and it has died. However, I have long had 2 original bodies," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. 2 original bodies? All of the Palace Masters were very stunned. They knew that one could have an original body and a doppelganger, but they never imagined he would have 2 original bodies. "Because of inverse cultivation?" Void Temple Master stared at Jian Wushuang as if his eyes contained electricity. In fact, they already knew that Jian Wushuang was an inverse cultivator. "Yes." Jian Wushuang laughed and nodded. "An inverse cultivator has 2 original bodies. If he loses one original body, the other one will find a way to recover it." "This?" The 4 Palace Masters looked at each other and felt very incredulous. They had heard of inverse cultivation, but they only knew a little about it. Among the 5 Palace Masters, Tang Emperor knew it best. "Tang Emperor, did you know Jian Wushuang has 2 original bodies?" Red Lotus looked at him. "I knew." Tang Emperor nodded slightly and then laughed. "My disciple Little Qing is also an inverse cultivator and has 2 original bodies, but nobody knows except me." "Well, you knew that Jian Wushuang wouldn't die, but you didn't tell us, so we were worried and grieved for him." Red Lotus snorted, but in his heart, he felt relaxed. Samsara Temple Master, Void Temple Master, and Sunrise Sword Emperor all laughed. They thought that Jian Wushuang, a peerless genius, had died, but they didn't think that he just lost an original body. "Inverse cultivation is really terrible." Samsara Temple Master gasped in admiration and then turned to look at Jian Wushuang. He asked, "You said that your original body on the battlefield had died. What about Red Snow King and the other people? Are they dead?" "I already knew that the original body would die, so I used myself as bait and set a trap for the 4 kings of the Jin Kingdom," Jian Wushuang answered. "There is a perilous place in those mountains that I call Chilly Wind Valley. In the Chilly Wind Valley, a mass blood cold wind always bursts out every hour. I experienced its power personally last time. Moreover, I'm the only one who knew of the danger in the Chilly Wind Valley and the rules on the outbreak of blood cold wind. The 4 kings of the Jin Kingdom didn't know that, So I burst into the valley with a mortal heart, and the four kings all followed me. After a while, the blood-cold wind burst out. My original body was smashed in an instant. Heaven's Shadow King also died. Red Snow King is very strong, so I don't know if he died. If he is still alive, he must have suffered heavy injuries. Jin Wushuang spoke in a low but powerful voice. Hearing this, the 5 palace masters were all shocked. Jin Wushuang should use that original body as bait and then set a trap for those 4 kings. And then, is Heaven's Shadow King dead? Is Red Snow King dead or alive? The 5 palace masters looked at each other with shock in their eyes. The kings from the Jin Kingdom were real universe master experts. Every universe master expert was very strong. A universe master was a respectable person in the universe and was supreme in the eternal world. It was very difficult to kill such a top expert, wasn't it? The Green Fire Palace had been fighting with the Jin Kingdom for 5 million years. In the former Mad War, they had fiercely fought against each other. Only several universe masters were killed. Almost no universe master had died ever since. Yet Jin Wushuang had actually directly killed one universe master. More surprisingly, no one knew whether Red Snow King, who was the strongest, was dead or alive. The 5 palace masters began to look at Jin Wushuang with different attitudes. They felt very surprised when they found out that Jin Wushuang could escape from Heaven Illusion King, Golden Rock King, and Heaven Shadow King at leisure before, but they didn't think that he was really on par with them. He was likely to have the strong skill to protect himself. Now, however, Jin Wushuang had actually killed a universe master. Although he had taken advantage of the danger of the chilly Wind Valley to succeed, the 5 palace masters admitted his position in their hearts. In fact, they didn't know that the 4 kings were lucky. The blood-cold wind had burst out soon after they entered the chilly Wind Valley. If the blood-cold wind had burst out a little later when they had completely entered the valley and had no time to escape, all of the 4 kings would have probably been killed. Chapter 1155, The Odd Thing. Chapter 1155, The Odd Thing. The 4 kings of the Jin Kingdom, including Red Snow King, entered the chilly Wind Valley personally, but they didn't kill you and lost Heaven Shadow King instead. What's worse, Red Snow King is probably dead. The Jin Kingdom has paid a double penalty this time. Void Temple Master laughed. Had they sustained too many losses? The Jin Kingdom had indeed suffered great losses this time. They had paid a great price but failed to kill Jin Wushuang, who was a potential threat to them. It was so terrible. Jin Wushuang was still alive. He only lost his first original body and some treasures, which had a marginal effect on him. The Jin Kingdom has paid such a great price but didn't kill Jin Wushuang. If they find out about it, they will become wild with anger. Samsara Temple Master snorted. Jin Wushuang is dead, Tang Emperor said suddenly. What? The 4 other palace masters and Jin Wushuang immediately turned to look at Tang Emperor. The reason why the people of the Jin Kingdom are eager to kill Jin Wushuang is that they are afraid that he has the potential to be the leader of our Green Fire Palace and reach a higher level in the future. Now that Jin Wushuang's first original body has died, they must think that Jin Wushuang has really died, which is a good thing for us. Tang Emperor explained. Do you mean that we will hide Jin Wushuang? Sunrise Sword Emperor raised his eyebrows and asked. Yes, we will hide him. To be precise, we need to keep the secret that Jin Wushuang is still alive. Otherwise, they will find other ways to assassinate him and secretly observe Jin Wushuang in the future. If necessary, they will even fight a decisive battle with us preemptively until both sides are dead. Tang Emperor said seriously. Upon hearing this, Jin Wushuang and the 4 palace masters wore grave expressions. In terms of their battle formation, the Jin Kingdom was very eager to kill Jin Wushuang. If they knew that Jin Wushuang was still alive, they were sure to find another way to assassinate him. The Jin Kingdom thinks that Jin Wushuang is dead now, so we should ask Jin Wushuang to hide while he becomes stronger so that he can be a powerful weapon of the Green Fire Palace in the future. At the crucial moment, he is likely to play an incredible role. Tang Emperor continued. You're right. I agree with you. The trump card is always hidden in a secret place. Jin Wushuang is qualified to be our trump card. After some hesitation, the 4 other palace masters nodded, showing that they all agreed with Tang Emperor. What do you think? Tang Emperor looked at Jin Wushuang. As long as it is for the benefit of the Green Fire Palace, I agree. Jin Wushuang laughed. Well, you shouldn't show up on the battlefield later, and shouldn't make contact with the celestial masters of the Green Fire Palace. We, palace masters, will announce your death, and only the 5 of us will know that you are still alive. Tang Emperor continued. Okay. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly. Jin Wushuang didn't care about whether he could still make contact with the celestial masters. On the other hand, it was a pity that he couldn't appear on the battlefield, but he could also accept it. Since I am not allowed to go to the battlefield, I will return to the Green Fire world because I have something private to deal with in that place. Jin Wushuang said. You can go to the Green Fire world, but remember to keep a low profile. If you need to fight with others, you should hide your identity. If you get into trouble and can't act personally, you should send a message to Samsara Temple Master and Void Temple Master, and then they will help you solve your problem in the Void Continent or Samsara Continent. Tang Emperor said. I understand. Jin Wushuang laughed. He knew that some spies from the Jin Kingdom were hiding in the Green Fire world, so he was supposed to keep a low profile. Otherwise, he would probably betray himself. Tang Emperor paused for a moment and then spoke again. There is another thing. Hearing this, Jin Wushuang and the 4 other palace masters all stared at him. I feel something strange about the assassination attempt of the Jin Kingdom, Tang Emperor said seriously. Something strange? Jin Wushuang was a little confused. You said that you fell into the trap of the 3 kings of Jin Kingdom, but you should remember that the battlefield is huge. How did they know that you fly around the mountains alone? Did they set a trap and wait for you? Tang Emperor looked at Jin Wushuang as he asked. Hearing these words, Jin Wushuang and the other people felt very confused. Jin Wushuang frowned. He also felt that something was wrong, but he had no time to think about it before. Jin Wushuang, did you meet some experts from the Jin Kingdom when you flew near the Chilly Wind Valley? Samsara Temple Master looked at him. No. Jin Wushuang shook his head. He only met the 4 kings in the battlefield, but never met an expert from the Jin Kingdom throughout. Could some experts from the Jin Kingdom have approached you, but you didn't notice them? Samsara Temple Master asked. That's impossible. Jin Wushuang shook his head again and spoke with confidence. He was very sure that no experts of the Jin Kingdom had approached him. Otherwise, he would have found them out early on. After he became a Tao Master, he lit the fire of soul and possessed strength of soul. If he exercised the strength of soul, he would be able to discover even a universe master who was hiding near him. Therefore, it was impossible for those experts to approach him secretly. You said that you didn't meet any experts from the Jin Kingdom, but they knew your location and set a trap ahead of time. There are only 2 possible reasons they were able to do this. Samsara Temple Master said in a low voice. First, an expert of the Jin Kingdom probably left a special mark on your body during the Battle of Dan Xian Palace so that they could pinpoint your location. That's impossible, Sunrise Sword Emperor suddenly said. I saw Jin Wushuang outside the Dan Xian Palace and then took him to the World of Swords. If there was a special mark on his body, I would have noticed it. Yes. Jin Wushuang nodded. Gu King, who had a high vision and strong psychic ability, had stayed in that original body. He would have told Jin Wushuang if there was a mark in his body. There is the other possibility. Some spies or renegades are hiding in the Green Fire Palace, and they told the Jin Kingdom Jin Wushuang's location. Samsara Temple Master said coldly. Spies or renegades? Hearing this, the other 4 kings became very serious. Chapter 1156, The Death. Chapter 1156, The Death. Jin Wushuang, did you meet the Holy Masters from the Green Fire Palace when you flew around Chilly Wind Valley? Have you told your location to others? Samsara Temple Master asked. I'm sure that I didn't meet experts from the Jin Kingdom and the people from our Green Fire Palace at that moment. As for my location, Jian Wushuang suddenly felt surprised. Celestial Master Golden Axe knows. What? Celestial Master Golden Axe? The 5 palace masters immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. Celestial Master Golden Axe is the only person who knows my location, Jian Wushuang said. He continued, Celestial Master Golden Axe seemed to get into trouble on the battlefield and wanted several holy masters who had reached the level of the exceptional realm to help him, so he sent a message to me. I promised him that I would come, but I realized that his strength was far superior to mine, so I gave up. It was because he sent the message to me that I told him my location. Has Celestial Master Golden Axe really done it? The 5 palace masters all frowned. Celestial Master Golden Axe was indeed a good man with a good reputation in the Green Fire Palace. He once fought against the Jin Kingdom on behalf of the Green Fire Palace, and even killed several holy masters from the Jin Kingdom. He went through fire and water for his own friends, but he never cared about the favor that others owed him. Was he really the spy from the Jin Kingdom? In fact, I suspected that there was a spy from the Jin Kingdom in our Green Fire Palace long before. Samsara Temple Master frowned and then said, Our Green Fire Palace sent Ji Wuming to exorcise Samsara at a great expense before, and we were very careful about it. Therefore, the Jin Kingdom shouldn't know about this matter, but they did. I guess that it was our people who revealed the confidence at that moment, but I didn't think that it was Celestial Master Golden Axe. It's difficult to understand a man. Red Lotus shouted coldly with clenched hands. He has only appeared for less than 5 million years and knew the matters about Jin Wuming and Jian Wushuang. He is likely to be the spy from the Jin Kingdom, Void Temple Master said in a low voice. It's too early to assert that he is the spy because we have no hard evidence now. If we go and find him, he probably won't admit it. But we have no way now because he is indeed very popular in the Green Fire Palace, Tang Emperor said. It's very easy for us to find some hard evidence, Sunrise Sword Emperor said. Shall we draw the snake out of its hole? What should we do? Jian Wushuang and the other palace masters all stared at Sunrise Sword Emperor. They think that Jian Wushuang has been assassinated at this moment. If Celestial Master Golden Axe is the real spy, he must be a little scared. Therefore, it is not easy for us to get him out now. We should wait and then begin our action after he lets down his guard, Sunrise Sword Emperor suggested. Okay. The other 4 palace masters all nodded. So you'd better stay in the Green Fire Palace for some days. After we know who is the real spy, you can leave, okay? Tang Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. Well, there is another thing that needs the help of a palace master. What? You can feel free to say it. Void Temple Master laughed. The 5 palace masters regarded Jian Wushuang as an expert with the same strength as them. If they did not intend to hide him, they would probably announce that Jian Wushuang would become the 6th palace master of the Green Fire Palace. My dead original body carried a lot of treasures and an insect beast. When I was chased by Red Snow King and knew that I couldn't escape, I asked the insect beast to fly away with those treasures in advance. And then my original body was smashed in Chilly Wind Valley. The Blaze Quicksand Gourd was likely to fall into the bottom of the valley, so we could hardly get it again. However, my other treasures and that insect beast still remain on that battlefield. So, I want to ask a palace master to go there and bring that insect beast back. After all, I can't go to that battlefield at this moment. Jian Wushuang laughed. It's simple, and I can help you. Samsara Temple Master said with a smile, My original body is also on the battlefield and is not far away from there. So I'd be glad to bring your insect beast back, personally. Sorry to trouble you, Jian Wushuang gratefully said. It's my pleasure. You need to tell me where your insect beast is. Samsara Temple Master thought that it was nothing and then smiled. After that, the 5 palace masters talked about it with Jian Wushuang for more than half a day and then left, while Jian Wushuang continued to stay in the secret chamber. Moreover, Tang Emperor also stayed there to keep Jian Wushuang from being discovered. Meanwhile, the 5 palace masters immediately announced the news of Jian Wushuang's death to the holy masters from the Green Fire Palace. When people heard that Jian Wushuang had been assassinated and died on the battlefield, they felt very shocked. Is Jian Wushuang dead? The Jin Kingdom. The Jin Kingdom. Tianhuan King, Golden Rock King, Tianying King, and Red Snow King, who were said to have died, all appeared on the battlefield. They are famous universe masters, but they set a trap to assassinate Jian Wushuang, didn't they? They are so shameless. It's a pity that Jian Wushuang, a peerless genius, has died. I heard that Jian Wushuang had become a Tao master. He had the same strength as our 5 palace masters. If he continued to exercise his skills and then become a holy master in the future, he would probably have become the leader of our Green Fire Palace. But now he has died. Jian Wushuang is dead, but the Jin Kingdom also lost something. Jian Wushuang led the 4 kings of the Jin Kingdom to an impasse in a place called Chilly Wind Valley before he died, and then they paid a great price for this. Tianying King seems to have been killed by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang knew that he was doomed to die, so he tried his best to make the Jin Kingdom lose some more things. He is really good. The people of the Green Fire Palace were all discussing it. When the holy masters in the Green Fire Palace learned that Jian Wushuang had been assassinated by the kings from the Jin Kingdom, they felt very angry. But when they heard that he had killed a universe master of the Jin Kingdom and painted Red Snow King into a corner before he died, they were very shocked and felt great admiration. But in fact, what they felt most was regret. They felt sorry for Jian Wushuang, the peerless genius. That was because although Jian Wushuang was only a Tao master, he could fight against universe masters and even killed one of them. If he hadn't died, he would have had a great future. Unfortunately, he had died. The Jin Kingdom had expected for Jian Wushuang to have greater strength in the future and then become a disaster to their country, so they took pains to ask the 4 kings to assassinate him, and they succeeded. Chapter 1157, Secret Land. Chapter 1157, Secret Land. Time flew away. In a blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. Jian Wushuang's death had once stirred up great chaos in the Green Fire Palace, but with the elapse of time, their surprise and anger faded away. Shoo! All of a sudden, a bulky figure appeared above the vast battlefield near the Chilly Wind Valley. He wore black armors and a black helmet, and there was a black unicorn on his forehead. He looked down at the ground coldly. "Here it is," Samsara Temple Master murmured, and then he sent a message to Jian Wushuang. "Jian Wushuang, I found the place. Let your worm beast show up." "Okay, wait a moment," Jian Wushuang responded. Soon he summoned Gu King. Parasitic on Jian Wushuang, Gu King was closely connected to him. As long as they were not far away, they could communicate with each other through consciousness. After receiving Jian Wushuang's message, Gu King came out from the depths of the ground. "Is this Jian Wushuang's worm beast?" Samsara Temple Master looked at Gu King and thought in surprise. After that, he said, "Little thing, your master asked me to bring you back to him." "Little thing?" Gu King grumbled in his heart. "When I traveled widely in the eternal chaotic world with King Luozhen, you brat were not yet born, and even this world had not yet come into being. How dare you call me little thing?" Angry as he was, Gu King did not lose temper. When his body shrank to the size of an adult's finger, he took a leap and perched on Samsara Temple Master. Although Samsara Temple Master traveled at an exceedingly fast speed, it still took him more than a decade to return to Green Fire Palace. "Jian Wushuang, your worm beast," Samsara Temple Master said, while handing Gu King to Jian Wushuang.
"Thanks,"
Jian Wushuang said plainly, but secretly felt very much delighted to meet Gu King again. Soon enough, Gu King entered Jian Wushuang's body again. "Gu King, are you all right?" Jian Wushuang asked. When Gu King had been on the run back then, he took a blow from Red Snow King. "Look at me. Do you think I got hurt?" Gu King responded with disdain. "You should worry about yourself. You're lucky to have 2 original bodies. Losing one of them will not threaten your life. Otherwise, you would have died." Jian Wushuang was rendered speechless. His 2 original bodies was indeed a useful trump card, which benefited him a lot. However, his 2 original bodies could not exist forever. Now he was just a Tao master, so he could possess two original bodies at the same time. However, once he made a breakthrough and reached the level of a holy master, he would have to integrate his two original bodies into a Dharma body. At that time, he would only have one original body left. Jin Wushuang, here are your treasures. Keep them well. To protect them, I even got badly hurt. If you're in danger again, don't expect me to escape away with your treasures again, Gu King said. I have learned from this awkward experience. How could I put myself in such a situation again? Jin Wushuang tittered, putting his treasure aside. He put on his blood-killing plate armor again. It's a pity that Blaze Quicksand Gourd was lost in the chilly Wind Valley. I don't know if I can take it back one day, Jin Wushuang muttered. It's just a Blaze Quicksand Gourd. It's not a big deal. The battlefield where you are is a huge treasure vault. As long as you have strong power, you can get whatever you want, Gu King responded, curling his lip. You're right, Jin Wushuang laughed. In fact, he did not attach much importance to it either. In the following days, Jin Wushuang still waited in the secret chamber. After a couple of days, the 5 palace masters finally intended to lay hands on Golden Axe Holy Master. Within Green Fire Palace, Golden Axe Holy Master stood in a hall alone. He looked calm on the outside, but in fact he was feeling slightly nervous. Jin Wushuang died not long ago. Why did Sunrise Sword Emperor summon me here? Golden Axe Holy Master was lost in thought. Did he find out anything about me? It's impossible. Golden Axe Holy Master shook his head and comforted himself. I left no traces. Besides, Jin Wushuang already died. No one will know that he told his location to me before his death. Even Jin Wushuang himself would have never thought that it was me who betrayed him, since at that time he must have been busy fleeing from the kings of the Jin Kingdom. Even if the palace masters of the Green Fire Palace had perceived something suspicious on Jin Wushuang's assassination, they would never have been able to connect his death to me. Golden Axe Holy Master thought confidently. After all, a dead man could not talk. Jin Wushuang is dead, and no one knew that he talked to me before his death. I'll never be suspected. However, Golden Axe Holy Master did not know that Jin Wushuang was still alive. A moment later, 2 figures entered the hall. By Feng Holy Master, Celestial Master Feng, Golden Axe Holy Master said smilingly. Golden Axe Holy Master. By Feng Holy Master and Celestial Master Feng greeted him cordially. Are you summoned here by Sunrise Sword Emperor as well? Golden Axe Holy Master asked. Yes, by Feng Holy Master and Celestial Master Feng nodded at the same time. Golden Axe Holy Master was relieved, a hint of joy flashing across his eyes. Sunrise Sword Emperor did not summon me here alone. He also invited by Feng Holy Master and Celestial Master Feng. It seems that he has met some problem in formation. He didn't summon us here because of Jin Wushuang, Golden Axe Holy Master thought with a sly smile on his face. By Feng Holy Master and Celestial Master Feng were good at formation, and so was Golden Axe Holy Master. After a while, Sunrise Sword Emperor entered the hall. Here you are. Sunrise Sword Emperor looked down at them as he said, You 3 are proficient in formation. That's why I summoned you here today. I cannot tell you details here. I'll explain to you when we arrive at the destination. Yes, Palace Master. The 3 nodded solemnly. The 3 holy masters followed Sunrise Sword Emperor and headed for the battlefield. The 4 of them spent several years reaching a virgin area. There was a mysterious place at the bottom of the cliffs, which was under the restriction. What's this? The 3 holy masters gazed at this place with confusion. Lately I have passed above the cliffs and discovered this secret land by chance, Sunrise Sword Emperor explained. Secret land? Golden Axe Holy Master, by Feng Holy Master and Celestial Master Feng were taken by great surprise. There were countless mysterious places on this vast battlefield, but only a few of them could be referred to as secret lands. Chapter 1158, Trap. Chapter 1158, Trap. A secret land. It's a secret land. Golden Axe Holy Master thought with surprise and excitement. The Green Fire Palace had been built on this battlefield 40 million years ago, and the experts of the palace had discovered only 3 secret lands since its foundation. The 3 secret lands full of occult had been of great help to the Green Fire Palace. For instance, Time's secret land could change the speed of time, and Sword Realm was a big fortune for sword principle cultivators. As for the Gene Kingdom, it had not occupied any secret land on this battlefield up till now. It was jealous of what the Green Fire Palace had, but it could not do anything except accept this fact. After all, the experts of the Gene Kingdom had migrated to this battlefield much later than those of the Green Fire Palace, and the discovery of a secret land relied upon time and opportunity. Now, Sunrise Sword Emperor claimed that he had found another secret land. The 3 Holy Master were astonished. "I'm fortunate to enter this secret land once. I just stayed inside it for one day, but I had a very great harvest. In my eyes, perhaps its value is less than that of our Time's secret land, but it is much more valuable than Sword Realm," Sunrise Sword Emperor said with a smile. "We Green Fire Palace must think of a plan to hold this amazing secret land. But now there's a restriction around the secret land. To occupy this land, we have to break the restriction. That's why I invited you here." After a pause, Sunrise Sword Emperor continued, "You 3 are formation masters. I hope you work together to break this restriction, and I'll have your back. Besides, this secret land is important to us. You must keep this secret land to yourselves before we entirely take it. Do you understand me?" "Yes, Palace Master." By Feng Holy Master and Celestial Master Feng nodded immediately. Golden Axe Holy Master agreed too. Now the excitement had overwhelmed him. "Haha, God bless our Gene Kingdom. Sunrise Sword Emperor discovered the 4th secret land and asked me to help with breaking the restriction. Most importantly, only Sunrise Sword Emperor is here. The Green Fire Palace has only 5 Palace Masters in total, and they perform their respective duties. If all of them had flocked here, they would have alerted the Gene Kingdom, and this place would have been exposed soon. That's why Sunrise Sword Emperor took us here to break the restriction. In this way, they can hold this secret land privately. What a perfect plan. However, you're doomed to fail. This secret land is bound to be the Gene Kingdom's property. As for Sunrise Sword Emperor, he's likely to be the leader of the Green Fire Palace. We have been planning to take his life all this time, and now we finally get a perfect opportunity." Golden Axe Holy Master thought as a hint of ferocity flashed across his eyes. The next moment, he secretly sent the news to the experts of the Gene Kingdom. When the high-ranking experts of the Gene Kingdom received the news, they were overjoyed and wasted no time sending experts to the secret land. "Let's get started," Sunrise Sword Emperor ordered. Golden Axe Holy Master and the other 2 Holy Masters walked up to the entrance of the secret land and began to work on the restriction, but Golden Axe Holy Master just pretended to do so. He did not know that the other Palace Masters of the Green Fire Palace were keeping a close watch on him. This place covered by the restriction was not a secret land at all. In fact, it was a trap that the Green Fire Palace had set a long time ago. At this moment, Samsara Temple Master, Void Temple Master, and Red Lotus gathered in a palace in the center of the restriction. They utilized this palace to hide their aura. Meanwhile, they observed what was happening outside the palace. If everything goes smoothly, the Gene Kingdom must have received the news by now, and their experts will arrive here soon. Void Temple Master sneered. "I selected this area on purpose. This place is not far from an opportunity land with space wormhole, and that land is under the Gene Kingdom's control. It'll take the experts of the Gene Kingdom just a couple of days to reach here," Red Lotus said in a cold voice. "We just need to wait here. Once those experts arrive, we'll give them a big surprise and expose Golden Axe's identity by the way," Samsara Temple Master said with a strong killing intent. They had planned to not only reveal Golden Axe's identity, but most importantly give a blow to the Gene Kingdom. The 4 Palace Masters would work together to eliminate the experts from the Gene Kingdom when they broke into this trap. Not to arouse Golden Axe's suspicion, they had brought Holy Master Bai Feng and Celestial Master Feng here. The 2 Holy Masters were ignorant of their plan, but they could be trusted. They could never be spies of the Gene Kingdom. They were elders who had lived for tens of millions of years and joined the Green Fire Palace long before the Gene Kingdom had moved here. Several days later, experts of the Gene Kingdom arrived. What happened next went as the Green Fire Palace had planned. The experts of the Gene Kingdom broke into the restriction as they had been told that there was a secret land under it. As soon as they entered the place, they were ambushed. As 4 Palace Masters took action together, these experts suffered a great loss. Jian Wushuang and Tang Emperor were sitting inside a secret chamber of the Green Fire Palace. They were drinking their tea and waiting for the results. After a while, they received a message from Samsara Temple Master. My guess is right. Golden Axe Holy Master is a spy of the Gene Kingdom. Jian Wushuang stood up, his eyes full of anger. I never believed that there's such a good-tempered man in the world. It's not surprising that he's a spy of the Gene Kingdom. Gu King snorted inside Jian Wushuang's body. Tang Emperor took a sip of his tea and said smilingly, last time when the 4 kings of the Gene Kingdom plotted to assassinate you, you managed to kill their Tianying king. Even Red Snow King has been missing since then. No one knew whether he's still alive. This time, we've not only tricked the Gene Kingdom into a trap, but also killed one of their universe masters and badly hurt another 2. Haha, losing 2 universe masters within several decades is a blow even to the Gene Kingdom, said Jian Wushuang. Of course it is. Boy, it's all your credit, said Tang Emperor. Well, Jian Wushuang smiled, for he did not dare to take this credit. Now the 4 Palace Masters are on their way back. Besides, they haven't killed Golden Axe. They've taken him alive. Do you want to meet him when they come back? Tang Emperor asked. Yes, replied Jian Wushuang. With the fury in his eyes, he continued coldly. A man who concealed his real identity for years pretended to be a good man and made me lose an original body. Of course, I have to meet him. Tang Emperor furrowed his brows. The 4 Palace Masters brought Golden Axe Holy Master back to Green Fire Palace soon. Chapter 1159. Returning to Firmament Territory. Chapter 1159. Returning to Firmament Territory. In the dim palace, Golden Axe Holy Master stood there, looking deadly pale and trembling violently. It's impossible. It can't be. How did they discover my real identity? Why did they set me up? Golden Axe Holy Master thought, and then shook his head, finding it very hard to accept the truth. He could not figure out why the Green Fire Palace suspected him. Upon Jian Wushuang's death, no one was supposed to know that Jian Wushuang had told him his location. Golden Axe. With an indifferent voice sounding, Sunrise Sword Emperor appeared in front of Golden Axe Holy Master. Aren't you confused, shocked now? Sunrise Sword Emperor asked, giving Golden Axe Holy Master a cold glance. He continued in a deep voice, to be honest, you've remained so well hidden in the Green Fire Palace that even our late Palace Masters never doubted you. But this time, you cannot deny your real identity anymore. Someone wanted to meet you. When you see him, your doubts will be dispersed. As soon as Sunrise Sword Emperor finished his words, a figure arrived suddenly and showed up in front of Golden Axe Holy Master. Golden Axe Holy Master, long time no see, Jian Wushuang said with a sly smile on his face. You. It's you. Golden Axe Holy Master yelled with his eyes widely open, as if he had seen a ghost. It's not real. You died, didn't you? Red Snow King and the other kings watched you die. The news about your death has been spread in the Green Fire Palace. Golden Axe Holy Master howled. His howls reverberated throughout the whole palace. The palace itself was a treasure. Golden Axe Holy Master's voice could not be heard outside the palace. In the meantime, he could not pass messages to others. Of course you wanted me dead. So did the Gene Kingdom you serve. Unfortunately, I let you down, Jian Wushuang said with a sniff. As for the news of my death, the 5 Palace Masters had disseminated it on purpose to fool you and the Gene Kingdom. Did Green Fire Palace use you as a bait? Golden Axe Holy Master asked, staring at Jian Wushuang. Clever. Jian Wushuang grinned. No, no. Golden Axe Holy Master roared hysterically, shaking his head madly. At this moment, he was desperately eager to inform the Jin Kingdom and its experts that Jian Wushuang was still alive. That monster did not die. In his eyes, Jian Wushuang would be the leader of Green Fire Palace in the near future, which would be the Jin Kingdom's nightmare. Golden Axe Holy Master longed to fill the Jin Kingdom and so that they could think of some plan to kill Jian Wushuang, even at all costs. However, he had no means to tell them. The Jin Kingdom was doomed to be kept in the dark. Golden Axe Holy Master seemed to have foreseen the scene. Jian Wushuang was qualified to be the leader of Green Fire Palace years later. He joined the final battle between the Jin Kingdom and the Green Fire Palace and caused massive casualties to the Jin Kingdom. That was a catastrophe for the Jin Kingdom. Jian Wushuang, what do you want me to do with Golden Axe Holy Master? Sunrise Sword Emperor asked. Of course, execute him directly, Jian Wushuang answered. I see. Sunrise Sword Emperor nodded, and then swished his hand to summon a flash of sword essence, which directly attacked the center of Golden Axe Holy Master's forehead. Golden Axe Holy Master had been limited by a restriction, so he had no strength to defend himself. Soon he closed his eyes, and his breath vanished. After Golden Axe Holy Master had died, Jian Wushuang had nothing to do in the Green Fire Palace. Escorted by Void Temple Master, he left Green Fire Palace privately and returned to Green Fire World. Green Fire World was divided into 2 continents, and Void Continent was on top. Jian Wushuang, take care of yourself. You can deal with your personal matters. Keep a low profile and do not expose your identity easily. If you meet any trouble that you're not convenient to solve in person, let me know directly, Void Temple Master said to him. I will, Jian Wushuang responded with a smile. Void Temple Master took leave. Jian Wushuang came to a small hall of Void Temple. Open the wormhole. I'm heading for Firmament Territory, Jian Wushuang said in a grave voice. Having observed Jian Wushuang for a while, a purple-robed servant in the palace responded, Sir, it's quite a long travel to Firmament Territory. Therefore, you need to pay a great number of divine gems. How many? Jian Wushuang asked. 1,000,000,000, the purple-robed servant replied. Using a wormhole costs 1,000,000,000 divine gems, which is equal to all the property of a common Dao Mater. Void Palace Master is a good businessman, Jian Wushuang thought with a smile. The next moment, he took out a token. Open it now, Jian Wushuang continued. Yes, my lord. The purple-robed servant nodded with respect and left to open the wormhole. Jian Wushuang had gotten this token from Void Temple Master. In the whole Void Temple, only a few people possessed such tokens. With this token, Jian Wushuang could take wormhole without charge. Within a few seconds, the wormhole had gotten ready. My lord, this way please, the purple-robed servant said and stood respectfully beside Jian Wushuang. Got it. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He looked at the wormhole ahead of him, his eyes full of excitement and expectation. I've left Firmament Territory for long. It's time to go back. Jian Wushuang stepped into the wormhole. With a flash of light, he disappeared. The next moment, he arrived at Firmament Territory. Although it was just a common realm in the Green Fire World, it boasted an enormous number of warriors. Jian Wushuang had left Firmament Territory alone about 2,000 years ago, and now he finally returned to this territory. During those 2,000 years, there was no great change in the structure of the Firmament Territory. Among all the sects and powers in Firmament Territory, the 3 magnates still took the lead. 9 top sects, including Ancient Sect, served the 3 magnates. After Jian Wushuang came back to Firmament Territory, he visited the Ancient Sect first. After all, he had been a disciple of the Ancient Sect. As soon as he appeared in the void above the Ancient Sect, he spread his strength of soul and saw everything within the sect clearly. Jian Wushuang noticed a white-robed man who was standing on the top of a mountain with his hands behind him. The man had a kind, gentle air, and he was looking up at the void above with a smile. His gaze landed on the direction where Jian Wushuang stood. Shoo! Jian Wushuang took a leap and entered the world below. Chapter 1160, Visiting Xian Yi. Chapter 1160, Visiting Xian Yi. Jin Wushuang easily broke into the protective array of the ancient sect and then came to the white-robed man directly. Master, Jin Wushuang took a bow. Upon hearing this, the white-robed man who had stood there with his back toward Jin Wushuang a moment ago turned around slowly. This man was Jiang Wushuang's master, Xian Yi. You're back? Xian Yi observed Jin Wushuang and continued smiling. It seems that you're a Dao master now. You've made much faster progress than I imagined. I just had some luck, Jin Wushuang responded humbly. Jin Wushuang, is this really your mysterious master who gave you Mountain River map? Gu Qing's voice sounded inside Jin Wushuang. Yes, he is, Jin Wushuang replied to Gu Qing. What's going on? Gu Qing said in a confused voice. I'm incredibly adept at sensing and able to see through anyone in this realm. But somehow, I cannot sense your master's real strength. Really? Jin Wushuang frowned. I perceive that your master has only reached the eternal realm. But if he was just at the level of eternal realm, how could he give you a chaos divine treasure? How could he impart secret skills which could improve consciousness to you? Gu Qing said in a deep voice. Jin Wushuang also felt curious. His master Xian Yi had always been a mystery. Jin Wushuang had been ignorant of the real identity and strength of his master before, since he was too weak to sense them. He had expected to find out some clues to his master's identity and strength this time. Nevertheless, even Gu Qing failed to see through Xian Yi. Jin Wushuang exerted his strength of soul again, but only found out that Xian Yi was a common eternal realm. It was uncertain whether Xian Yi had perceived Jin Wushuang's strength of soul. He still looked calm. As he swished his hand, a long, narrow table emerged ahead of Jin Wushuang along with a mat behind him. My dear disciple, take a seat, said Xian Yi. Jin Wushuang sat at the long, narrow table without smart talk. Did you get into any trouble outside? Why did you come back all of a sudden? Xian Yi asked. I didn't get into any trouble. I've left for long, so I wanted to come back and have a look around. By the way, fulfill some promise I made before, Jin Wushuang replied. What did you refer to? Xian Yi asked in confusion. Master, do you know when Eternal Zone will be opened? Jin Wushuang asked. Eternal Zone? Xian Yi was on alert. He glanced at Jin Wushuang and continued, Why did you ask that? I had stayed in Eternal Zone for 100 years. During that period of time, the ancient god clan in Eternal Zone had helped me a lot. When I took leave, I promised them to visit them again and help them with some matters, Jin Wushuang answered. When he had been in Eternal Zone, ancient god clan did give him much help. As he had bloodline of Imperial God Clan, the 3-star ancient god elder E of the ancient god clan had asked him to help them break seal of the holy place with his imperial bloodline. Jin Wushuang had promised to help him. Nevertheless, at that time, Jin Wushuang did not have enough powers to honor his promise to Elder Yi, so he left and promised to come back to help them thousands of years later. 2,000 years had passed. Now Jin Wushuang returned to live up to his words. There's no need for you to enter Eternal Zone. Even if you insist on going there, you cannot enter that place, Xian Yi said. Why? Jin Wushuang asked, frowning. Eternal Zone vanished 2,000 years ago, Xian Yi explained. What? Did you mean that it just disappeared? Jin Wushuang asked, taken by great surprise. How? Eternal Zone had existed in firmament territory for hundreds of thousands of years. How did it vanish suddenly? Was this King Gu Tong's doing? Jin Wushuang said, and his pupils constricted. Yes, King Gu Tong did this. Xian Yi continued with a smile. As you had stayed there for a while, you should have learnt that those ancient gods all believed in one king and they were subjects to him. But their king had disappeared one day suddenly, so they had come to firmament territory and sealed their holy place. In fact, King Gu Tong is their king. Are you saying that King Gu Tong is the king whom those ancient gods of Eternal Zone serve? Jin Wushuang was stunned. Jin Wushuang had assumed this possibility when King Gu Tong showed his powers 2,000 years ago. It seemed that his assumption was correct. Master, What's going on with King Gutong? Jian Wushuang asked. King Gutong suffered a disaster before, which almost took his life. Although he survived with luck, he was tormented by an evil, overwhelming power inside. Owing to that evil power, he failed to regain his full strength, and he even began losing his life. Later he ran into me, and we made a deal, Xianyi said with a laugh. A deal? Jian Wushuang muttered. I refined an elixir and helped him erasing that evil power, and then he owed me a debt. Since then, he had been staying here and waited for a chance to pay me back. 2,000 years ago, I asked him to help Tang of the East, and told him that once he helped you win the battle, he owed me nothing. After returning my favor, he left with his eternal zone directly, Xianyi continued. I see. Jian Wushuang's doubts had vanished. He finally understood why King Gutong had been willing to take orders from others. Although he had not fully restored his strength, he was still a 7-star imperial god. As a top-notch expert, he was not likely to work for others easily. All he had done was to return Xianyi's favor. Since King Gutong took over Eternal Zone, the holy place of ancient god in Eternal Zone must have been opened. Now that King Gutong came back to those ancient gods, they do not need your help anymore, Xianyi said. Jian Wushuang shrugged his shoulders. He had intended to give ancient god clan a hand so as to fulfill his promise, but now it seemed that there was no need. King Gutong is a 7-star imperial god with immeasurable powers, but your master could refine an elixir to disperse the evil power that King Gutong failed to heal. Jian Wushuang, do you know what this means? Jian Wushuang heard Gu King's voice inside his head. What else does it mean? It proves that my master is good at refining elixir, Jian Wushuang replied jokingly. Of course, he was just joking. He had been thinking highly of his master all this time. Now he had an even higher opinion of his master than before. Chapter 1161. Returning to the Ancient World. Chapter 1161. Returning to the Ancient World. Jian Wushuang talked with Xianyi for quite a long while. They talked about the changes in the ancient sect over the 2,000 years and other trivial things. Their meeting lasted almost half a day, but during this period of time, Jian Wushuang had never inquired about Xianyi's real identity or background, nor had Xianyi unveiled them to him. Jian Wushuang did not want others to know that he was still alive. Therefore, he only visited his master and then left the ancient sect. Jian Wushuang, your master has a big secret, Gu King said in a serious tone. I know, Jian Wushuang nodded. In fact, he had discovered that a long time ago. If my assumption is correct, your master does not belong to this green fire world. He must be from the eternal chaotic world and is probably a big shot, a top-notch existence in the eternal chaotic world, Gu King continued. Are you sure? Jian Wushuang asked, furrowing his brows. Are you sure that my master Xianyi is a top-notch expert in the eternal chaotic world? It's just my guess. I'm not certain about this. Gu King went on. During my journey in the eternal chaotic world along with King Luozhan, I met a great many top experts, and some of them were full of mystery. However, your master is more unfathomable, mysterious than any expert I've met before. How come such an incredible expert was willing to stay within the green fire world? He even has kept a low profile, served as a palace master of a sect, and accepted several disciples. Why? What's his intention? Hearing this, Jian Wushuang wrinkled his forehead into a frown. Xianyi's real purpose? Jian Wushuang wondered cluelessly. In his eyes, Xianyi had always been a mysterious, easygoing, and casual elder. Most importantly, Xianyi had treated his disciples very well. He had patiently instructed his several disciples, including Jian Wushuang, in cultivation and gifted them plenty of treasures. Although he had done so much for them, he had never asked them to pay back. Is he really selfless? Or does he think that my 3 senior brothers and I are still too weak to help him? Jian Wushuang thought to himself, and then shook his head. Anyway, Master is my savior, and I am willing to return his favor even if I need to sacrifice my life. I do not care what his aim is. As long as it does not infringe my principle or it is not evil, I will do my best to help him," Jian Wushuang said, a determined look in his eyes. Gu King stayed silent for a while, and then said, "Take it easy. I can feel that your master treats you sincerely, and he's unlikely to have the intention of utilizing you. If you're really determined to return his kindness, you should try your best to enhance your strength. Now you're not strong enough to pay him back." Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. He was well aware of that. Although he had stood at the summit of Green Fire World, he still had a long way to go if he wanted to catch up with the top experts in the eternal chaotic world. If he wanted to be of some help to Xian Yi, he had to cultivate harder to improve his battle strength. "Jian Wushuang, what's your plan? Are you going to head for Star Island?" Gu King asked. "Star Island?" Jian Wushuang repeated to himself. That was where lineage of stars chose their disciples. Jian Wushuang had once been a disciple of lineage of stars. After passing the trials in the Black Tower on the Star Island, he had been freed from Star Island. However, plenty of people were still trapped there, and some of them were Jian Wushuang's good friends. Besides, Jian Wushuang had made a deal with Tao Master Kong Ming on Star Island. Kong Ming had given him a dragon phoenix fruit in exchange that he must return to Star Island in 100,000 years and try to pass the ultimate trial to set him free. Being a Tao Master now, Jian Wushuang was qualified to accept the ultimate trial on Star Island. "I'll go to Star Island one day, but it can be postponed. Now that I've come back to Firmament territory, I plan to have a look at my hometown," Jian Wushuang answered. "You hometown? Do you refer to the ancient world?" Gu King was stunned. "Yeah," Jian Wushuang replied, with a bright smile appearing on his face. He was from the ancient world. He was born and bred in the ancient world. He had been in his hometown for just dozens of years, while spending more than 2,000 years staying in Green Fire World. Despite that, Jian Wushuang still loved his hometown more. "The ancient world is my root. I left there 2,000 years ago. I want to know what it looks like now. Is Sword Marquee Mansion still there?" Jian Wushuang was eager to come back, clasping his hands. He took leave immediately. As a plain world, the ancient world was just a small part of the Green Fire World. To enter the Green Fire World, the warriors in the ancient world needed to break through a series of barriers and overcome lots of hardships. However, experts in Green Fire World could easily step into the ancient world. Jian Wushuang quickly found the way leading to the ancient world. There were countless ancient worlds, and Jian Wushuang's homeland was one of them. It was called the Divine Land. The waves rolled up on and off above the sea, with the clear, blue sky reflecting in it. A void above the sea began to crack, and the cracks quickly extended and covered hundreds of miles, looking like a huge spider web. All of a sudden, it shattered, and a huge space black hole emerged out of nothing. A red-robed figure slowly walked out of the black hole after its appearance. With the arrival of the figure, the black hole releasing terrifying devouring power began to shrink. Within a few seconds, it disappeared. The world fell silent again. "Here I am, my ancient world." Jian Wushuang was floating on the surface of the sea. He closed his eyes and breathed the air around. He opened his eyes again after a long time, with a joyful smile on his face. "I'm back. I come back." Jian Wushuang cried out with a delightful smile. He raised his hand and swished it gently. The surrounding void immediately broke into fragments, and then a crack which extended several thousands of kilometers turned up. The space of the ancient world is indeed delicate. Even one or two eternal realms can easily smash such a world. Jian Wushuang sighed secretly while shaking his head. Soon Jian Wushuang's strength of soul began to spread around the world. His strength of soul covered this world instantly without meeting any obstruction. Nanyang continent is over there. Chapter 1162, Jin Xiaoyao of Sword Marquee Mansion. Chapter 1162, Jin Xiaoyao of Sword Marquee Mansion. Tianzong Dynasty was one of the many dynasties in the Nanyang continent. Small and weak as it was undoubtedly one of the most ancient dynasties in the continent. No one dared to look down on it. When it came to the dynasty, What most people would think of first was not their imperial house. Instead, it was a particular faction. That faction was Sword Marquee Mansion. Sword Marquee Mansion had existed for over 2,000 years. In the beginning, Sword Marquee Mansion was just a small force in Tianzong Dynasty. It gradually became the overlord and now enjoyed higher prestige than the imperial house. It even saved the dynasty from hostile occupation 1,000 years ago. Sword Marquee Mansion left other factions and dynasties in the Nanyang continent in awe. It was said that Sword Marquee Mansion owed its prestige to its extraordinary founder born 2,000 years ago. The patriarch's insurmountable power and contributions to the mansion was a legend in itself. Bahui Commandery. The entire Bahui Commandery was now under the control of Sword Marquee Mansion. The base of Sword Marquee Mansion was located in its capital. It was a busy street full of people, making for a boisterous scene. Inside one of the taverns that lined the street, two warriors sitting opposite each other were chatting over food and drinks. Have you heard? Half a month ago, the genius from Sword Marquee Mansion joined the easternmost hunt and claimed the first place among all the talents from 10 dynasties. Rumor has it that this genius won with ease and didn't even use his full power. Of course, everyone has heard of it. He truly deserves his title as the top-notch genius of Sword Marquee Mansion. I remember that he's called Jian Xiaoyao. But if he's that strong, why isn't he on the Earthly Dragon list that Tianzong Dynasty issues? Earthly Dragon list? That list only focuses on Tianzong Dynasty. It's not a big deal. I heard that Jian Xiaoyao made a name for himself in a large empire and even ranked first among the geniuses there. He's amazing. Of course, Sword Marquee Mansion is also powerful. Their geniuses are all excellent. No one overheard their conversation as the two of them occupied a private room. Yet, a scarlet-robed young man who was sipping wine by the window heard their conversation loud and clear. The liquor here isn't as good as those in the Green Fire world, but there's a unique taste to it. I like it, Jian Wushuang thought, smiling. Then, he shouted, "Waiter, bring me 100 jars of this liquor." "Yes, sir," a waiter immediately replied. Jian Wushuang continued to savor the fine liquor, but his mind was busy pondering over the two warriors' words. Jian Xiaoyao, a genius from Sword Marquee Mansion? Since I left 2,000 years ago, I worried that it might have been destroyed. Not only has it survived, but it's becoming even more prosperous. It must be thanks to Uncle Xiao. Through his soul power, he had long detected that there was a puppet fighter inside a deeply hidden secret chamber inside Sword Marquee Mansion. It was a puppet fighter of the divine realm. It was undoubtedly a terrifying existence in the ancient world. It was unlikely that Sword Marquee Mansion acquired the puppet fighter on its own. It must be Emperor Zhao's doing. After all, Jian Wushuang had asked him to take care of Sword Marquee Mansion. The owner of the tavern, with several waiters following behind him with jars of liquor, walked up to Jian Wushuang. "Sir, here is the liquor you asked, 100 jars in total. Would you like to pay it with spiritual liquid or elixirs?" The owner asked, smiling. Jian Wushuang was stunned. It occurred to him that he had just arrived in the Nanyang continent, and he did not keep any of the spiritual liquid or elixirs that were used as currencies here. Though he possessed plenty of treasures, they were from the Green Fire world. He did not know if the tavern owner would recognize them. Even if the tavern owner knew them, Jian Wushuang would not trade them for his liquor. Those treasures were so precious that any of them would bring the owner great trouble. "Could you excuse me for a moment? I'll pay the bill later. Of course, I'll be leaving my sword as a pledge for the time being," Jian Wushuang said, handing the owner the Blood Mountain sword. "But," the owner furrowed his brows as he looked at the sword that Jian Wushuang had placed a layer of restriction on to seal its aura. He used his will to make the sword reveal a hint of its power. Even the faint hint of power frightened the owner. The owner immediately said, "Sir, there's no need to pledge your sword. Just take the liquor." "Oh." Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow. "Well, thanks. Don't worry. Someone will come here and pay for my liquor soon." He waved his hand and the liquor disappeared. He then excused himself with a smile. The owner heaved a sigh of relief after watching him leave. "Boss, is that lad an expert? Why did you let him go without taking his sword?" a waiter asked in a whisper. "Expert?" the owner replied, narrowing his eyes. "You're right. He is an expert, a genuine one. He must be in the primordial gold core, or Yin-Yang void realm at least. I'm sure about this. But why would such a top-notch expert fail to pay for his liquor?" Confused as the owner was, he did not give much thought to this. However, he was clueless to the fact that the young man was tens of thousands times stronger than he had imagined. Jian Wushuang walked towards Sword Marquee Mansion after leaving the tavern. "Jian Wushuang, you're really something to even attempt leaving your Blood Mountain sword behind as a pledge for your bill. If your master finds out, he would probably die of anger," Gu King joked. Jian Wushuang laughed cheerfully. Well, the situation called for it. Just then, a group of people riding wildebeest beasts appeared at the end of the street and slowly strode toward him. A grim-faced young man was in the middle of the group. Young as he looked, his eyes were exceptionally sharp. He had evidently undergone lots of ordeals and troubles. He carried a long sword on his back. Jian Wushuang recognized that long sword at once. Triple kill sword? Looks like he's that incredible genius from Sword Marquee Mansion. Chapter 1163, Blind Old Man. Chapter 1163, Blind Old Man. Triple kill sword was extremely important to Sword Marquee Mansion. Jian Wushuang recognized it at once, even though the one in the grim-faced young man's hand was reforged. "Looks like I found someone to pay for my liquor." Jian Wushuang grinned. He then walked up to the young man. The moment he took the first step, he morphed into someone else. His scarlet robe was replaced with a rugged sackcloth. He turned into a white-haired and blind old man wearing a pair of torn straw sandals. He disguised himself as a lonely and blind old man walking on the street alone with a bamboo stick in hand. The sound of hooves of the wildebeest beasts became louder as the group of people neared. The pedestrians made way for them except Jian Wushuang. He slowly walked toward the group as if he did not hear anything. Soon the group caught sight of the blind old man. The disciples riding the wildebeest beasts belonged to the younger generation of Sword Marquee Mansion. Several of them showed their anger when they saw an old blind man getting in their way. "Blind old man, did you lose your hearing as well as your vision? Get out of the way or our wildebeest beasts will stomp on you and turn you into a meat pie," a green-robed girl next to Jian Xiaoyao said arrogantly. "Oh." The blind old man raised his head with a calm look as he came to a standstill. "Do you want to die? Move." She took a long whip from the waist of her wildebeest beast and swung it at the old man. Perhaps the blind old man was in luck. He happened to move to the side and thus dodged her whip. "What?" The girl's eyes burned with fury. She was about to swing her whip again. "Stop!" The grim-faced young man's deep and reproachful voice resounded. But the girl in green turned to look at Jian Xiaoyao. "Give him some money and ask him to leave," Jian Xiaoyao said. "You want me to go?" The girl appeared deeply unhappy. "Hurry up and do it." Jian Xiaoyao's voice turned cold. The girl dared not to disobey his order. She climbed down from her wildebeest beast and walked up to the blind old man. "Come on, I'll take you aside," the girl said impatiently. She subconsciously placed her hand on the old man's shoulder. The blind old man snorted. "Which family are you from, little girl? How can you speak to an elder in such a rude manner? Today, I'll teach you a lesson in your elder's stead." He raised his bamboo stick and swiped the girl. The old man's action appeared so casual that everyone thought that he was just brandishing the stick as he lectured the girl. Even a smart kid would be able to dodge the stick, never mind the green-robed girl. She was a warrior in the spiritual sea realm. It would almost be too easy for her to do so. However, thwack! The bamboo stick hit her on the butt without facing any obstacle whatsoever. The girl could feel the scorching pain on her butt. She instantly flew into a rage. "You old bastard! I'm going to kill you!" she screamed furiously. "How disobedient! I'll hit you again!" The old man once again brandished his stick. Thwack! The girl took another blow on the same place, making her face turn even redder. This time, however, she reacted calmly. She stared at the blind old man, somewhat stupefied. The others were also looking at him with astonishment. Perhaps it was a coincidence that the girl failed to evade the old man's first blow. It was another story now that she had been hit twice. This blind old man, surprise took hold of the disciples of Sword Marquis Mansion that were riding their wildebeest beasts. Jin Xiaoyao then got off his wildebeest beast and came up to the blind old man. Jin Xiaoyao apologized to the old man with a sincere, humble attitude. Please forgive my cousin, for she didn't mean to offend you. She's still young. Unlike the green-robed girl and other disciples of Sword Marquis Mansion, his abundant experience taught him to never judge a book by its cover. The old man's 2 successive attacks might look simple, but they had successfully hit their target. He knew that he could not belittle this old man. Instead of moving out of the way of a blind old man walking down the street, you made your cousin ask me to leave. You deserve to be punished as well, the old man said, pretending to be unreasonable. He waved his bamboo stick again. He made a simple strike in the manner of a mother punishing her child. Jin Xiaoyao stared at the stick in alarm and moved out of the way before the old man moved the stick. Thwack! Jin Xiaoyao was forced to squat. His eyes were full of shock. The crowd was dumbfounded. The green-robed girl was a weak 14-year-old. However, Jin Xiaoyao was the genius of Sword Marquis Mansion, who had just won the first prize in the Eastermost Hunt. He was the strongest among the experts of the younger generation of the 10 dynasties. It was a shock that he suffered a blow as well. Boy, are you unhappy with the result? You can come and try it again. The old man waved at Jin Xiaoyao with a sly smile on his face. Elder, please advise me, Jin Xiaoyao said with a serious expression. Instead of anger, his eyes were filled with strong excitement. The triple kill sword appeared in Jin Xiaoyao's hand. Jin Wushuang took a deep breath. Jin Xiaoyao brandished his sword. The sword moved as slickly as if it was a spiritual snake slithering through the void. How fast? Too fast. Is this the true strength of the champion of the Eastermost Hunt? The warriors could not help exclaiming when they saw Jin Xiaoyao's performance. But all of a sudden, thwack! The triple kill sword flew out of Jin Xiaoyao's hands. The seemingly powerless bamboo stick struck him, and he felt a stinging pain. How is this possible? Jin Xiaoyao was stupefied. He didn't use his spiritual power at all. His power is as weak as that of an ordinary human, and his attack is excruciatingly slow too. How did I end up losing? Even as Jin Xiaoyao doubted himself, the excitement in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Chapter 1164, One Strike. Chapter 1164, One Strike. Senior, please advise me again. Jin Xiaoyao had already picked up his triple kill sword. He stared at the blind old man, his eyes full of great passion and delight. Oh! The old man smiled as he nodded. Jin Xiaoyao drew out his sword again. His movement was exceedingly fast and powerful, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power that formed a whirlpool. It's the traceless sword skill of Sword Marquis Mansion, someone exclaimed. The old man swung his bamboo stick. Thwack! Jin Xiaoyao's triple kill sword was thrown into the air again. Strike again, senior. Jin Xiaoyao was not discouraged in the least. He picked up the triple kill sword from the ground again and continued to thrust his sword at the old man. What a crafty strike! It looks like a viper. Thwack! The triple kill sword fell to the ground. That's the Blood Moon sword skill of Sword Marquis Mansion. Thwack! The triple kill sword fell to the ground. That's Jin Xiaoyao's most powerful attack. Thwack! The triple kill sword ended up on the ground again. Jin Xiaoyao launched a series of attacks, going all out with each. Even so, the blind old man continued to brandish his bamboo stick and toss Jin Xiaoyao's sword into the air over and over again. What astonished the crowd most was that the old man's movement appeared slow and his blows weak. However, Jin Xiaoyao failed to withstand his attacks. Jin Xiaoyao had used more than 10 sword skills throughout the dozen rounds of their fight, but ended up losing his sword each time. The outcome was the same even after so many times. The onlookers were all thoroughly dumbfounded. No one had any doubt that this powerless-looking old man harbored an unpredictable strength. Whoosh! Jin Xiaoyao took a deep breath before looking at the blind old man with a serious look. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he kowtowed to the old man. "I'm Jin Xiaoyao. I implore you to take me as your disciple and teach me swordsmanship." Disciple? The genius of Sword Marquis Mansion wants to make this blind old man his master? He's the great genius who won the Eastermost Hunt. It's rumored that many experts in the Yang Void Realm and Divine Transcendence Realm wanted him as a disciple, but he had refused them all. But he's now asking to be this old man's disciple? Jin Xiaoyao's action stirred heated discussions among the people on the street. That old man shook his head when he saw Jin Xiaoyao kneeling before him. "I'm not an expert. I'm not qualified to be your master. Speaking of swordsmanship, I know just one move which I use to punish my grandson. He's a troublemaker and I hit his, but when he makes trouble, are you willing to learn that?" The crowd was confused. Punish his grandson? He's going to teach a technique to hit a child's butt? Yes. Jin Xiaoyao kept nodding, his eyes filled with delight and desire. "Fine. I'll then impart this to you." The blind old man took a step forward and stopped in front of Jin Xiaoyao. He raised his wrinkled hand and pointed at Jin Xiaoyao's mid-brows. Then, he turned around and left. Before leaving, he left a string of words. "I owe the Red Sun Tavern some money. Go there and pay my bills off. That's your tuition fee." Jin Xiaoyao's eyes were wide open. The scene of the old man brandishing his stick appeared in his mind, giving him a close look at the move that the old man used. Common as it appeared, it was a terrifying show of swordsmanship. It was not until now that Jin Xiaoyao realized this. The reason he even thought that the old man's strike was common was that he was weak and his realm was still too low. This is an opportunity, a golden opportunity. Jin Xiaoyao clenched his hands as he trembled with delight. He then left for the Red Sun Tavern and paid for the blind old man's liquor. Meanwhile, there were two figures hovering side by side above the street. One was an elegant woman dressed in a black robe, and the other was a middle-aged man in a splendid silver robe. The man emanated an air of majesty. Both of them had been around to witness how the blind old man taught Jin Xiaoyao a lesson. "Upper Elder, what do you think of this?" the middle-aged man asked, looking concerned. "He's strong," the elegant woman replied with a serious look. "He didn't use his spiritual power or other special powers in his attacks, but still effortlessly tossed Jin Xiaoyao's sword to the ground with technique alone. But I can't see anything special about his strike," she added. She furrowed her brows. It was impossible for an attack, imbued with the strength of an ordinary human, capable of repeatedly unarming Jin Xiaoyao to be ordinary. This could only prove that her realm was still too low. Where's the old man?" The middle-aged man looked down at the street with a surprised expression. They had been keeping an eye on the blind old man all along, but in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Suddenly, a gentle voice came from behind them. "Looking for me? What?" Both the elegant woman and the middle-aged man were taken aback. The man was evidently less than a meter away from them, but they did not even know since when he had been standing there. How did both of them fail to notice his arrival? Swish, swish. When they turned around, they saw the blind old man standing there with a smile on his face and a stick in his hand. He was less than a meter away from them. "You," the elegant woman uttered. "You youngsters should get a taste of my stick too," the old man said as he brandished his stick. His sudden attack shocked them both. They never expected the old man to target them. They had been watching all along, never stepping in even when he was teaching their disciples a lesson. How did they somehow piss off the old man? Surprised as they were, they did not forget to defend themselves. However, thwack, thwack. The old man used the stick to knock their weapons out of their hands and hit them without stopping. Their bodies sank downward with the force of his attacks. They continued to crash until they landed near the street. The two of them appeared to be in a miserable condition. Chapter 1165, Old Acquaintances. Chapter 1165, Old Acquaintances. Damn it! Both the elegant woman and the middle-aged man were furious. With their distinguished statuses, they had always stood high above the masses. It was difficult for normal people to even see them. Now, the old man had beat them up so badly that they fell near such a crowded street. What? The elegant woman's expression underwent a drastic change. She lowered her head to look at the crowded street below. She was now hovering in the air and stood less than 10 meters above ground. Most people could see her if they just lifted their heads. To her surprise, the woman discovered that everyone on the street was so preoccupied with their affairs that they did not notice her. The crowd ignored her as if she was air. It was as if they were in another world. What's happening? The middle-aged man's eyes widened when he noticed the same. We're right here above the street, but no one noticed us even after all that commotion. What did he do? The elegant woman was dumbfounded. She knew that the pedestrians were neither deaf nor blind. The only possible explanation was that the blind old man had used some powerful skill to temporarily silence their hearing and eyesight. That was why the crowd did not notice them. What an incredible skill! She took a deep breath. She came to realize that she had come across an incredibly formidable expert. "You're those youngsters' elders, aren't you?" the old man asked coldly as he stood there. The elegant woman and the middle-aged man finally responded after some hesitation. "I'm Jinyu, the upper elder of Sword Marquis Mansion." "I'm Jianhua, Sword Marquis of Sword Marquis Mansion." "Nice to meet you. So one of you is the upper elder and the other is the Sword Marquis." The blind old man smiled. He pointed at Jinyu and said, "You look like my old friend from Sword Marquis Mansion. Do you know her?" "May I know her name?" Jinyu asked. "Jin Minger," the blind old man answered. "Jin Minger?" Jinyu was stunned, and a hint of terror flitted across her pupils. "She was my great-grandmother who passed away 2,000 years ago. Senior, are you really her old friend?" Emotions surged wildly in Jinyu and Jianhua. Jin Minger had been one of the most powerful figures in the history of Sword Marquis Mansion. She was also acquainted with the incredible founder of Sword Marquis Mansion, Jin Wushuang. When he disappeared, Jin Minger had managed Sword Marquis Mansion on her own. Though she had been decently talented, the peak of the Yang Void Realm was all she could achieve. Since she had not reached the Saint Realm, she lived mere hundreds of years. It had been over 2,000 years since her death. But this blind old man had introduced himself as Jin Minger's old acquaintance. "This man is an old monster who's the same age as my great-grandmother?" Jin Yu was in shock. Old monster? That was true. Jin Wushuang was considered a youngster with a short cultivation age over in the Green Fire world. But over in the ancient world, a man more than 2,000 years old was undoubtedly an old monster. "Your great-grandma and I were old friends. Today, I happened to run into some arrogant juniors from Sword Marquis Mansion." The old man snorted. Sword Marquis Mansion might be influential in the Nanyang continent now, but don't you forget that there are countless experts in this world who are capable of destroying Sword Marquis Mansion. I advise you to keep a low profile, or you might end up offending some tough enemy. Moreover, you elders should be monitoring your juniors' behavior. You can't let them bully others in the name of Sword Marquis Mansion. Most importantly, never forget your past suffering. Don't forget that Sword Marquis Mansion was weak once. It owes its influence and prestige today to all its past hardships. Us members of Sword Marquis Mansion will bear your words in mind, Jin Yu replied respectfully. Well, that's quite enough. Those words just came to mind. The blind old man waved his hand. Besides, I have a manual of swordsmanship with me. Now it's yours. You can discuss how to utilize it. He threw a token and then vanished. Jin Yu and Jianhua looked at each other in confusion. Upper Elder, who was that? Jianhua asked, frowning. I have no idea. Jian Yu shook her head. He looks like a good man who bears no malice towards Sword Marquis Mansion. Besides, he left us a manual. His words and actions show his dissatisfaction with our current situation. It seems that he's disappointed with us. Is he really my great-grandmother's acquaintance? Perhaps. But he reminded me that our rising influence in the Nanyang continent in recent years has attracted the attention of many forces. Moreover, it's true that our juniors are increasingly unruly, the middle-aged man said. One of our clansmen had recently slaughtered a faction of Tianzong dynasty with his men for a woman's sake, but our elders merely turned a blind eye to this. One of our geniuses assassinated a talent with a higher ranking on the earthly dragon list. What the hell are they doing? Why didn't you bring this up before? Jian Yu asked in a reproachful tone, her eyes turning razor-sharp. I only found out a couple of days ago. Sword Marquis Mansion seems strong and united on the surface, but it has been divided into many clans fighting for their own benefits. Though I'm the Sword Marquis, I'm incapable of changing this situation on my own. After all, I have to balance these clans. Those useless fools. Jian Yu's voice was terribly cold. That elder is right. We've been comfortable for so long that many of us have forgotten how we had struggled to become stronger. It seems that we should start cleaning up our act. It's time for those elders to learn a lesson or two. I'm too weak to achieve this myself, but it's possible with your support, Jian Hua replied. Chapter 1166, Wushuang Sword Pavilion. Chapter 1166, Wushuang Sword Pavilion. Then just go for it. We owe our current position to our great ancestor. Without him, Sword Marquis Mansion would have perished a long time ago. He had tried so hard to lay the foundation for us. We can't let those pests ruin his efforts. Jian Yu clenched her hands, her eyes flashing with firm determination. Oh, right, the elder left us a manual. She stared at the token in her hand. She allowed her consciousness to enter the token. Then, all of a sudden, her eyes opened wide. Terrifying. What a terrifying swordsmanship. Do you mean the manual that the elder gave us? He knows such terrifying swordsmanship and used such amazing skills. Who is he? He can't be great-grandmother's old acquaintance. Her great-grandmother had merely reached the peak of the Yang Void realm and had not befriended any high-standing individuals. Yet that blind old man had called himself her old friend. If he knew great-grandmother, why did he only return after 2,000 years? Moreover, if he was just a friend, he had no reason to care about Sword Marquis Mansion. He had been so disappointed earlier. He's not my great-grandmother's old acquaintance. I think he has a close connection to Sword Marquis Mansion. Perhaps he's one of our ancestors. Our ancestor? Jian Yu was stunned. Is he our patriarch? Their founder was a legend in the history of Sword Marquis Mansion. Yes, that's him. He's undoubtedly our patriarch. Jian Yu exclaimed with excitement. Our patriarch's disappearance back then was a mystery. Some suggested that he didn't die but left for a vast world to pursue higher cultivation. He must have returned from that world. He showed up to teach us a lesson after noticing our internal corruption. He intended to enlighten us. Patriarch. He's our patriarch. Jian Yu was thrilled. It took her a while to calm down and she grasped the token tightly. From now on, the swordsmanship inside this token is the most precious treasure in Sword Marquis Mansion. Only the most talented is qualified to learn it, and he must take a blood oath to never impart it to others. Whoever breaks the oath will be disposed of as a traitor. Jin Wushuang returned to his own appearance after reappearing in the void. He took slow steps, but the span of each step covered thousands of miles. Why did you pretend to be a blind old man to teach your juniors a lesson instead of revealing your identity? Gu King asked. Reveal my identity? Jin Wushuang shook his head. Before setting foot in the Nanyang continent, he had intended to reunite with his juniors of Sword Marquis Mansion as himself. However, he changed his mind after walking into the tavern outside Sword Marquis Mansion. He had spent half a day staying there, and while he drank alone, his soul power had already covered the whole city. He had heard many conversations between warriors as well as between commoners. Certain conversations taking place in private quarters were particularly eye-opening. It was not until he heard these conversations that he realized how bad the corruption and disunity in the current Sword Marquis mansion had become. Factions are formed and fellow clansmen plot against one another. In the fight for more interests, some even lay hands on another in private. Most disciples of the younger generation are snobs who bully others without concern for consequences, Jian Wushuang said with a grim expression. They're conceited and fearless even without me around. Won't they become even more audacious if I reappear in public, thinking that I have their backs? He did not want to see the current situation in Sword Marquis Mansion. He had shown up to punish junior disciples and even two elders, Jian Yu and Jian Hua, as a warning for them to keep a low profile and realize the crisis within Sword Marquis Mansion. I've done all that I should do. The future of Sword Marquis Mansion is up to them now, Jian Wushuang murmured. He had done more than enough, be it doling out advice or punishment. He had no intention of interfering with the development of Sword Marquis Mansion. In fact, he did not even mind its decline, as long as it could be inherited from generation to generation. After all, he could not stay here and guard Sword Marquis Mansion forever. What's your next move? Gu King asked. Let's head for the Divine Land now. I'm worried that girl can't hang on any longer, Jian Wushuang answered with a smile. A girl? Does she have anything to do with you? Gu King asked. You'll know when we arrive there. Jian Wushuang continued his journey at full speed. It did not take him long to reach the Divine Land from the Nanyang continent without even taking the wormhole. The Divine Land was the core of this realm. The ancient world was under its control. Back when Jian Wushuang first roamed the Divine Land, there were 3 ancestors, 9 sovereigns, and 72 marquises here. These were all top figures of the Divine Land. However, it had been 2,000 years. Things had changed a lot, as did the layout of the Divine Land. Now, for influential factions ruled over the Divine Land. The 4 forces were under the leadership of 4 overlords. One of them was called Wushuang Sword Pavilion. Wushuang Sword Pavilion appeared 2,000 years ago. Its founder was a woman named Lin Lan. Lin Lan used to be one of the 72 marquises. Her cultivation speed had been fast but not impressive. But later, she made great progress and entered the skyscraping realm within 100 years. Since then, she was one of the most powerful experts in the ancient world. The warriors of the Divine Land respectfully called her Queen Lanyue. Under her leadership, Wushuang Sword Pavilion had existed in harmony with the other factions in the Divine Land for the past 2,000 years. However, in recent years, Wushuang Sword Pavilion had turned against Spirit Palace, one of the 4 overlords. Both parties had descended into endless ferocious fights. In the beginning, the 2 overlords had been evenly matched, but later, Wushuang Sword Pavilion was soon placed at a disadvantage. Today, Spirit Palace had directly broken into their stronghold. Wushuang Sword Pavilion was located on a vast land among the giant mountains. Bang, 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 bang. Deafening explosions resounded in succession, the sound reverberating throughout the mountains. The whole Wushuang Sword Pavilion had fallen into a state of manic slaughter. Chapter 1167, Queen Lanyue. Chapter 1167, Queen Lanyue. Haha, Lin Lan, or should I call you the famous Queen Lanyue? I said that one day, I will completely wipe out your Wushuang Sword Pavilion and make you mine. Today, you can't run, can you? A tall, bald man was waving his big axe and laughing wildly. His opponent was a glamorous and beautiful woman. This woman had a perfect body and face, and most importantly, a very noble and incomparable temperament. Queen Lanyue was crowned the female emperor because she had always held a high status. For more than 2,000 years, her Wushuang Sword Pavilion had never been touched. Her title of the female emperor was well-deserved. Well, you're not qualified to mess with me yet. The voice of Queen Lanyue was cold and fierce. With an air of majesty, She swept her long sword and broke out her full strength of skyscraping realm. There were many strong players on the field, but no one could confront her. Even the talkative bald man who was the palace master of Spirit Palace in Skyscraping Realm had to admit that Queen Lanua was definitely much better than him. Haha, I can't touch you, but someone can and will. The bald man laughed and looked at Void next to him. Master Kong, it's your turn. Master Kong? Queen Lanua's eyes narrowed. The bald man was in the skyscraping realm and could beat all of the divine land experts, who was qualified to make him respectfully call Master. Soon, she saw Master Kong. It turned out to be a chubby elder who had a pair of eyes as small as those of mouses. This chubby old man slowly walked over and soon appeared in front of Queen Lanua. Is she Queen Lanua? The chubby old man looked Queen Lanua as if she had been an ant. That's her, the bald man respectfully said. Queen Lanua looked grave. Normally, with her strength in ancient world, no one should be able to fear her. However, when the chubby old man appeared in front of her, she had an instinct feeling of terror and even pictured herself losing the battle. This chubby old man stood there, and Queen Lanua did not even have the courage to fight back. Who are you? She clenched her teeth, suppressed her fear hard, and shouted. I'm Kong Ming. The chubby old man spoke. Queen Lanua's heart sank. She never heard of a formidable expert called Kong Ming, not only on divine land but also in other ancient worlds. The horror that this Kong Ming brought to her. You are from the eternal world? Queen Lanua asked coldly. You are not stupid. The chubby old man smiled and confessed. I heard that you have been collecting the ancient world tokens for many years. You want to go to the eternal world, right? In addition, I also heard from the place master of Spirit Palace that you have a master. Your Wushuang Sword Pavilion is named after him. Your master is said to have gone to Eternal World by ancient world tokens more than 2,000 years ago. If I'm right, you want to go to Eternal World to find your master, right? Haha, what a good apprentice. Unfortunately, you misunderstand the Eternal World. Your master might be something in the ancient world, but once he reaches the Eternal World, he will find that he is just a cockroach. In the Eternal World, there are a lot of people stronger than him. He went to the Eternal World alone, and I'm afraid that he would have died long ago. Upon hearing this, Queen Lanua clenched her teeth and suppressed her anger. She respected her master most in her entire life. Her master reinvented her. She attributed her current achievements entirely to her master Jian Wushuang. In her heart, her master was the same as God. Thus, even when she created her own force, she named it after her master. In recent years, as the Firmament Territory Feast was about to open again, she had desperately collected the ancient world tokens only to keep up with the pace of her master. Now, when she heard such nonsense, she would naturally turn furious. At this time, Kong Ming spoke once again. Since you really want to go to the Eternal World, I can help you. From today, you will be with me and serve me. If you do a great job when I recover, I'll take you to the Eternal World and even find your master. How about that? Hearing this, Queen Lanua was even more angered. Why? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are you reluctant? Kong Ming smirked. Master Kong? The Spirit Palace Master frowned. He also longed for a woman like Queen Lanua. Who in the world did not want to conquer a peerless woman like her? Do you have a problem with that? Kong Ming peeked sideways at the Spirit Palace Master. No, I don't. The Spirit Palace Master shook his head fearfully. Well, you just follow my orders and make preparations in time so that I can quickly recover. I'll get everything you want, but if you can't help me, you have to die either. Kong Ming scolded. Yes, my lord. The Spirit Palace Master nodded in a row, in fear that Master Kong would be unhappy. He knew very clearly that this Master Kong, despite being seriously injured and lesser than his usual strength, could still kill him like an ant. Queen Lanua, I'm not that patient. Do you really want to give away this opportunity? Kong Ming glimpsed her one more time. You want me to serve you? You wish. Queen Lanue shouted coldly. Oh, you're not willing to? Kong Ming cocked one eyebrow and smiled coolly. Then I'll have to do it the hard way. Finishing his words, he waved his hand and summoned a huge palm. The giant hand appeared, and the whole world shook. The surrounding void cracked. Huge space rifts appear, and all the engaged people in Wushuang's sword pavilion stopped and fled. In moments, the giant hand approached Queen Lanue. Chapter 1168. I am her master. Chapter 1168. I am her master. Queen Lanue's teeth were gritted, and her body was shaking. Watching the giant hand approaching her, she desperately wanted to resist. But she found herself unable to move. Is this the end? Queen Lanue muttered, showing a desperate look. Suddenly, the rushing huge palm disappeared. Without a sign, it vanished into the void. The overwhelming power contained in the palm disappeared without a trace. This is? She looked dumbfounded. Everyone present appeared baffled. On the other hand, all color had left the face of the owner of the huge palm, Kong Ming. Who is it? Kong Ming retorted, and his voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth, lingering for a long time. At that time, in the distant sky, a scarlet-robed figure appeared and was slowly approaching Kong Ming. Although he was slow, he had walked a long way with merely 2 steps, arriving at the center of the battlefield. The figure stopped. It was a figure of a young man who was carrying a long sword. As he waved his sleeves, the whole world went completely quiet. Seeing the person, Kong Ming squinted and cast a cold look. Queen Lanue stared at the person in disbelief. Who are you? Asked Kong Ming in a low voice. Me. Jin Wushuang was smiling faintly. Didn't you just mention me? Mentioned you? Kong Ming paused thoughtfully before he realized. You are Queen Lanue's master? Yes, I am her master. As for the name, it's Jin Wushuang. I wonder if you have heard of it. Jin Wushuang remained calm. A junior who just has lived for more than 2,000 years. How will I know you? Kong Ming snorted, full of disdain in his heart. When Jin Wushuang quietly undid his attack, he thought that he might be very strong and perhaps reached Eternal Realm. When he knew who Jin Wushuang was, he did not bother to pay attention to him. He's only been in the Eternal World for 2,000 years. In such a short time, even if he's somewhat talented, what level can he reach? A Divine Realm expert is the best he can be. Kong Ming thought to himself. He was in Eternal Realm and was among the best ones. In the whole wide world, only few top Dao Masters were worthy of his attention. It was not every day you got to see a Dao Master. Being in the Eternal World for 2,000 years, how could he become a Dao Master? How could he be? Naturally, Kong Ming did not pay close attention to Jin Wushuang. This ancient world belongs to the Firmament territory, where I'm famous. Every Eternal Realm should know my name by now. However, if Kong Ming doesn't know me, that means he didn't come from the Firmament territory. Jin Wushuang folded his hands behind his back with a rather strange look. After he came to the ancient world, he had deliberately concealed his own aura to stay under Kong Ming's radar. And looking at the current situation, Kong Ming really did not take him seriously. Jin Wushuang, I want your disciple as my maid and take her to the Eternal World. You're fine with that, aren't you? Kong Ming put on airs, looked at Jin Wushuang, and laid all his Eternal Realm aura onto Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang did not know whether to cry or to laugh. An Eternal Realm tried to lay pressure on him by his aura. There are a lot of people who are ignorant under the sun. You are one of them. Jin Wushuang smiled and spoke. You want to take my disciple to the ancient world? I certainly have no problems with that, but I have one condition. What condition? Kong Ming thought that Jin Wushuang had been completely overwhelmed by his Eternal Realm aura. You have to return to the Eternal World. Jin Wushuang teased. Kong Ming looked stunned. You are playing with fire, kid. As he finished, Kong Ming stretched to tap at Jin Wushuang from a distance. The stroke shattered the fragile void in this ancient world. The whole world seemed to be torn into pieces. It was a scene that could shake the world. The scene struck fear into the hearts of warriors from both Wushuang's Sword Pavilion and Spirit Palace. God. This is the power that God has. Does God really want to destroy our Wushuang Sword Pavilion? The Wushuang Sword Pavilion warriors growled. Queen Lanyue was panicked and worried. Kong Ming was full of killing intents. Although he was seriously injured and could not play 1% of his strength. However, even if 1% of his power was enough to kill a normal divine realm expert. Abruptly, buzz, a breeze passed. The collapsed and ruined world quickly recovered. Kong Ming's stroke quietly dissipated without a trace. What? Kong Ming was stunned. Jin Wushuang glanced up coldly. Jin Wushuang's cold eyes left Kong Ming awestruck. He was frozen on the spot. His hairs stood up at once. I, Kong Ming opened his mouth, but could not say a word. Unprecedented fear snatched his heart. Only at this moment had he finally known who was standing in front of him. Dao Master? Is he a Dao Master? Kong Ming's eyes widened. Die. Jin Wushuang blew a breath, and a sword essence formed. Though seemingly small, it left Kong Ming in great terror. He snarled. Don't you dare. My master is Dao Master Blood Tusk. I am Dao Master Blood Tusk's disciple. Oh. Jin Wushuang cocked an eyebrow, and the immaterial sword essence that was rushed toward Kong Ming stopped in the void. Kong Ming swallowed, and looked at the immaterial sword essence in terror, then immediately he crushed a token. As soon as the token was broken, there was a spectral image that was completely formed by consciousness appeared in the world. This consciousness spectral image formed the appearance of a red-haired elder who sounded kind of evil. I wonder which Dao Master wants to kill my disciple. Dao Master Blood Tusk wants to meet him. Chapter 1169 Fear. Chapter 1169 Fear. The spectral image of the red-haired cold elder appeared in the world. It was only a spectral image of consciousness, but it still carried the power enough to destroy this entire ancient world. Seeing the red-haired cold elder, many surrounding warriors trembled and could not help but feel a feeling of worship. It was like seeing a real god. In fact, with his strength, the red-haired cold elder did hold a godlike position in the ancient world. Master! Kong Ming was elated and started to regain his confidence. So what if you're a Dao Master? My master is the famous Dao Master Blood Tusk in the eternal world. Kong Ming scorned Jin Wushuang in his heart. Dao Master Blood Tusk? Jivun Wushuang smiled strangely. He heard of Dao Master Blood Tusk. He was a Dao Master at the peak of rank 2, and was indeed a strong expert even on Void Continent. Moreover, he was said to be a protege of Ape Holy Master. With a benefactor like that, he really had a good reason to look down the entire Void Continent experts. Is it you that wants to kill my disciple? The consciousness spectral image of Dao Master Blood Tusk looked at Jin Wushuang. Yes, it's me. What do you propose? Jin Wushuang smirked. Do you want to stop me by a spectral image of consciousness? Well, I can't really. But, mark my words, if you dare to touch my disciple, I'll guarantee that, on the entire Void Continent, there'll be no place for you. Dao Master Blood Tusk warned in a cold tone. Oh. Jin Wushuang cocked an eyebrow and laughed. You really can talk, but I don't know where such confidence came from, just because Ape Holy Master is backing you? Do you know Ape Holy Master? Dao Master Blood Tusk immediately frowned. Ape Holy Master was the absolute overlord of Void Continent and the monarch of North Sea Kingdom of the 4 big countries. He had both strength and influence. On Void Continent, almost no one dared to mess with him. But now, the scarlet-robed young man, who knew Ape Holy Master was backing him, still looked confident, as if he did not take Ape Holy Master seriously. Kid, who are you? Dao Master Blood Tusk glared at Jin Wushuang. I am just an ordinary person from the ancient world. I have just entered the eternal world about 2,000 years ago. As for my name, I am afraid it'll disturb you. Jin Wushuang smiled. Disturb me? Dao Master Blood Tusk was disdainful. Master, this person is called Jian Wushuang, and he has only been in the eternal world for 2,000 years. I do not know how he got to be a Dao master. Kong Ming added. However, hearing Kong Ming, Dao Master Blood Tusk's consciousness spectral image froze on the spot. His originally cold face turned into a shocked one, with terror in his eyes. What is his name again? Dao Master Blood Tusk teeth chattered from fear. His name is Jian Wushuang. What's the matter? Kong Ming was in doubt. Hearing Kong Ming confirmed, Dao Master Blood Tusk was awestruck and dazed. Jian Wushuang. Among the top powerhouses on Void Continent, how many of them did not know Jian Wushuang? Although he had never seen him, he had heard Jian Wushuang numerous times from Ape Holy Master and many other Dao Masters. He actually had been a headache and a monster in Ape Holy Master's eyes. And now, he told the monster that he would leave him no place on Void Continent. Had he really said that? Master Jian Wushuang. Dao Master Blood Tusk spoke again, but this time his voice trembled. His words left the whole battlefield in chaos. And Kong Ming was completely stunned. Master? His Master Dao Master Blood Tusk actually called him Master after hearing his name? Didn't you call the opponent Master only when the opponent was too strong to be messed with? Could it be that this Jian Wushuang, who had only been in the eternal world for 2,000 years, made his Master Dao Master Blood Tusk scared? Moon Queen Lan, as well as many disciples of the Wushuang Sword Pavilion, were stunned. Although they did not know how strong Dao Master Blood Tusk was, they knew that Kong Ming was already formidable, and his master must be even more mighty. But the very Dao Master Blood Tusk actually became so scared after hearing Jian Wushuang's name. In 2,000 years, what had Jian Wushuang gone through? What level had he reached? Dao Master Blood Tusk. Jian Wushuang spoke, and the voice was still bland. I'll take your disciple's life. No problem. Dao Master Blood Tusk answered. This damn thing has actually offended you. He deserves to die. Even if you don't do it, I will personally kill him when we return to the eternal world. Master, Kong Ming's eyes widened, and he looked shocked. His master had always been looking for the disciples, but now he did not hesitate to throw him away. Obviously, his master was terrified of the Dao Master called Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang squinted, and the immaterial sword essence that had been suspended in the void once again plucked. This time, it directly shot into Kong Ming's head, crushed his life core. Kong Ming died on the spot. This scene made Spirit Palace Master tremble and dare not to move. As for you, Jian Wushuang peeked at Dao Master Blood Tusk's consciousness spectral image and muttered, "You'd better stay in the place where you live now, and it's best not to tell anyone about it today. I have already reported it to Ape Holy Master." Dao Master Blood Tusk was horrified. Oh, just him? Jian Wushuang looked cold. Yes, just him. Dao Master Blood Tusk nodded quickly. All right, off you go. Jian Wushuang waved. Master, so today, Dao Master Blood Tusk carefully looked at Jian Wushuang. I'll let it go, Jian Wushuang answered. Thank you, Master. Dao Master Blood Tusk felt relieved and bowed respectfully. Then his consciousness spectral image disappeared in the void. Jian Wushuang looked in the direction where Dao Master Blood Tusk vanished. Dao Master Blood Tusk did not know that even if Jian Wushuang let him off, that did not mean others would not. Chapter 1170. Helpless Ape Holy Master. Chapter 1170. Helpless Ape Holy Master. Chapter 1170. Helpless Ape Holy Master. The news that Jian Wushuang was still alive was a top secret. Only 5 palace masters knew it. Now, Dao Master Blood Tusk and Ape Holy Master knew it. One could imagine what would happen next. Deep in a stretch of mountains, there was a huge blood-red castle. This blood-colored castle was where Dao Master Blood Tusk lived. In the deepest part of the castle, Dao Master Blood Tusk was leaning on the bed. Get out, all of you. Dao Master Blood Tusk's growl rang throughout the castle. The maids who were serving and the beautiful dancers in front of him all withdrew. Tao Master Blood Tusk rose up and looked terrible. Idiot! I shouldn't have accepted him as my disciples. He used to be careless. Being hunted down by his enemies, he fled to the ancient world. I managed to get rid of the enemy for him. He'll only need some time to recover and then return to Green Fire World. I did not expect this idiot actually want to mess with Jian Wushuang. How could he mess with Jian Wushuang? Not even Ape Holy Master dares to confront him. Jian Wushuang can kill me so easily. Being in the Eternal Realm, why did him mess with Jian Wushuang? Idiot. Really stupid. Tao Master Blood Tusk madly cursed. Although Kong Ming was dead, Tao Master Blood Tusk still wanted to resurrect him, in order to kill him with cruel means. It was really a formidable person that he had offended this time. After a long time, Tao Master Blood Tusk gradually calmed down. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang was nice. I bowed and apologized. He just let me off otherwise. Tao Master Blood Tusk could not help feeling fearful. If Jian Wushuang really wanted him dead, then he would stand no place of surviving in Green Fire World. Anyway, I'm still alive. Tao Master Blood Tusk let out a sigh of relief. But at this time, what? Tao Master Blood Tusk sensed something. He noticed that two auras had entered his castle, and in a moment they appeared in front of him. They were a man and a woman, and their auras were very energetic, which both reached the rank 3 Tao Master level. Master Yin and Master Ku, what brings you two here? Tao Master Blood Tusk immediately got up and greeted. Among the 18 Masters of Void Temple, he could not afford to offend any of them. Naturally, he greeted respectfully. Tao Master Blood Tusk, we're here under Temple Master's orders to kill you. Master Ku said directly. What? Tao Master Blood Tusk was greatly shocked and exclaimed. To kill me? How is this possible? I have never offended the Void Temple. How will the Void Temple Master order to kill me? Have you mistaken? Temple Master issued the order himself. We couldn't have made a mistake. Now, prepare to die. Master Ku's voice was cold, and the next moment he struck directly. No, it's impossible. How can he want me dead for no reason? Tao Master Blood Tusk resisted as he screamed wildly. I'll report it to Ape Holy Master. Ape Holy Master will help me. Ape Holy Master? Master Ku laughed. He can hardly protect himself now. How can he manage to help you? Master Ku and Master Yin had prepared for a long time. Before they started, they laid a restriction around the castle, so that Tao Master Blood Tusk had no way to escape. Even the message could not be transmitted again. Only for a moment, Tao Master Blood Tusk was killed. On the other side, in the distant North Sea Kingdom, Ape Holy Master was alone in the secret room cultivating a secret skill. Suddenly, a figure came, and at the same time, an immaterial power had covered the entire secret room to stop any message from going out. Void Temple Master? Ape Holy Master looked at the person who appeared in front of him in surprise. The Supreme Void Temple Master on Void Continent, one of Green Fire Palace Masters, actually appeared in front of him in the flesh. Void Temple Master. Ape Holy Master immediately respectfully saluted. What brings you here? Ape Holy Master, is Tao Master Blood Tusk your protégés? Void Temple Master sounded indifferent. Yes, he is. Ape Holy Master nodded subconsciously. Not long ago, did this Tao Master Blood Tusk send a message to you? Void Temple Master asked again. Yes, he did. Ape Holy Master nodded again. He told me that in the ancient world, he saw Jian Wushuang. That's right. Void Temple Master's eyes became cold. Temple Master, what's wrong? Ape Holy Master was in doubt. This secret room is already protected. I might as well tell you that he's already capable to be a Green Fire Palace Master. And he has a great potential. He will definitely become the Green Fire Palace leader. Void Temple Master commented. Become a leader? Jian Wushuang? Ape Holy Master widened his eyes. Being a Holy Master and a member of the Green Fire Palace, though he did not live in the Green Fire Palace and was not kept posted, he knew that the leaders of Green Fire Palace were all formidable. He had met with Jian Wushuang and even bore hostility toward him, but the hostility only came from the battle between North Sea Kingdom and Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land. It was nothing personal. He also acknowledged Jian Wushuang's talent. When the three big countries joined forces to attack Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land, Jian Wushuang came to their rescue. But he never expected that Jian Wushuang had grown so much in such a short time. He was talented, thus the Jin Kingdom has tried to assassinate him at all costs, and in that assassination, he was dead, said Void Temple Master. Dead? But Ape Holy Master froze and looked up at Void Temple Master. He had guessed why Void Temple Master came to him in person. I think you should already understand. Void Temple Master looked down. His survival is a top secret. Even in Green Fire Palace, only Palace Masters know about it. But now, you learn the secret. Ape Holy Master was feeling helpless. He never wanted to learn it, though. It was Dao Master Bloodtusk that told him the secret. Dao Master Bloodtusk has been killed. Well, you're one of our Green Fire Palace and a valuable soldier. I won't kill you, but it can't let you stay on Void Continent anymore. So, until Jian Wushuang becomes the leader of the Green Fire Palace to deal with the Jin Kingdom, you have to stay in my Oblivion Palace. Chapter 1171. Return to Star Island. Chapter 1171. Return to Star Island. When his words were finished, he did not give Ape Holy Master any chance to resist. With a flick of his hand, a great palace fell on Ape Holy Master. Ape Holy Master looked helpless, and he did not want to resist. He knew very well that since Void Temple Master struck, his resistance would be futile, and if Void Temple Master did not kill him, he was being merciful. Blood Tusk, goddamn Blood Tusk, why did you send messages to me? Ape Holy Master cursed in his heart. In the end, he was suppressed by the Great Palace. During the following years, until the Jin Kingdom knew Jian Wushuang's survival, Ape Holy Master had to live in the palace. After suppressing Ape Holy Master, Void Temple Master once again disappeared. At the same time, Jian Wushuang learned the news that Dao Master Bloodtusk was killed, and Ape Holy Master was suppressed by Void Temple Master. Oh, poor Ape Holy Master. He did not do anything, but still became imprisoned just because I am still alive. Jian Wushuang stood at the top of an attic, contemplating. At this time, Lin Lan came in. Master! Lin Lan directly crouched in front of Jian Wushuang and bowed respectfully. Get up. Jian Wushuang waved and a strength lifted Lin Lan up. You've really grown in the last 2,000 years. You actually became Queen Lanyue. Jian Wushuang smiled. It's all because of you, my master. Lin Lan respectfully said. When Jian Wushuang left the ancient world, he granted her a lot of swordsmanships, manuals, and treasures. In the end, she reached the peak by them. I did give you some things at the beginning, but you've achieved this all by yourself. Jian Wushuang waved. In addition, your strength is really rare in this ancient world, but if you put it in the eternal world, it's nothing. In the end, the ancient world is still too small, too small. In a few days, I will return to the eternal world. If you're willing to, I will take you there. Jian Wushuang looked into Lin Lan's eyes. I'm willing to. Lin Lan was pleasantly surprised. That's good. I will give you 10 days to let you deal with affairs of Wushuang Sword Pavilion and the ancient world. 10 days later, we'll set off. Jian Wushuang said. Yes. Lin Lan heavily nodded and went to arrange affairs of Wushuang Sword Pavilion. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang got to travel around the Divine Land. It had been 2,000 years. Things had changed. On Divine Land today, he could hardly find an acquaintance. Naturally, there was no one for him to visit. He just visited some places he used to be familiar with. 10 days passed quickly. In these 10 days, Lin Lan disbanded Wushuang Sword Pavilion. After all, she built Wushuang Sword Pavilion. The fight with Spirit Palace inflicted great damage on them. If she left, the pavilion would soon be dismembered by other sects and forces. In this case, She simply disbanded Wushuang's sword pavilion and distributed all the treasures that she had accumulated, so that the disciples could have their own way out in the future. All right, let's go. Jin Wushuang single-handedly stroked to break the void, and then took Lin Lan into the Green Fire World. When he returned to Green Fire World again, Jin Wushuang took Lin Lan to Ancient Sect and visited Xian Yi. Master, this is the disciple I received in the ancient world more than 2,000 years ago. Her name is Lin Lan. I want to accommodate her here, and I hope that you can take care of her, said Jin Wushuang. Your disciple? Isn't that my disciple's disciple? Xian Yi smiled gently and looked at Lin Lan. Lin Lan, greet your grandmaster. Lin Lan respectfully said. Well, her talent and potential seem pretty good. It's a shame that there wasn't a suitable platform in the ancient world, but it is different in the eternal world. You can rest assured, I'll take care of this little girl. Soon the Firmament Territory Feast will be held again. I'll bring her, Xian Yi said. Thank you, my master, Jin Wushuang replied. Having accommodated Lin Lan, Jin Wushuang bid farewell to Xian Yi and then left the Firmament Territory again. Having visited the ancient world, Jin Wushuang went to the Stellar Fog Sea. The Stellar Fog Sea on Void Continent had long been a mystery. Not even the many experts in Green Fire Palace, including the 5 Palace Masters, knew what was in the Stellar Fog Sea. But Jin Wushuang knew very clearly. The Stellar Fog Sea was actually a place for the Star Bloodline to choose disciples. Through the space wormhole of the Void Temple, Jin Wushuang quickly arrived at the edge of the Stellar Fog Sea. He did not hesitate and directly entered it. He saw vast gray fog, which not only blocked one's view, but also stopped snooping from others. But Jin Wushuang's strength of soul had not been hindered. Jin Wushuang had been a disciple of the Star Bloodline. As soon as he entered the Stellar Fog Sea, Lord Spirit Sound on Star Island noticed him. Different from other Green Fire World Tao Masters who would be blocked outside, Jin Wushuang was not hindered and directly entered deep into the Stellar Fog Sea. It didn't take long for him to approach the central Star Island of the Stellar Fog Sea. On Star Island, there were still a lot of warriors. Friends like Ling Long, Qian Yu, Zidong, and Tao Master Kong Ming, who had an agreement with Jin Wushuang, stayed there as well. Swoosh! When Jin Wushuang appeared on Star Island and his aura came out, the broad Star Island suddenly shook. A Tao Master aura? Did someone on the Star Island break through to the Tao Master level? No. Although there are many people on the Star Island who are able to break through, they all suppress themselves. No one is willing to do it. It should be a newcomer, a new Tao Master. A group of people rushed, including the 5 Tao Masters standing on the top of the Star Island. They were all alarmed and rushed over. When they stopped in front of Jin Wushuang saw his face, they immediately recognized him. It's Blood Mountain. Is the Blood Mountain that left the island more than 1,000 years ago? He actually came back? Chapter 1172. Hope. Chapter 1172. Hope. Blood Mountain. When Jin Wushuang lived on the Star Island, he used the pseudonym Blood Mountain. Blood Mountain. His 3 friends Ling Long, Zidong, and Qian Yu were all present. All of you. I haven't seen you in ages. You're doing all right? Jin Wushuang smiled. Blood Mountain, I knew you will come back. You came to take us away, right? Qian Yu sounded excited. Well, I plan to, but I don't know if I can. Jin Wushuang replied. Blood Mountain, you've grown stronger than before, right? Zidong's eyes flashed with excitement. There had been 12 kings on the island, among whom Zidong always ranked the first, and he was the only one that passed the second test of the 3 tests of the Black Tower. Later, Jin Wushuang became the first one to pass 3 tests and left the Star Island. However, Zidong was still stuck in the level 2. Zidong naturally felt a little disheartened. Your strength must have improved and can pass the 3rd test, right? Jin Wushuang smiled. I am still far away from that. Zidong shrugged. Jin Wushuang spent some time chatting with his 3 friends. Blood Mountain. A deep voice rang, and a middle-aged man wearing a cyan gown and a stubble came over. "Oh, Dao Master Kongming?" Jian Wushuang grinned. Dao Master Kongming stopped in front of Jian Wushuang and looked him up and down. Finally, he nodded slightly and said, "My agreement with you is that you return to this star island within 100,000 years. But now it has been less than 2,000 years, and you already returned? Have you already obtained the strength to overcome the ultimate test?" "I can't know for sure, but I can try," Jian Wushuang said. He didn't know what the ultimate test was, and naturally, he didn't dare to guarantee. "Oh," Dao Master Kong Ming cocked an eyebrow. "It looks like you're quite confident." "You might say so." Jian Wushuang smiled and nodded. If he was not confident, he would not have come to the Star Island so soon. However, just as Jian Wushuang finished, "Since my friend is so confident, I wonder if I can have a friendly competition with you." A gentle voice suddenly sounded. It was an old man in a gray robe. Standing next to him were 3 people whose aura had reached the level of Dao Master. The 5 Dao Masters on the Star Island were all present. "This is..." Jian Wushuang looked at the gray-robed elder. "This is Dao Master Thousand Water, who is the oldest and the most capable of the 5 Dao Masters on our Star Island," Dao Master Kongming introduced. "Oh," Jian Wushuang cocked one eyebrow. "Indeed, I'm the strongest of the 5. However, I'm still not qualified for the ultimate test yet." The gray-robed elder Thousand Water Dao said, "Since my friend aims at the ultimate test, then you have to be stronger than me in strength. I wonder if you're capable enough?" "Since Dao Master Thousand Water is interested, then it'll be disrespectful to decline, please." Jian Wushuang smiled in reply. "My friend, be careful," Dao Master Thousand Water reminded, and then a strong spiritual power surging on him. The pure power was far more powerful than an ordinary rank 3 peak Dao Masters. However, he still failed to compare with a holy master. Under the surging mighty spiritual power, Dao Master Thousand Water stretched to slap Jian Wushuang lightning fast. In an instant, a vast mountain aimed directly at Jian Wushuang. The power had definitely reached the level of Holy Master. He's only a Dao Master, but has the strength of a Holy Master. Dao Master Thousand Water is not weak. Jian Wushuang faintly smiled, and when the majestic mountain was about to hit him, he slowly stretched and gently stroked. It was such a casual and slow stroke that it seemed not to contain even the slightest power. But the majestic mountain had already been torn apart. A lot of spiritual power rushed around. Dao Master Thousand Water's eyes narrowed. A sword light had already penetrated his body directly. Clang! His body quickly returned to normal. He stood there, staring at Jian Wushuang, with a hint of horror. The people around watching the battle were also wearing an incredible expression. Dao Master Thousand Water had let out all his strength, and Jian Wushuang just stroked to beat him without even drawing his sword. The special part about the Star Island was that you would not die here, otherwise Dao Master Thousand Water would have been dead. Was there such a gap between them? "Dao Master Thousand Water, thank you." Jian Wushuang was smiling. "Hope, you're our hope to pass the ultimate test." The old Dao Master Thousand Water trembled. Though defeated by Jian Wushuang, he was not angry, and was actually extremely happy. Everyone watching the battle had become fanatical. Jian Wushuang had come to challenge the ultimate test on the Star Island. The stronger he was, the greater chance they had. Now that he had beaten Dao Master Thousand Water so easily, they all recognized his strength. Jian Wushuang was definitely promising to pass the ultimate test. Great. After so many years, have we finally seen a glimmer of hope? This Blood Mountain is definitely promising to pass the ultimate test and control the entire Star Island. In time, he can release us all if he'd like. Everyone on the Star Island was excited. Blood Mountain, an indifferent voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw a beautiful and enchanting red-robed woman standing in the void. The people on the Star Island all looked in awe. Lord Spirit Sound. Jian Wushuang smiled. "Come with me." Lord Spirit Sound finished her words, then turned around and left. Jian Wushuang immediately followed. Not long after, he followed Lord Spirit Sound into a palace. "Sit down." Lord Spirit Sound waved, and Jian Wushuang sat down beside the table. "I didn't expect this. In less than 2,000 years, you have already broken through to reach the Tao Master level and return to the Star Island. You're fast enough." Lord Spirit Sound looked very surprised. "It's just good luck." Jian Wushuang laughed modestly. "It doesn't take good luck to break through to the Tao Master level, not to mention you're an inverse cultivator." Lord Spirit Sound said calmly, "Well, where's Gu King? Let it out. I really want to see what that old guy becomes after following you." Jian Wushuang urged, and immediately Gu King transformed into a plenilune worm beast and climbed out of him. Chapter 1173, The Ultimate Test. Chapter 1173, The Ultimate Test. "Haha, Gu King, I've hardly seen you like this." Seeing Gu King, who climbed out of Jian Wushuang, Lord Spirit Sound couldn't help but laugh. When Gu King was in the stellar fog sea, it was a real behemoth, big enough for anyone to look up to. But now, humph, Gu King snorted, but did not want to say anything else. Lord Spirit Sound shrugged and looked at Jian Wushuang. "Blood Mountain, have you ever met the disciple who left Star Island 4 million years ago when you were outside?" "You mean Star King?" Jian Wushuang looked regretful and immediately shook his head. "I have never encountered any expert named Star King in these years in the Green Fire world, and I have had people check, but in vain. In the long history of Star Island and the Green Fire world, only 2 people had left the Star Island. One was Jian Wushuang, and the other was Star King. The Star King passed the test 4 million years ago and left the Star Island. When Jian Wushuang stayed in the Green Fire world, he had people checked, but there was no one named Star King. Since Star King can survive the test on the Star Island, he must be a true top genius. But if such a genius did not gain any reputation in the Green Fire world, he must have died a long time ago, or had left the Green Fire world." Jian Wushuang speculated. In the Green Fire world, there were indeed many experts who, in order to pursue a higher level of strength, chose to enter the eternal chaotic world once they broke through to the Tao Master level. "Is that so?" Lord Spirit Sound nodded slightly, but immediately smiled. "Forget it. Blood Mountain, you return to Star Island this time for the ultimate test, but the ultimate test can be extraordinary." After a pause, Lord Spirit Sound continued, "The ultimate test on our Star Island is invented for holy masters. Although you are only a Tao Master, as an inverse cultivator, you are indeed qualified to be tested, but this is only the first step. I'm afraid you can pass it easily." "I know it isn't easy, but I have to try anyway." Jian Wushuang comforted her. "Okay, I will take you there now." Lord Spirit Sound got up. Under the guidance of her, Jian Wushuang soon came to the center of the Star Island, where 4 tall black towers stood. The 4 black towers represented the 4 levels of test, and the tallest one in the last was the ultimate test on the Star Island. At the moment, before the black tower, it was already packed with people. All the warriors trapped on the Star Island have gathered here. They knew that Jian Wushuang had returned for the ultimate test, so they all waited here full of expectations. "He's here. Blood Mountain is here." Blood Mountain. When Jian Wushuang showed up, the crowd immediately clamored around him, and their eyes were extremely keen. "They're really passionate, aren't they?" Jian Wushuang cocked one eyebrow. "These people have seen hope in you. They hope that you can overcome this ultimate test and take them away. Of course they're passionate about you." Lord Spirit Sound smiled. "Well, the ultimate test is there. Off you go." "Okay." Jian Wushuang nodded to himself and took a deep breath. Then, he immediately entered the Black Tower where the ultimate test was under the eyes of those warriors. Once in the Black Tower, Jian Wushuang found himself in a dark void. This dark void was boundless. Even with his soul power, he failed to sense the perimeter of it. Such a vast void was big enough for universe masters to fight freely. In the center of this dark void, a burly figure with a huge axe stood. Is he my opponent in this ultimate test? Jian Wushuang stayed vigilant and tried to make out the burly figure in the dark. That burly figure possessed no aura at all. He was just a puppet fighter. Before taking the test, he asked Lord Spirit Sound about it. He knew that this ultimate test was different from those of the other 3 Black Towers. Other tests were divided into 3 stages. But the ultimate test had only 1 stage and 1 opponent. The opponent must be the puppet fighter carrying a huge axe in front of him. When Jian Wushuang entered this dark void, the calm figure stood in the dark, opened his eyes suddenly. His eyes were in a strange golden color, and the moment he opened them, a horrible killing intent immediately vented, causing the surrounding void to tremble. All you have to do is beat me. The burly man with a huge axe opened his mouth and his voice was cold. Defeat this puppet fighter and I'll pass the test? The process is simple, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, and Blood Mountain Sword was already in his hands. Let's start this. The burly man stared at Jian Wushuang, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Boom! The void under the burly man's feet immediately collapsed, and then he approached Jian Wushuang like a flowing light. So fast. Jian Wushuang squinted. His speed was definitely much faster than the usual universe masters. At the moment when the burly man moved, he was holding the huge axe that had been on his back. The burly man clasped the giant axe, which was glaring with dazzling golden light, vast powers condensed. Without too many tricks, he directly brandished it at Jian Wushuang. At that moment, a beautiful blood-red halo broke out. Standing in front of the huge axe, Jian Wushuang felt it was like a savage beast. The prevailing power in the huge axe made him his heart jerk. Humph! Jian Wushuang grunted. The soul fire in the sea of consciousness trembled slightly, and then the soul power swept out, forming a sharp soul spike. The spike flicked toward the burly man and penetrated his body. However, the burly man just paused. Soon, he struck his giant axe again. How could he not be affected by my soul attack? Jian Wushuang was shocked. He surged this strength throughout his arms. Finally, the strength all gathered in Blood Mountain Sword. Heaven's Bane. Jian Wushuang looked vicious. He had tried his best to display his most powerful stroke, Heaven's Bane. Bam! There was a fierce explosion in the void. Jian Wushuang tried hard to contain himself. The void under his feet was shattered like scraps of paper. The burly man pulled back the giant axe lightning fast, and the next moment, he struck again. Chapter 1174, Failure. Chapter 1174, Failure. The power of the first axe had just been displayed, and the burly man wielded his axe toward Jian Wushuang again immediately. It was overwhelming as well, and left no chance for Jian Wushuang to breathe. The move, Heaven's Bane, Jian Wushuang had just executed barely withstood the burly man's first blow. When his axe hacked toward him again, he only had the time to hold the Blood Mountain Sword across his chest. Bang! A loud noise rang out accompanied by a muffled snort let out by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang flew backwards due to the impact. He continually rolled during the process and managed to regain his balance after quite a while. The burly man stood in the dark void. He put the giant axe behind him and his eyes closed again. I'm defeated. Jian Wushuang looked up at the burly man in front of him, but he still felt unbelievable. He knew the ultimate test of Star Island was extremely difficult, but he did not expect it to be so tough. It was aimed at celestial masters, but he actually possessed the genuine battle strength of a universe master. As a result, he failed to resist the 2 blows from that burly man. Although it's a test that is designed for celestial masters, apparently, ordinary universe masters cannot pass it. Anyone who wants to pass it must possess the battle strength at the peak of universe master level. Jian Wushuang thought secretly. After a brief confrontation, he had a general understanding of the strength of this puppet fighter. The puppet fighter must have reached the peak of universe master level and be no weaker than Red Snow King, who had pursued him on the battlefield. Let a celestial master defeat a peak universe master? Jian Wushuang gasped in shock. At the same time, he secretly admired, it is worthy of being the test set by the founder of the star bloodline. It's really demanding. It seems that it's impossible for ordinary geniuses to pass this test and join the Star Palace. The Star Bloodline only selected two kinds of disciples. The first type were ordinary disciples who just needed to pass the test of a Black Tower. Jin Wushuang and Star King were now merely ordinary disciples. The second type were disciples of the Star Palace. Anyone who wanted to be this type was required to pass the ultimate test. What Jin Wushuang did not know was that the Star Bloodline was also an overlord in the eternal chaotic world. Members of the Star Bloodline who were able to join the Star Palace were extremely rare. If ordinary geniuses could join the Star Palace, weren't its disciples could be seen everywhere on the street. My current strength barely reaches the Universe Master level. There is still a long way to go before it reaches the peak of Universe Master level. I assume it would be unrealistic to pass the ultimate test anytime soon. Jin Wushuang shook his head and then left there. Many warriors who had been trapped on Star Island were waiting outside the Black Tower with a look of strong desire and expectation. They had been trapped on this island for so long that they were anxious to go out. At this point, Jin Wushuang walked out of the Black Tower. He is coming out. Haven't he just entered it? Why did he come out so soon? Did he pass the ultimate test? A large number of warriors swarmed forward. Blood Mountain, Ling Long, Qin Yu, Zidong, Dao Master Kong Ming, and Dao Master Thousand Water were foremost among the warriors. They looked at Jin Wushuang with eyes filled with anticipation. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Jin Wushuang said apologetically. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the warriors on the scene all altered. After all, it's the ultimate test of Star Island. Therefore, it's not so easy to get through. Dao Master Thousand Water said first in a resonant voice, Everybody, we mustn't be too hasty. Take our time. Blood Mountain, you didn't get through the ultimate test this time, but I believe you must have witnessed its difficulty. Do you have any confidence? Dao Master Thousand Water asked. Confidence? Jin Wushuang froze. Looking at so many expectant faces, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and said solemnly, Yes, of course. Although the ultimate test is extremely difficult, I still have a way to pass it. However, it takes some time. Haha, great. As for time, anyway, we've been trapped here for so long and don't care about it. How long do you need? 10,000 years? 100,000 years? Dao Master Thousand Water asked repeatedly. I don't know. Jin Wushuang shook his head, but I'll try my best at any rate. Hearing that, Dao Master Thousand Water and other people exchanged glances. Later, he said, Don't put too much pressure on yourself, just do your best. Sometimes, the more pressure, the less progress. Everybody, let's go. Blood Mountain, you just need to work hard. If there is anything we can help, don't hesitate to let us know. Inform us the next time you're ready for the ultimate test. After finishing speaking that, he left directly. The warriors on Star Island departed as well. While they were leaving, Jin Wushuang could clearly see the disappointment in their eyes. However, he was unable to do anything with that. He couldn't make any promise except for doing his utmost. After everyone had left, Blood Mountain, are you sure you'll pass the ultimate test? Qin Yu, Jin Wushuang's friend, asked seriously. I'm kind of confident about that. Jin Wushuang nodded. He was indeed confident. Although the ultimate test was incredibly difficult, he still had a little bit of confidence in his ability. The battle strength at the peak of Universe Master level. My strength is really far behind that level, but I can reach it as long as time allows. Jin Wushuang clenched his fists. There was enough room for the improvement of his current strength. His sword principles, only one of them reached the most powerful level. As for the speed sword principle and yin-yang sword principle, they were still at the creation level. He could still upgrade them. As long as one of them reached the most powerful level, his strength would naturally skyrocket. In addition, his ancient god power already reached the 3-star peak. He reckoned that it wouldn't be long before his strength broke through to the 4-star ancient god level. Once his strength reached that level, his power would increase by leaps and bounds. Naturally, his overall strength would follow suit. Currently, I only need to upgrade either the Speed Sword Principle or the Yin-Yang Sword Principle to the most powerful level and improve my Ancient God power so that it breaks through to the 4-star Ancient God level. In this way, my battle strength ought to reach the peak of the Universe Master level. At that time, chances are that I am able to pass the ultimate test. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands, and his sharp eyes emanated horrifying light. Chapter 1175. Observing the Star Jade Walls Again. Chapter 1175. Observing the Star Jade Walls Again. To promote either the Speed Sword Principle or the Yin-Yang Sword Principle to the most powerful level. Then to boost the Ancient God power to break through to the 4-star Ancient God level. Among these two steps, the second step was relatively simple. The Ancient God power in Jian Wushuang's body already reached a limitation, and it wouldn't take long before it to break through to the next level. The key was the first step, the improvement of his sword principles. The Star Jade Walls. Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly lit up. He was aware that there were 2 treasures on Star Island, with one of them being the Star Jade Walls. When he had been trapped on this island a long time ago, he had carefully studied the Star Jade Walls. At that time, they helped him immensely. However, he could not figure out the real mysteries in them because he was too weak. Now, however, his strength had already been improved a lot, so he probably could learn more things from them. He immediately came to the place where the Star Jade Walls were at. He directly walked into the pavilion of Sword Principle among those densely dotted pavilions. As soon as he entered the pavilion, he saw the jade walls on both sides of the hall. There were lifelike patterns carved on the jade walls. Each of them showed a person wielding a longsword to perform a kind of swordsmanship. To the naked eye, the patterns were identical. As a matter of fact, each of them contained an amazing swordsmanship. There were a total of 16 patterns on the jade walls. When I first saw the swordsmanships on the patterns, I felt they were extremely recondite. I wonder how will I feel now? Jian Wushuang smiled. He immediately sat cross-legged in front of one jade wall and began to study the first pattern. There was a middle-aged man who wore a straw rain cape and a bamboo hat on the first pattern. He wielded a long sword and cut a huge lake in half. Surprisingly, though his sword light had split the lake into 2, the lake did not ripple. It seemed that there was no force acting on the lake. The greatest benevolence is like water that tackles complicated problems in a very easy manner. His control of this power is really incredible. Jian Wushuang secretly exclaimed. When he saw this picture many years ago, he only felt that this swordsmanship was unfathomable. Without a doubt, it was still abstruse presently. Nonetheless, he could figure out some mysteries from it. Then he began to observe the second pattern. The more patterns he observed, the more shocked he would be. Today, his understanding of sword principles was much deeper than he used to be, so the things he was able to perceive from the swordsmanships increased. That was why he felt so astonished. This swordsmanship's effect is equal to the act of splitting the heavens. One can only perform it after mastering the most powerful sword principle. It's dreamlike and difficult to tell whether it is real or not. How weird it is. Jian Wushuang marveled at it while studying it. Each one of the 16 swordsmanships was so unfathomable that he simply could not master it. Even though he had mastered one most powerful sword principle, he was absolutely unable to display such a horrible swordsmanship. At this point, he shifted his gaze at the 9th pattern. The protagonist of this pattern was also the middle-aged man who wore a straw rain cape and a bamboo hat. He stood at the end of the dark void, and in front of him were several black-robed men. They sent forth an unfathomable aura that Jian Wushuang could not fathom out. The middle-aged man acted at this moment. He wielded his sword with a single hand at a great distance. There was no sword light or sword shadow, but the heads of those black-robed men flew outward quietly. The pattern disappeared immediately. Jian Wushuang's pupil shrank suddenly. That swordsmanship. He immediately began to recall that sword movement. It gave him an unusually odd feeling. It's too fast for me to catch the sword light. Why did those black-robed men die? The middle-aged man just stood where he was without any sign of moving. How could it be so fast? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. It was indeed too fast. It was fast beyond belief. Jian Wushuang had created the speed sword principle and was skilled at speed. If he wielded his sword with all his might, he was confident that common Dao masters were unable to catch his sword light, but he must move close to them. Nevertheless, the middle-aged man in the pattern wielded his sword toward those men in black from a great distance. He killed his opponents at a distance of tens of thousands of miles, but Jian Wushuang could not capture his sword light. How could there be such a swift swordsmanship in the world? Jian Wushuang frowned and was astounded. He continued to observe the 9th pattern. He had carefully studied the previous 8 patterns. Although the swordsmanships on these patterns amazed him, he had not observed them a second time. However, he began to observe the 9th pattern a second time. He still could not figure out anything about it after that, so he watched it a third time, the 4th time, and the 5th time. In just a short moment, he had observed the 9th pattern for a dozen times. Only then did he find something special about it. Space-time. It's the space-time. Jian Wushuang looked up suddenly and roared deep in his heart. After carefully watching the 9th pattern for quite a few times, he finally found a slight difference. This difference lied in the space-time. It appeared to be an ordinary swordsmanship, but it affected the entire space-time when the sword was struck outward. To be precise, it kept the space-time from influencing the sword. That's exactly what makes that swordsmanship incredible. Jian Wushuang's eyes were wide open and his body trembled violently. I understand. I understand. I finally understand what overrides speed. It's the space-time. Speed, be it fast or slow, is restricted by the space-time. The higher level of the speed sword principle should be the space-time sword principle. It's not constrained by the space-time and can exert the speed to the extreme. A flicker of excitement flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. He never understood why the speed sword principle was merely at the creation level, although it was very arcane. He did not know what other power overrode the speed. Nevertheless, when he saw the 9th pattern on the star jade wall, he finally understood that it was the space-time. The real perfect speed could only be achieved when it got rid of the restrictions of time and space. That was the most powerful sword principle. Space-time sword principle. Chapter 1176, Space-time. Chapter 1176, Space-time. Since Jian Wushuang had found a way to upgrade his speed sword principle to the most powerful level, the following meditation would be much simpler. He closed his eyes before the star jade wall to recall the scene that the man who wore a straw rain cape wielded his sword to kill those black-robed men in his mind. To be precise, he was recalling the unfathomable and unrestrained swordsmanship. He calmed down and learned it carefully. The space-time was the most mystical power in the world. This kind of power was beyond the reach of human beings and even more difficult for them to grasp. Jian Wushuang was a Dao master who had self-knowledge. Neither did he expect to control the power of space-time, nor did he expect his swordsmanship to completely get rid of the restrictions of the space-time. All he wanted was to upgrade his sword principle to the level that could influence the space-time. Even if it could only exert the slightest influence on the power of space-time, his swordsmanship would undergo a qualitative change. That was the space-time sword principle he had been pursued. Nonetheless, it was easier said than done because this was an incredibly difficult and complex process. Jian Wushuang completely immersed himself in the study of the space-time sword principle. Time passed quickly. In the 138th year after Jian Wushuang had returned to Star Island, his body shook suddenly in front of the star jade wall. An immense amount of ancient god power surged out and condensed into his midbrow slowly. Finally, the 4th quadrangular star formed there. He reached the 4-star ancient god level. Immediately after that, his body began to undergo tremendous changes. The 4-star ancient god level rivaled the human celestial master level. Don't forget that Jin Wushuang was an imperial god. Although he just broke through to this level, his ancient god power alone was even more powerful than the power of a celestial master at the exceptional realm. Coupled with his spiritual power and the 10 folds of power his blood-killing plate armor executed, he was on a par with a common universe master in terms of power. Previously, he was much inferior to universe masters in this aspect and could only bridge the gap between them relying on some secret skills, treasures, and the power of Tao. Now, however, his power was comparable with that of universe masters. Thus, his overall strength had been enhanced greatly. In the twinkling of an eye, he had returned to Star Island for 300 years. He opened his eyes and looked at the void in front of him. Some strange light could be seen flickering in his eyes. He slowly stretched one of his palms to strike the void. A sword shadow visible to the naked eye dashed out and influenced the surrounding space-time. Although it moved relatively slow, it instantly appeared in that void. Seeing this scene, Jin Wushuang's eyes suddenly lit up. Previously, I mastered the speed sword principle and executed this swordsmanship, both fast and slow. In that way, I could only create an illusion. Now, I succeed in making the illusion real. Jin Wushuang smiled. He deliberately displayed a slow sword movement just now. Once it affected the space-time and slightly reduced the restrictions that the space-time exercised on the swordsmanship, the sword could move 10 times faster. And if the swordsmanship he performed was extremely fast originally, the speed of the sword could increase by more than 10 times after it affected the space-time. Space-time sword principle. It's the most powerful sword principle. Jin Wushuang clenched his hands, and his eyes were full of excitement. He had meditated in front of the Star Jade Wall for 300 years, and by learning from the 9th pattern, he finally created the space-time sword principle. As he expected, once the space-time sword principle could exert a little bit influence on the space-time, it was the most powerful sword principle. Since then, after the coalescent sword principle, he created the second most powerful sword principle, space-time sword principle. The space-time is really a kind of incredible power. Combined with my swordsmanship, I have created the most powerful space-time sword principle on the condition that I only knew a little bit about the power of space-time. I cannot imagine how horrifying the space-time sword principle will be after I completely master the Tao of space-time. Jin Wushuang gasped in admiration. He was no longer the young man who didn't know anything before. His horizons had been broadened, and he knew how vast this world was. He was very clear that although he now grasped the space-time sword principle, it was nothing serious compared with the entire space-time Tao. Coalescent sword principle, space-time sword principle. The only one left is the yin-yang sword principle. Jin Wushuang was full of expectations. He had mastered 2 sword principles of the most powerful level and a sword principle at the creation level. If others had achieved those, they would have started to try to integrate sword principles together and attain the immortal Dharma body to become a celestial master. Nonetheless, he was not in a hurry. He was a man of great ambition. Chances were that his 3 sword principles could all become the most powerful ones. He wanted to integrate them after he had elevated all of them to the most powerful level. Then, he could obtain the unprecedented immortal Dharma body in the green fire world. In the eyes of others, this was absolutely a wild wish and something that could not come true, but Jin Wushuang did not think so. He was an inverse cultivator who possessed infinite possibilities. His strongest sword soul was awakened once. This meant he had great potential on sword principles. He had every reason to struggle for that. Even if he failed in the end, he just wasted nothing more than some time. But once he succeeded, how mighty the immortal Dharma body he obtained after integrating 3 strongest sword principles would be. Sunrise Sword Emperor, the one who had the potential to become a leader of the Green Fire Palace, had just integrated 2 strongest sword principles. That enabled him, a celestial master, to fight a universe master head-on and be more powerful than an ordinary universe master. However, he was merely an ordinary cultivator, not an inverse cultivator. Hence, Once Jian Wushuang integrated 3 strongest sword principles, his strength would shock the world. Nevertheless, whether he was able to do that was still something unknown. He had created the second strongest sword principle, and his ancient god power had also been upgraded to the 4-star ancient god level. Furthermore, his overall strength skyrocketed. Apparently, he planned to get through the ultimate test presently. Through Lord Spirit's sound, the news about his plans spread all over Star Island very soon. Dao Master Kong Ming, Dao Master Thousand Water, and several friends of him, along with many warriors, hurried in front of the Black Tower. Blood Mountain, there was still a huge gap waiting for you to bridge the last time you endeavored to pass the ultimate test. But you come here again only after 300 years. Do you have the confidence to succeed? Dao Master Thousand Water frowned and asked him. Chapter 1177, Progress. Chapter 1177, Progress. Many warriors on Star Island looked at Jian Wushuang. For them, 300 years was a short period, so they did not think Jian Wushuang could pass the ultimate test. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "I'm not absolutely certain that I can pass it. It's only because that I've made some breakthroughs over the past 300 years that I come here to give it a shot. I did not expect Lord Spirit's sound to tell you about this." "That explains the matter," Dao Master Thousand Water said. "You've made the right choice. At least you can know how close you are to pass the ultimate test." "Well, everybody, I shall take my leave." Jian Wushuang smiled and once again stepped into the Black Tower in the eyes of all people here. They were all waiting outside the Black Tower and discussing this matter with each other. Blood Mountain came out very quickly the last time he entered the Black Tower. Obviously, there is still a long way for him to go if he wants to pass the test. Even if he has made some breakthroughs over the past 300 years, he probably won't be able to make it. Yes, it's unrealistic for him to do that, but he should be able to stay a little longer in the Black Tower this time. Yeah, that will be great progress. The longer he stays there, the closer he is to pass the test. Time passed slowly in the midst of their discussions. 10 breaths, 20 breaths, 30 breaths. A half-quarter of an hour passed. However, Jian Wushuang still did not walk out of the Black Tower. This excited all the people present. Jian Wushuang came out of the Black Tower after 2 breaths last time. The longer he stays there, the more likely he will pass the test. Dao Master Thousand Water clenched his hands and his eyes were burning with excitement. Another half-quarter of an hour passed. Till now, a quarter of an hour had passed. At this point, Jian Wushuang walked out of the Black Tower slowly. Blood Mountain. Blood Mountain. The people waiting outside the Black Tower immediately rushed forward with an expectant look. "Sorry, I let you down again." Jian Wushuang forced out a bitter smile. Failed again? Everyone present felt sorry for that, but they were not so upset as they were last time. After all, they witnessed Jian Wushuang's progress. A significant progress. Blood Mountain, you came out after 2 breaths last time you entered the Black Tower, but this time you stayed in the tower for so long. Did you nearly pass the test? Dao Master Thousand Water asked. Everyone else looked at Jian Wushuang with burning eyes. "I'll tell you the truth, guys." Jian Wushuang looked around. "The ultimate test demands me to defeat a formidable puppet fighter. I couldn't withstand his 2 blows last time I fought with him. This time, my strength skyrocketed and I was able to compete with him head-on, but I was still at a disadvantage. What matters is that I need to defeat him instead of fighting him. Therefore, there is still a certain gap that lies before me." Jian Wushuang was telling the truth. He had fought hand-to-hand with the puppet fighter who used a giant axe in the Black Tower. Since his strength skyrocketed, the giant axe could no longer exert any pressure on him. Armed with his swordsmanships, he was able to fight that puppet fighter head-on, but he was the underdog. After a fierce battle, he knew he could not pass the test, so he came out of the Black Tower. After the people present heard his words, their eyes sparkled. He was unable to resist 2 blows last time, but he was just at a disadvantage when he fought the puppet fighter head-on this time. How could he achieve such progress over the past 300 years? Haha, if he were given another 300 years, probably it's the puppet fighter who will be the underdog. If he makes progress at this rate, he definitely can pass the ultimate test. The warriors on Star Island were thrilled about that. If they had only seen a gleam of hope on Jian Wushuang, then he now represented their best hope. He made the impossible possible. Well, everybody, let's go. Tao Master Thousand Water waved his hand and said, Blood Mountain, just keep cultivating. It's okay if you can pass the test. Don't be eager for quick success and instant benefits. We can wait for you even if you need more time. After finishing speaking, Tao Master Thousand Water and other people departed. Jian Wushuang stood outside the Black Tower and had a strange expression on his face. As I expected, my overall strength is equal to that of a universe master at the peak level after I created the second most powerful sword principle and my ancient god power reached the 4-star level. However, the puppet fighter in the ultimate test possesses the genuine battle strength of a universe master at the peak level and is more powerful than me. I was at a disadvantage in the fierce battle, let alone defeat him. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He had tried his best to improve his strength over the past 300 years, but there was still a huge gap before he could pass the test. And then, if he wanted to advance his strength by leaps and bounds, it would be extremely difficult. I cannot find any way to improve the Yin-Yang sword principle currently. I have carefully studied the 16 swordsmanships in the Star Jade Wall, but did not find any swordsmanship that is similar to it. I don't know how long I have to wait before I can upgrade it. As for secret skills, I cannot promote them either. If there is anything that still has the room for improvement in the short term, that must be swordsmanships. Jian Wushuang's eyes radiated a sliver of light. Swordsmanships? His current swordsmanships were brilliant and powerful, for example, the Heaven's Bane, the Bladed Surge, and the Death Shadow. However, with the improvement of his sword principles, he was qualified to create a more powerful swordsmanship. Moreover, although the 3 sword movements he had created were unique, they only had a single function, attack. If he could create a mightier, more unique sword movement and perfect his swordsmanships, then his overall strength would be improved drastically. Sword principles and swordsmanships are closely connected to each other. Since my sword principles have made a breakthrough, I have to find a way to design a more powerful swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, and a plan came into his mind. He immediately went to find Lord Spirit Sound. Lord Spirit Sound, there's something that I need your help. Chapter 1178, White-Robed Zhu-Ying. Chapter 1178, White-Robed Zhu-Ying. What is it? Lord Spirit Sound inquired. I want to communicate with people outside the Stellar Fog Sea. Can I? Jian Wushuang asked. The Stellar Fog Sea was isolated from the outside world. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to communicate with the outer world. You are the disciple of the Star Bloodline, so you are free to enter and exit the Stellar Fog Sea without being restricted by its restriction. Naturally, you can send messages to outsiders. Lord Spirit Sound replied. Really? That's simple. Jian Wushuang smiled and then took out a token. 5 Palace Masters. He directly sent a message to the 5 Palace Masters of the Green Fire Palace. Jian Wushuang, what's wrong? Void Temple Master sent a message back. I have just made a breakthrough in sword principles, and I need some manuals about swordsmanships to improve my swordsmanships. Jian Wushuang answered. Manual about swordsmanships? Void Temple Master wore a smile. This is simple. Our palace has been established on this battlefield for 40 million years. Therefore, in the Firepoint Exchange Office, there are plenty of such manuals and quite a few mirror images left by experts who major in sword principles when they perform swordsmanships. Since you need them, I'll sort some out for you. How many fire points? Jian Wushuang asked. No need for fire points. Void Temple Master said, in the Green Fire Palace, Palace Masters enjoyed special privileges. Ordinary Celestial Masters need to exchange treasures in the Firepoint Exchange Office with fire points, but as Palace Masters, we can just take them so long as we need. We can put things that we don't need there as well. You are already one of the palace masters, although we haven't announced the news. You surely can take the treasures in the Fire Point Exchange office directly. Really? Jian Wushuang smiled helplessly. In this case, thank you for doing me this favor, Void Temple Master. Nothing. Tell me where you are now, and I will send them to you personally in a few days. Void Temple Master said. 3 days later, Void Temple Master had already sorted out the manuals and sent them to Jian Wushuang. It was impossible for Jian Wushuang to meet him on the Stellar Fog Sea. So, they met each other in a branch of the Void Temple. Jian Wushuang, I've just casually picked all this out. There are still a lot such manuals if you need more. Void Temple Master said. Enough, enough. Jian Wushuang continually shook his head and was shocked. Void Temple Master had selected a lot of manuals for him, including numerous images on which experts who specialized in sword principles displayed swordsmanships. It would take him thousands of years, or even more time if he was going to study them one by one. They were all high-grade manuals about sword principles and were enough for him. After bidding farewell to Void Temple Master, Jian Wushuang returned to Star Island again. He sat cross-legged in the secret chamber and immersed himself in the study of these manuals. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes and slightly knitted his brows. Although these manuals and mirror images inspired me a lot and improved my understanding of swordsmanships, I still lack practice. If I want to create a more powerful swordsmanship, I definitely need to temper myself with fierce battles and time. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists and his body shocked suddenly. Swoosh! Another original body appeared beside him. When he was pursued by the 4 kings from the Jin Kingdom and helplessly entered the chilly Wind Valley, this original body was destroyed. However, he repaired it after hundreds of years. My first original body just stays here to meditate these manuals and mirror images, and my second original body might as well ventures in the outside world to temper his swordsmanships through battles. Jian Wushuang made up his mind. Go! Jian Wushuang's second original body immediately left Star Island. His second original body transformed into a white-robed middle-aged man who walked on the Void Continent and deliberately suppressed his aura at the Eternal Realm. He traveled around the world with a single sword. Celestial Sword Sect was a first-class force on the Void Continent. It had a profound foundation on the Void Continent and had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. It was well known for its swordsmanships. Countless warriors in this sect had been working hard on swordsmanships over hundreds of thousands of years. The 9-layered sword tower in this sect was very famous in the entire Void Continent. It was a cultivation sanctuary for people who cultivated sword principles. One day, a white-robed middle-aged man came to the Celestial Sword Sect with a long sword behind his back. My name is Zhu Ying. I heard that the swordsmanships of the Celestial Sword Sect are extraordinary, so I pay a visit here especially. The white-robed middle-aged man, Zhu Ying, said politely. Our sect always gives facility to cultivators who major in sword principles. Since you are a sword cultivator, please pass through our swordstone formation first. After that, we'll treat you as a guest, and you are allowed to enter the first 6 floors of the sword tower. An elder of the Celestial Sword Sect said, Please lead the way for me. Following this elder, Zhu Ying went into the Celestial Sword Sect. On the same day, he easily passed through the Swordstone Formation and then lived in this sect. He had just stayed there for 1 year. But within this period, he had continually challenged the top 10 guests in this sect and its 6 elders as well as a vice sect master. The 6 elders and that vice sect master were all Dao masters. Zhu Ying only utilized the power of an Eternal Realm expert to challenge them from the beginning to the end, but all of them were defeated by him. Half a year later, this white-robed middle-aged man came to a lofty castle. I'm Zhu Ying. I heard that Dao Master Tai Xian's cultivation on sword principles is excellent and your swordsmanships are outstanding, so I come here to ask for advice. The white-robed middle-aged man was still modest and polite. How dare you, an Eternal Realm rookie, to challenge me? You are digging your grave. Dao Master Tai Xian was furious and directly acted. Zhu still fought him with the strength of an eternal realm expert. Although he was defeated at last, he withdrew from the battle with composure. On an endless mountain that was covered by snow, there lived a top-rank 3-Dao master who was also skilled at sword principles. The white-robed middle-aged man, Zhu, want to find this Dao master as well? Jian Wushuang had 2 original bodies. His first original body stayed on Star Island to meditate and study manuals about sword principles and such mirror images left by other experts. The other original body transformed into a middle-aged man at the Eternal Realm who named Zhu to travel around the world and challenge experts who specialized in sword principles to temper his swordsmanships. Chapter 1179, 1,500 Years. Chapter 1179, 1,500 Years. Time passed slowly, but in the twinkling of an eye, Jian Wushuang had studied in the secret chamber for 1,500 years. The white-robed middle-aged man transformed by his another original body had also traveled in the outside world alone for 1,500 years. Coupled with the days he had stayed on Star Island, it was a total of 1,800 years. It was no big deal for experts in the Green Fire world, but it was quite a long time for Jian Wushuang. It was the longest secluded cultivation that he had experienced since he was born. His another original body finally returned to Star Island. At the top of a lofty pavilion, Jian Wushuang's 2 original bodies stood shoulder to shoulder. After 1,500 years of meditation and experience on swordsmanships, my 2 original bodies have made great progress in swordsmanships, but a period of time is needed to digest what they have learned. Jian Wushuang smiled and immediately integrated his 2 original bodies into one. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes just at the top of the pavilion, an extremely conspicuous place. He wore a deep smile on the corners of his mouth. It looked unusually fascinating. Look, isn't that Blood Mountain? It's him. What is he doing there? It seems that he is cultivating. Have you noticed the smile on his face? Why did it make me feel so weird? Warriors who passed by the pavilion saw Jian Wushuang, but they did not disturb him. All of them could tell that Jian Wushuang was in an amazing state. Somewhere on Star Island, Lord Spirit Sound and a skinny elder sat face to face. The latter was transformed by Gu King. Gu King came out of Jian Wushuang's body after Jian Wushuang set foot on Star Island and did not go into his ancient god body during this period. At this moment, their eyes penetrated buildings and clearly saw where Jian Wushuang was at. That boy is undergoing metamorphosis? Gu King's pupils shrank. Yes, it's the metamorphosis on swordsmanships or mental attitude. It seems that he has benefited immensely from years of secluded cultivation. Lord Spirit Sound said. In this way, he will surely try to go through the ultimate test again after he finishes with his metamorphosis. And this time, the odds that he will succeed should be high. Spirit Sound, I should congratulate you in advance. Finally, there is someone who can pass the ultimate test after you have waited for so many years. Gu King looked at Lord Spirit Sound. I have stayed on this island for so many years, and I'm tired of living here anymore. If Jian Wushuang really can pass the ultimate test and control the stellar fog sea, then I will be free. Lord Spirit Sound smiled. Apparently, she hoped that Jian Wushuang could pass the ultimate test. He won't let you down, Gu King replied smilingly. He had been with Jian Wushuang for so long and had a good understanding of him. He knew how great his potential was. Jian Wushuang alone sat at the top of the pavilion for half a month. Half a month later, he opened his eyes and stood up. My 2 original bodies has cultivated for 1,500 years, and my swordsmanships have been greatly improved. Even if I continue to do secluded cultivation, the effect may not be so dramatic. That's not necessary. I can try the ultimate test of Star Island. He immediately went toward the Black Tower. Again, the news that he prepared to pass through the ultimate test spread throughout Star Island by Lord Spirit Sound. Everyone on Star Island was extremely excited. They had witnessed Jian Wushuang's horrible progress 1,500 years ago, and now they believed he must have achieved greater progress. In the Black Tower. In the vast dark void, a burly man carried a giant axe on his back stood in front of Jian Wushuang. You are here again? The burly man glanced at Jian Wushuang. I was defeated by you the first 2 times, but this time, I will defeat you. Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Oh, you are quite confident. The burly man had a deadpan expression on his face. Although he was a puppet fighter, he had intelligence. He could tell that there was a great difference between the Jian Wushuang in front of him now and the one 1,500 years ago. Let's start. The burly man acted without talking any nonsense. He moved as soon as the giant axe appeared in his hands. Boom! The dark void at his foot cracked instantly. Like a shell, he immediately appeared before Jian Wushuang. Swish! Carrying an immense amount of power, a towering and eye-catching axe shadow flew outward. Apart from its fast speed, its power was also sufficient to make ordinary universe masters tremble. In the previous 2 battles, I suffered losses due to power, but this time, sharp light surged in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The moment he saw the burly man hacking the giant axe toward him, he held the Blood Mountain sword tightly and surges of power swarmed into the sword. The Blood Mountain sword quivered and suddenly chopped outward. Heaven's Bane! Jian Wushuang let out a roar. It was the Heaven's Bane. After 1,500 years of study and improvement, it was no longer the previous weak sword movement. A sword light dashed out. Although this sword movement was powerful previously, it failed to gather all the power in one place and release all the power in an instant. Now, however, although it did not appear to be so powerful, in fact, it gathered an immense amount of power in one place and could destroy everything. Boom! A loud bang was heard. Jian Wushuang stopped and the giant axe of that burly man moved backwards due to the impact. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently and his long sword left his hand at a top speed. A cold sword light swayed the moment it escaped from his hand and influenced the surrounding space-time. It came in front of the burly man in a split second. The burly man waved his big hand and shattered it easily. Bright moon. Jian Wushuang's eyes looked as sharp as a blade. He shook his wrist and hacked out the Blood Mountain sword. A huge bright moon emerged before the burly man. The burly man took a step forward and struck out the axe held by his 2 hands. The moment the giant axe smashed the bright moon fell apart and formed numerous sword lights shooting toward the burly man. At the same time, Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword turned into a giant black dragon. Chapter 1180. The Swordsmanship named Dawnlight. Chapter 1180. The Swordsmanship named Dawnlight. In dragon power, Jian Wushuang let out a cold snort, and the black dragon transformed by the Blood Mountain sword immediately roared and dashed out. No sooner had the burly man warded off the sword lights all over the sky than the black dragon charged at him. Get out of my way! The burly man shouted and hacked the giant axe in his hands outward, quick as a flash. The huge and mighty axe shadow directly tore the black dragon open. However, there was a power hiding in this dragon. It suddenly released and made the burly man take several steps backwards. At this time, Jian Wushuang moved in a strange way and stared at the burly man. All of a sudden, a fierce wind blew. Spell of disturbance. Jian Wushuang continually wielded his sword. Sword shadows, along with the gale, formed a real storm that covered the burly man completely. Innumerable sword shadows attacked the burly man fiercely. All the sword shadows affected the space-time and thus were incredibly fast. The burly man also tried his best to fend off the sword shadows with his giant axe. Clang, clang, clang. Sounds of collisions were heard continually. The burly man was trapped in the storm of sword shadows and looked terribly bad. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang emerged from the storm and his eyes radiated with sharp light. Triple waves. Swish, swish, swish. 3 consecutive sword shadows broke free from Jian Wushuang's hands in the blink of an eye. Although they were merely 3 sword shadows, When they combined together, they were more like three waves rushing forward in succession. The burly man immediately resisted them. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. As three deep sounds rang out, the burly man took 3 steps backwards. Every step was at a distance of 10,000 miles and smashed the void below him. After the burly man regained his balance, he looked at Jian Wushuang again. Although he still looked indifferent, there was a trace of horror in his eyes. After fighting with him for a short period, he was able to detect Jian Wushuang's power. Although it was not much better than that of 1,500 years ago, he had made great progress in swordsmanships. It was an immeasurably vast difference. Jian Wushuang himself was stunned as well. It seems that I have underestimated this puppet fighter, Jian Wushuang admired secretly. I have just displayed the swordsmanships that I have created over the years, however, I just barely gained the upper hand. Jian Wushuang executed a lot of swordsmanships right at that moment. All of them were created by himself these years. Among them, the Heaven's Bane, Dragon Power, and Spell of Disturbance acquired a substantial improvement from the original basis. The Dragon Power was the improved version of the Bladed Surge. It contained more than one wave of hidden power and was far more powerful. Likewise, the Spell of Disturbance was the improved version of the Death Shadow and was faster than the Death Shadow. It enabled cultivators to strike out the sword hundreds of times at one go. Each time the sword would influence the space-time and contain horrifying soul attack power. Nonetheless, the burly man managed to withstand this blow too. The Bright Moon and Triple Waves were the swordsmanships that he had lately created. They were also fabulous. The burly man looked at Jian Wushuang surprisedly. Your swordsmanships are much better than before. With such swordsmanships, you totally can have the upper hand in the fierce battle with me and even suppress me, but they are not sufficient if you want to defeat me, the burly man said in a low voice. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. What he was required to do was to defeat the burly man if he wanted to pass the ultimate test. Though suppression and defeat seemed to be of a similar nature, there was still a huge gap between them. In fact, if this was all Jian Wushuang could do, he still couldn't pass the ultimate test this time. I have already said it before that I will definitely defeat you this time. I never break my word, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. So, what other means do you have? The burly man stared at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled and did not deny that. He thought secretly, my two original bodies shared out the work and cooperated with each other over the past 1,500 years. They put all their energy into the study of swordsmanships. Moreover, I have an amazing gift in sword principles, and with the aid of so many manuals and mirror images, I surely have achieved great progress. The most important thing is that I have spent quite a long time to study them. It was his first time to cultivate for such a long time in the secret chamber. For him, this period was enough for a dramatic change to occur on his strength. However, he spent it just to study swordsmanships. So how great the progress he achieved on swordsmanships would be. And of course, this would never be all he could do. My biggest achievement these years is that I have created a sword movement coincidentally. Since I created it at dawn, I named it Dawn Light, Jian Wushuang said gently. Dawn Light? The burly man knitted his brows. Although Jian Wushuang had not acted yet, he had already vaguely felt how exceptional that swordsmanship was. Soon afterwards, Jian Wushuang took actions. He lifted the Blood Mountain sword with a single hand and looked quite casual. Right at that moment, the whole world was caught in complete darkness. There was not a little bit of light, just like the real night. Furthermore, no sound was heard, even the sound of breathing. Horrible silence pervaded there. Jian Wushuang held the longsword with his right hand and had no expression on his face. He struck the longsword outward the very next moment. A flash of dazzling light appeared immediately. It shone brightly above the sky, as if it was the first ray of light at dawn. It stood for infinite hope. When the burly man saw this ray of light, his pupils shrank. Whoosh! Silently, the dawn light came in front of him. His expression changed dramatically and his power surged out crazily. Quick as a flash, he waved his giant axe outward. He had done his best. However, clang! A sound of metal collision rang out. The giant axe in his hands flew backwards due to the impact, and the dawn light hit him unimpededly. Luckily, he was a puppet fighter. If he was a normal human expert, even if he was a universe master, his body would fall apart under this impact. Boom! The dawn light swept around crazily with blasts of air. The dark void finally calmed down after quite a long time. Chapter 1181, Disciple of the Star Palace. Chapter 1181, Disciple of the Star Palace. Gu King was sitting with Lord Spirit Sound somewhere in Star Island, a mirror image before them. Naturally, it was that of Jian Wushuang's final test. At the start, both Gu King and Lord Spirit Sound could still remain calm even as they exclaimed in admiration when they saw Jian Wushuang displaying many different types of swordsmanships as he subdued the burly man. Suddenly, however, they saw Jian Wushuang strike with his sword again. It was the dawn light. Gu King and Lord Spirit Sound were stunned as they witnessed the move. That sword move, Lord Spirit Sound said, looking extremely shocked. That kid, Gu King said, his eyes brimming with radiance. If I didn't notice wrongly, the sword move he just made should be a unique skill, exclaimed Lord Spirit Sound in a low tone. It's definitely a unique skill. Even though its power can only be considered as ordinary, it can already be classified as a unique piece of skill, said Gu King as he nodded solemnly. How could a Dao Master possibly come up with a unique skill? Asked Lord Spirit Sound, as she wondered how incredible it was. She was aware of how difficult it was to create a unique skill. It took millennia before a unique skill would be created by a celestial or even a universe master, much less a Dao Master. How long had Jian Wushuang been cultivating his skills only thus far? There are countless universe masters in the eternal chaotic world, and if any of them came up with a unique skill and is moderately capable, he or she could already be considered as peerless. Such invincible universe masters are extremely rare, even in the vast eternal chaotic world. This kid, however, has come up with a unique skill of his own, Gu King secretly thought in admiration. In the past, I felt that his gift in sword principle was not on the same level as his father, even though he possessed great potential. After all, his father had the sword spirit body and was born to pursue the sword principle. Now it seems that his gift in sword principle is the same as his father, if not greater. His father spent exactly 100,000 years cultivating his skills in the space-time secret land, and even so, he only managed to create the dream-chasing sword principle by modifying parts of another piece of unique skill. That move was only borderline unique skill level and could not be considered as such. It's not on the same level as the dawnlight that Jian Wushuang has created now. He's a true genius in the sword principle. I've thought too little of him in the past, Gu King thought. He was also shell-shocked. Gu King, to think you even congratulated me previously. It now seems that you should be the one who should be congratulated instead. It seems that you've found a good master. The potential of Blood Mountain is limitless, and as long as he doesn't die prematurely, there's a chance that he could achieve the skill levels of your previous owner, King Luozhan. At that time, you will also have a chance of restoring your strength to your peak level, said Lord Spirit Sound. Gu King could not hold in his smile. He felt absolutely blissful. Let's go. We should welcome him back, Lord Spirit Sound added. Jian Wushuang, who was still within the Black Tower, was already slowly sheathing the Blood Mountain sword. The burly man who had been challenging him bowed respectfully and then went off to the side to wait quietly on his own. Shortly after, a wormhole began appearing within the surrounding black void. Come, Blood Mountain, Lord Spirit Sound's voice traveled into the tower. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate and stepped into the wormhole immediately. He saw Lord Spirit Sound and Gu King in his form of a skinny elder in the dimly lit Great Hall. Gu King, you can transform into human form? Asked Jian Wushuang as he looked at the elder in surprise. It was the first time he had seen Gu King in such a form. Humph. All exotic beasts can transform into human form as long as they are capable enough. It's only that most of them are unwilling to. As a plenilune, of course I can do that as well. I just couldn't be bothered to, grunted Gu King coldly. Jian Wushuang laughed controllably. Congratulations, Blood Mountain. From now on, you're a disciple of the Star Palace, said Lord Spirit Sound. Lord Spirit Sound, my real name is Jian Wushuang. Blood Mountain is just my alias, said Jian Wushuang with a laugh. Alias? That's unimportant. Anyway, it's a fact that you've passed the final test of Star Island. According to rules set up by the creator of the Star Bloodline, I have to give you 3 things. Lord Spirit Sound said. She then drew out 3 items. They were a gray light bead, a token, and a secret skill respectively. Firstly, Lord Spirit Sound passed the bead to Jian Wushuang, saying, "This gray light bead is the core of the stellar fog sea. All sorts of technique, such as restrictions, within the stellar fog sea, is controlled by it. All you have to do is to allow it to recognize you as its owner. You'll then be able to control the entire stellar fog sea." "Oh!" exclaimed Jian Wushuang as his eyebrows arched in wonder. Some time back, he had heard Lord Spirit Sound mention that anyone who passed the final test could gain control over the stellar fog sea, and now, the lives of those people who were trapped on the island were in his hands. Jian Wushuang immediately began cultivating his control over the sea. It went extremely smoothly, and it took only a while for him to master it. He also came to understand everything about the stellar fog sea, including some of its secrets, for example, what sort of restrictions it could impose, what unique spots there were, and even what sort of treasures were in it. "How can the stellar fog sea benefit me?" Jian Wushuang asked as he frowned slightly. "Our founder used it to pick his disciples, and it doesn't serve many purposes aside from that. By giving you control over the stellar fog sea, the founder wants to make it easier for you to get some of the treasures in the sea. Things such as the Star Jade Wall and the 12 secret skills can only be handled after you have control over it," said Lord Spirit Sound. "From now onwards, how you handle the stellar fog sea is entirely up to you. You can bring it along with you, and use it to imprison anyone that is not to your liking during your travels in the eternal chaotic world. If you don't want to do that, you can also leave it in this world. I have the Blood Mountain Sword, and it already grants me the ability to suppress. As such, I don't need the stellar fog sea. Let it remain here. The Star Island shall continue to exist. I will also not shift the opportunities in it away. Leave them to future practitioners," said Jian Wushuang with a slight smile. "Aside, I will also remove all fog and restrictions from the island, allowing everyone to have a chance to benefit from the opportunities within it. You're the owner of Star Island now, and can do as you see fit," said Lord Spirit Sound with a laugh. She then brought the token before Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1182, Secret Skill of the Stars. Chapter 1182, Secret Skill of the Stars. "You should already be familiar with this token," said Lord Spirit Sound as she looked at him. "This is the token carried by disciples of the Star Palace, right?" replied Jian Wushuang with a laugh. When he first became an ordinary disciple of the Star Bloodline, he also received a similar token. It had many stars in it, and it also contained an extremely unique and strong aura. However, this token was obviously more precious than that of an ordinary disciple. After Jian Wushuang received the token, Lord Spirit Sound passed the secret skill to him. "Jian Wushuang, this is the secret skill of the stars, a technique left behind by our founder which only disciples from the Star Bloodline have a right to learn. This secret skill is one of the most powerful and valuable in our sect," said Lord Spirit Sound, her tone turning serious. "Secret skill of the stars?" asked Jian Wushuang, his eyes gleaming. The sect took its name from the stars. As such, one could only imagine how important the secret skill of the stars was to it. What sort of secret skill is this? Jian Wushuang thought. Jian Wushuang was feeling a little expectant as his soul power surged into the skill. Information came flowing toward him instantly. "What's this?" Jian Wushuang asked as he opened his eyes wide. He was completely in shock after browsing through the message about the secret skill. It was an extremely terrible skill, and it could even be considered as one that was against the natural order. This secret skill focuses the power of the stars and merges it with one's spiritual power. In this way, one's offensive power will greatly increase in a short period of time. The skill is divided into 3 scrolls. The first scroll will increase one's power tenfold and last for a couple dozen seconds. The second volume can improve one's power by 100 times, for 2 to 3 seconds. The third volume can improve one's power by 1,000 times for a strike. The simple introduction completely rocked Jian Wushuang's world. He had mastered similar skills before in the past that could directly increase his power instantly, for example, the Star River secret skill of the ancient god clan. That said, the Star River secret skill was a technique that just served to amplify his power. Once he had mastered it, the skill would passively increase his power even without him making any strikes. In the eternal chaotic world, this kind of power-amplifying technique is very common. All experts there have mastered some sort of similar technique. It was very common for them to increase their strength by even 100 times. It was also due to the popular usage of such skills that it did not bring many benefits to experts during a duel. But this secret skill of the stars was different. It was a terrible technique that gathered the power of the stars and combined it with the user's power, causing the user's attacks to undergo a total transformation. In nature, it was somewhat similar to the Divine Thunder technique that Jian Wushuang was practicing. The Divine Thunder technique, however, would not increase much of Jian Wushuang's overall power even if he completed mastery of it. Just by learning the first scroll of the secret skill of the stars, on the other hand, the Divine Thunder technique could increase his power tenfold. This was 10 times we are talking about, thought Jian Wushuang. The offensive power of an ordinary universe master would be on par or even greater than that of a peak-level universe if he or she managed to increase it tenfold. It was beyond Jian Wushuang's wildest dreams that the second and third scrolls could increase his power by 100 and 1,000 times respectively. The flaw of the secret technique was that it lasted for only a very short duration when used. The power from the first scroll could last for a couple dozen seconds, a considerably longer time. The power from the second and third scrolls, however, could only last for 2 to 3 seconds and 1 blow respectively. The greater the power generated by this secret skill of the stars, the shorter it lasts, thought Jian Wushuang as he nodded. He could accept this fact as the benefits of the technique far outweighed its flaws. "What do you think, Jian Wushuang?" asked Lord Spirit Sound as she looked toward him. "It's really a terrible technique," Jian Wushuang replied as he clenched his fists tightly, his eyes glowing. "Start practicing here. Both the Goo King and I will be your guardians," said Lord Spirit Sound. "I'm also aware the power of the stars gathered by using this secret skill is a unique form of power. I may be plenilune and have great regeneration skills, but even I could not replenish such energy," said the Goo King. "Does this mean that even if I master the first scroll, I can only use it for a couple dozen seconds no matter what?" asked Jian Wushuang with a frown. "Yes," replied Lord Spirit Sound with a nod. "Besides, you'll have to replenish whatever energy from the stars you've used up, and this process takes time. Before you replenish your store of energy, you won't be able to use this secret skill." Hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help but feel surprised. This secret skill of the stars is indeed fearsome, and its benefits can even be considered as incredible. However, there are many restrictions for using this technique, Jian Wushuang thought. "Jian Wushuang, you're now only at Dao Master level. Even by inverse cultivation, you'll at most only be able to master the first scroll, and even barely. As for the second scroll, don't even think about it for now," Lord Spirit Sound said. "It'll already be great if I can master the first scroll," laughed Jian Wushuang, feeling satisfied. By mastering the first scroll of the secret skill of the stars, he would have a trump card that would grant him the ability to unleash 10 times his original power in a duration of a couple dozen seconds. "Start practicing here. Both the Goo King and I will be your guardians," said Lord Spirit Sound. "Right," replied Jian Wushuang with a nod. He immediately sat cross-legged within the palace hall and began practicing the secret skill of the stars. Just as Jian Wushuang was practicing his newly acquired secret technique, something was going on in the Green Fire Palace. A white-haired old elder was sitting alone with perfect posture before a chess set, cracking his head as to how to make his next move. But suddenly, muttered the elder as his expression changed. He stood up suddenly, a look of surprise in his gaze. Palace Masters. The white-haired old man immediately summoned the 5 palace masters. They gathered in the majestic palace, the white-haired elder standing to their side, a look of worry on his face. Look, palace masters. An image appeared immediately in front of him with a wave of his hand. The image showed a vast, black portion of the void. It was situated at the perimeter of the battlefield, but surprisingly, a huge portal was there without their knowledge. In the portal, they could vaguely make out an ancient spaceship. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the 5 palace masters changed as well. The thing that the Green Fire Palace was most worried about has finally happened. Chapter 1183, Swift Return. Chapter 1183, Swift Return. Jian Wushuang had already opened his eyes. Is this the power of the stars? Jian Wushuang asked. He could feel an extremely unique power coursing through his body. It was from the first scroll of the secret skill of the stars, and it took him 10 years to accumulate that amount of power. It took me 10 years just to accumulate this little bit of power from the stars. Furthermore, I'll only be able to use it for a duration equivalent to a couple dozen seconds. Does it mean to say that after I use it, I'll have to wait 10 more years to be able to use the same ability again? And this is just the power from the first scroll to boot, thought Jian Wushuang, secretly amazed. He would only be able to use the power gleaned from practicing the first scroll once every 10 years. As for power from the second scroll, he would need even more to cultivate and accumulate it, and the interval between each use would also be lengthier. Jian Wushuang guessed that it would take centuries or even millennia before he could utilize power from the second scroll for a second time. Just as he got up, he sensed something. A burly figure appeared directly in front of him. "Master," the figure said respectfully. The burly figure was carrying a giant axe. Jian Wushuang realized that it was the same figure that he had fought against during his final test. After Jian Wushuang assumed command over the Stellar Fog Sea, all of its resources were left to his control, including all of its treasures. Even though there were many treasures within the Stellar Fog Sea, they were actually just little trinkets left behind by the creator of the Star Bloodline, and Jian Wushuang was not exactly in awe of them. After all, he had seen those in the Fire Points exchange office of the Green Fire Palace before. Jian Wushuang did not think too highly of the treasures within the Stellar Fog Sea, as even though there were some of them that were more precious, none of them could be of any practical aid to him. The only one which made him feel pleasantly surprised to own was the burly figure in front of him. The burly man was actually a puppet fighter, and he was the strongest of his kind in the Stellar Fog Sea. His strength was on par with a peak-level universe master. "Did you ever have a name?" questioned Jian Wushuang. "I'm known as Fu Yi," the burly man replied. "Fu Yi?" replied Jian Wushuang as he nodded slightly. "From now on, you'll follow me around." "Yes," said the burly man with the utmost respect. "Lord Spirit Sound," shouted Jian Wushuang again. The Gu King and she immediately appeared before Jian Wushuang. "Since I've cultivated the secret skill of the stars, I might as well go to see them in Star Island. They must be eager to see me," said Jian Wushuang with a laugh. In the next moment, Jian Wushuang and Lord Spirit Sound appeared on the tallest pavilion in Star Island. "Gather around, everyone," said Jian Wushuang casually. His voice, however, spread to all corners of the island. All of the warriors on the island heard him and came running toward the pavilion. In a short span, many people had gathered at the foot of the pavilion. Several of Jian Wushuang's buddies, including Dao Masters Kong Ming and Thousand Water, were also amongst the crowd, and they looked at him and gazed at him with uncontrollable passion. As early as 10 years ago, they had already learned of the news that Jian Wushuang had passed the final test. They had waited 10 years for him, while he practiced the secret skill of the stars. These people were not concerned about the long wait. As long as Jian Wushuang was willing to let them go free, it was enough for them. Everyone, now that the stellar fog sea is under my control, I hereby declare that all resources on Star Island will be open for public use from this point onward. Those of you who wish to stay behind are more than welcome to continue your meditation. As for those that wish to leave, with a wave of his hand, a space wormhole appeared in the void beside Jian Wushuang. This space wormhole will lead you outside of the stellar fog sea. You can use it to leave this place, said Jian Wushuang with a laugh. Hearing these words, the crowd below immediately became excited and all of them were exultant. They have been trapped on Star Island for a long time and were treated like prisoners. Many of them had already become twisted and deranged from being held captive for such a long time. They had also lost all hope of escape. Now, finally, they could leave this accursed place. Ecstasy. Each of them felt an unprecedented ecstasy. They were also grateful to Jian Wushuang at the same time. Blood Mountain. Blood Mountain. The crowd below looked fervently at Jian Wushuang. They felt that he had done them a huge favor by releasing them from captivity after completing his final test. Seeing the scene below, Jian Wushuang only gave off a faint smile. Just then, Jian Wushuang. A message was sent directly to him, and it came from the Samsara Temple Master, one of the 5 great palace masters of the Green Fire Palace. The content of the message was very direct. It contained only 2 words. Return quickly. Jian Wushuang's expression immediately turned serious after he received the message. The 5 palace masters allowed me to roam freely on my own, as long as I did not easily reveal my identity. They promised that they would not ask me to return to the palace before I had the capability to become its leader unless something big happened. Now, something must have happened. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists tightly, his gaze extremely chilly. Immediately, Jian Wushuang had an urge to leave the Star Island. Lord Spirit Sound, Jian Wushuang said, I have something urgent to attend to and must leave immediately. Oh, she asked, her expression changing. I've already shut down all restrictions from the stellar fog sea. From now on, Star Island will no longer remain in isolation from the outside world. Anyone with the requisite strength can come here to seek for opportunities, Jian Wushuang explained. As for you, Lord Spirit Sound, you can remain behind if you want to. If you do, control over the island will still be retained by you. If not, you can always feel free to leave. I've gotten sick of Star Island after staying here for so many years. Now that I have a rare opportunity to leave, I'm definitely not going to remain behind. Why don't we do it this way? My original body will leave the Stellar God Sea to enjoy in other worlds, while my doppelganger will remain on Star Island and help you take care of it, said Lord Spirit Sound. Then I shall trouble you to do exactly that, replied Jian Wushuang gratefully. Immediately, Jian Wushuang left the Stellar Fog Sea with the Gu King and Fu Yi. The Green Fire Palace, he thought. He had left the palace quietly to avoid anyone noticing, and now he was returning in the same manner. Within the towering halls, several Green Fire Palace masters, including Jian Wushuang, had gathered together. There was also a white-haired elder who was present. Holy Master Cloud, asked Jian Wushuang in surprise as he looked at the elder. Jian Wushuang recognized the old man. He was a very ancient holy master, and he had come from a time long before anyone currently in the Green Fire Palace. Even the Samsara and Void Temple masters were younger than him. Chapter 1184, Change in Situation. Chapter 1184, Change in Situation. Holy Master Cloud was born at the most ancient time when the Green Fire world had just been created. Before, Jian Wushuang had only heard of this most ancient Holy Master, and it was the first time he had actually laid eyes on him. Are you Jian Wushuang? Holy Master Cloud cast a friendly gaze toward Jian Wushuang. Not long ago, I hear that you've died. I was still privately mourning your death, but now I see that you're all right. I believe that the people of the Gold Kingdom will be pulling their hair out when they know that you're still alive. "You're too kind, Holy Master Cloud," said Jian Wushuang, seeming somewhat humble. "Well, since the 6 Green Fire Palace Masters are present, let's talk business," said the Samsara Temple Master, his tone extremely serious. "What happened, Palace Masters?" asked Jian Wushuang with a frown. "Jian Wushuang, you're our trump card, and ordinarily, I wouldn't disrupt you from practice, but this incident concerns the survival of the Green Fire Palace and perhaps even the entire Green Fire world," replied the Samsara Temple Master solemnly. "It's that serious that it concerns our survival?" thought Jian Wushuang, secretly shocked. "Look, Jian Wushuang," said Holy Master Cloud as he gently waved his hands. An image immediately appeared in the void at the middle of the temple hall. It showed a vast, black void with a huge portal. An ancient spaceship was traveling in the portal. "What's this?" asked Jian Wushuang in surprise as he studied the image. "This shows the void surrounding this battlefield and beyond the Green Fire world," replied Holy Master Cloud in a low tone. "The void surrounding this battlefield?" Jian Wushuang asked, his eyes turning chilly. "There's a portal there? And there's also a spaceship flying toward us? Could it be that there's another force arriving in the eternal chaos world?" Jian Wushuang knew that 3 batches of experts from other worlds had descended upon this battlefield after the birth of the Green Fire world. The first 2 batches of intruders were discovered and wiped out in time by the experts from the Green Fire Palace. The 3rd batch was the Gold Kingdom. Now, from the scene depicted in the image, there seemed to be another force arriving at the borders of the Green Fire world again. "Another force?" said the Samsara Temple Master as he shook his head slowly. "Jian Wushuang, maybe you don't know yet, but the space-time of the battlefield we're on is extremely unique. It's actually a huge space-time vortex." "Space-time vortex?" Jian Wushuang was extremely alarmed. Could it be that the battlefield we're on is wrapped within a huge space-time vortex? "That's right," said the Samsara Temple Master with a nod. "It's a vortex of considerable size, but the Green Fire world, this battlefield included, have not been in danger so far even though we're inside it. Such vortexes are extremely frightening, and experts from the Eternal Chaos world have tried to avoid it all along. Who would court death by trying to charge through it? It's also the same reason that for all these years, very few people have come to this battlefield. The last few huge forces, the Gold Kingdom included, stumbled into the vortex by accident and arrived at the battlefield after somehow managing to survive." "So, that's what happened," said Jian Wushuang as he understood. No wonder the eternal chaotic world knew nothing about such a huge and valuable battlefield floating around here even after so many years. No real expert has even come here before. So, it turned out that this battlefield is situated within a space-time vortex. To the people of the eternal chaotic world, to encounter such vortexes would be akin to facing a natural disaster. Who would take the risk to go into one of his or her own accord? He thought. This vortex is akin to a protective umbrella for the Green Fire world. We could dominate this battlefield for so long because of it. Furthermore, many generations of experts from the Green Fire Palace have put in much effort and paid the price to integrate a huge formation in the void surrounding this battlefield into the vortex. This formation has been a pillar of support for the Green Fire Palace. Because of its existence, we can have real-time information once anyone steps into the battlefield, and we can get rid of him or her before he or she can even send out any message. It's also because of its existence that experts from the Green Fire world can leave the vortex to seek their fortune elsewhere. Now, the spaceship you see in this image has bypassed the need to reach this battlefield via the vortex by creating a portal between the void there and the outside world, said the Samsara Temple Master with a serious expression on his face. To achieve this feat, not only does the person or people involved have to be extremely powerful and have access to many resources, most importantly, someone on their side has to set up a formation within the void to receive them. "An inside job?" said Jian Wushuang, momentarily stunned. He realized who it was in the next instant, however. It's the Gold Kingdom. A few palace masters together with Holy Master Cloud all had ugly expressions on their faces. It was definitely not the work of an expert from the Green Fire Palace. None of them would spend so much effort and sacrifice so much to bring in force from the eternal chaotic world into the battlefield. As such, the perpetrators could only be the experts from the Gold Kingdom. That is to say, the spaceship is carrying reinforcements from the Gold Kingdom, said Jian Wushuang in a low tone. Yes, but to be more exact, they're the main body of the Gold Kingdom, replied the Samsara Temple Master. The main body? Asked Jian Wushuang, perturbed. The Gold Kingdom is a major force that has gained a firm foothold in the eternal chaotic world. Their monarch is a grand expert who has already surpassed universe master level and achieved leader level, explained the Samsara Temple Master in a low voice. 5 million years ago, the experts of the Gold Kingdom came to our world, but they accidentally arrived at this huge battlefield after going into the spacetime vortex. After their arrival, their experts realized that this battlefield was a huge treasure chest and tried all means to destroy our green fire world so that they could have it all for themselves. Luckily, there were not too many of them, and even though we didn't manage to achieve a decisive victory in the life and death struggle with them, we still managed to withstand their attack. Now, however, the main body of their army is arriving on that spaceship. This battlefield is extremely valuable, and I bet the Gold Kingdom will send out many experts to secure it. It's a possibility that even their monarch could be coming himself. It's a crisis of unprecedented scale for the green fire world, and our biggest fear. We hoped that the Gold Kingdom would never be able to pinpoint our location after 5 million years, or that even if they did, the spacetime vortex would serve as a deterrent. But who knows? Sigh, our greatest nightmare is finally upon us. Chapter 1185, Preemptive Strike. Chapter 1185, Preemptive Strike. The expression on Jian Wushuang's face turned exceptionally ugly after he heard what the Samsara Temple Master had to say. Jian Wushuang, if what the Temple Master says is true, then the Green Fire Palace alone would be hard-pressed to withstand the main body of the Gold Kingdom. The Gu King's voice rang out in Jian Wushuang's head. No one in the Green Fire Palace is a match for the monarch of the Gold Kingdom. Just him alone could destroy all the experts in the palace. Jian Wushuang's figure trembled. The Samsara Temple Master's right. This drastic turn of events would decide the survival of the entire Green Fire world. Is there really no way for the Green Fire world to resist, everyone? Jian Wushuang asked in a low tone. A way to resist? Of course there is, replied the Samsara Temple Master in a chilly tone. 5 million years ago, then the experts of the Gold Kingdom came upon our land, and their combined might was much more than ours on paper. We gathered every able soul in the Green Fire world and managed to hold their attack off. Even though the situation this time is much more critical than the previous one, we still have a chance of survival. We need to work together, and if the entire Green Fire world unites, we still have a hope of surviving this crisis. The Temple Master's speech led a few who were present to nod. The experts who were gathered presently represented the upper echelon of the Green Fire world's combatants, and if even they had no confidence of winning, then the entire Green Fire world would have scant hope of surviving the onslaught of their enemies. The spaceship carrying the main body of the Gold Kingdom is still within the portal. The Green Fire Palace will set up a huge formation of experts there, and they will do everything in their power to hold up its advance. Even though they can't possibly hope to stop it, they can delay its advance for at least dozens of years, maybe even for centuries. This will buy us some precious time to prepare, said the Samsara Temple Master in a low tone. In addition, I've also come up with a plan after discussing with a few palace masters. I've called you over, Jian Wushuang, in hopes that you'll take part in it. Plan? What plan? Asked Jian Wushuang. The plan is for us to strike preemptively before the main body of the Gold Kingdom even arrives. We'll wipe out all of their remaining power and foundations left behind by the Gold Kingdom from this battlefield, the Samsara Temple Master said in an icy tone. Preemptive strike? Jian Wushuang was shocked at first but soon nodded solemnly in agreement as well. Indeed, If the main body of the Gold Kingdom could link up with their experts wandering in the battlefield and make use of the foundations set up by them, there would be no way of stopping them. If all those foundations were destroyed, however, it would inconvenience the main body when it struck. Just by destroying all the space wormholes, those special pockets of land that were controlled by the Gold Kingdom, scattered all over the battlefield, would seriously limit their movement. The plan is sound, but it will not be easy to implement. Even though many experts from the Gold Kingdom who remained behind on this battlefield have been killed in fights with our Green Fire Palace, there are still quite a few strong ones left. There are even a few Universe Masters from the Gold Kingdom here, and their strength is much greater than our own experts, said Jian Wushuang solemnly. Furthermore, the Gold Kingdom has even set up a base on this battlefield and placed many restrictive formations on it. If we wish to completely remove all of their foundations, we have to charge right into their base. How hard do you suppose that will be? We've discussed all these concerns of yours previously, the Tang Emperor said. The combined might of the Gold Kingdom that is currently in this battlefield is indeed no weaker than us, if not stronger. That, however, was when we were still not willing to fight to the death. Jian Wushuang, you think too little of the Green Fire Palace. We've been existing on this battlefield for more than 40 million years. How could the Gold Kingdom's history of a mere 5 million years compare to ours? Placing other matters aside, just the battle strength of our Universe Masters itself is already much stronger than that of the Gold Kingdom. What? Jiang Wushuang asked in surprise. He knew that the Gold Kingdom had 9 great Universe Masters in the past, and also peak Universe Master-level experts like the Red Snow King. The Green Fire Palace, on the other hand, only had 5 Universe Masters, so how could the Tang Emperor claim that their battle strength was higher than that of the Gold Kingdom? Jian Wushuang thought. Look, Jian Wushuang, said the Void Temple Master with a laugh. He then waved, and a man wearing a scarlet suit of armor appeared. And this is? Jian Wushuang said as he looked in surprise at the man in scarlet armor. He then immediately realized the figure's identity. A puppet fighter? Jian Wushuang asked, getting excited. And a puppet fighter at Universe Master level to boot? Yes, this is a puppet fighter at Universe Master level, replied the Void Temple Master with a faint smile. The Green Fire Palace has exactly 5 of such puppet fighters. Jian Wushuang's eyes immediately lit up. He could sense that the puppet fighter only possessed the battle strength of an ordinary puppet fighter. Compared to Fu Yi, the puppet fighter at peak Universe Master level he obtained from the Star Island, it was much less capable. Even so, it meant that the Green Fire Palace had the addition of an equivalent to 5 Universe Masters to their ranks. The battle strength of the Universe Masters of the Green Fire Palace has always been stronger than that of the Gold Kingdom. Furthermore, Heaven Shadow King was killed in the process of chasing after you. We also killed one of their Universe Masters by using the Celestial Master Golden Axe as bait. This resulted in the battle strength of our Universe Masters being much more than theirs. As for those formations in their base, we'll find a way to break them, said the Samsara Temple Master with a chilling laugh. Before, we did not have much confidence to completely eradicate all influence of the Gold Kingdom from this battlefield and had held ourselves back. We didn't dare to openly declare war. Now, however, in such a time of crisis, even if we aren't completely sure of ourselves, we have to act. The Gold Kingdom has forced our hand. Before the main body of the Gold Kingdom descends upon us, we have to find a way to get rid of their remnant forces in this battlefield. We have to destroy all of their remaining experts, and even the foundations left behind by them. The desire to kill of everyone present was roused to a fervor by the Temple Master's speech. None of them would hold back when faced with such a hated enemy as the forces of the Gold Kingdom. This time, we only have one chance to accomplish our objectives. We can't allow the Gold Kingdom any time to react. As such, we have to give it our best shot. Jian Wushuang, you're a Green Fire Palace Master and possess Universe Master battle strength. You should join us, the Samsara Temple Master said as he gazed at Jian Wushuang. No problem, replied Jian Wushuang with a solemn nod. He gripped his palms tightly as well. None of the Palace Masters, including Jian Wushuang, needed much time to prepare. Very shortly, they set off for their destination. Chapter 1186, Peak Universe Master? Chapter 1186, Peak Universe Master? On a wasteland in the battlefield, something was going on. Jin Wushuang, the Tang Emperor, Sunrise Sword Emperor, and the Void Temple Master were waiting patiently there. Before long, the Samsara and Red Lotus Palace Masters had arrived as well. Both of them had been wandering about in the battlefield. Previously, only their consciousnesses were present in the meeting at the Green Fire Palace. Now, they had come in person. All here. The Samsara Temple Master surveyed their surroundings before speaking up. This time, all 6 of us Green Fire Palace Masters will strike in unison. I've also brought the 5 Universe Master-level puppet fighters along with me. We definitely can crush the Gold Kingdom's base in one blow and kill all of their experts. Right, replied the other Palace Masters as they nodded seriously. The Green Fire Palace had come prepared for today's battle. After all, the Palace Masters had wanted to get rid of their enemy's base for a long time now, but they did not have any good opportunities to make use of. Jin Wushuang, the Void Temple Master, said as he looked toward him, "When you left the Green Fire Palace 1,800 years ago, you were already at Universe Master level. After all this time, with your talent, I believe that your skills have improved again, haven't they?" The other 4 Palace Masters also looked at Jin Wushuang. "I did make some improvements," replied Jin Wushuang with a solemn nod. "I believe I'm on par with the Red Snow King now." "What?" the 5 Palace Masters exclaimed, taken aback with shock. Jin Wushuang had made the remark casually, but it had stirred the emotions of the Palace Masters greatly. The Red Snow King possessed peak Universe Master battle strength, and amongst the 5 of them, only the Samsara Temple Master was confident of being able to handle him. Jin Wushuang only possessed the skills of an ordinary Universe Master 1,800 years ago. After only such a short period of time, he now has the battle strength of a peak-level Universe Master. How is this possible? They thought. Jin Wushuang, are you saying that you are already on the same level as the Red Snow King now? Asked the Samsara Temple Master, a hint of doubt in his voice. Yes, Jin Wushuang replied, nodding gravely. This made the 5 Palace Masters even more surprised. Kid, I'm afraid you're not very aware of the true strength of the Red Snow King. You just fought once with him on the battlefield, and he should have reserved some of his power that time. If he unleashes all of it, he would be stronger than any of us 4, the Tang Emperor said. I'm not too sure if he held back during that fight, but I've absolute confidence that I can match him currently. The outcome of a fight between us now will be hard to predict, replied Jin Wushuang solemnly. Oh, you're that confident? Remarked the Tang Emperor, a strange look appearing on his face. He knew Jin Wushuang fairly well and understood that he was not prone to talking big. If he was so confident, it was probable that he indeed possessed that kind of strength. If that were the case, his rate of improvement was incredible. Jin Wushuang, since you're that confident, why don't the 2 of us have a friendly duel right now? What do the rest of you think? The Samsara Temple Master began asking. That's good. We can objectively gauge Jin Wushuang's real strength in this way too, said Red Lotus. She was the first to agree. She had absolute faith in his word. Even though we're about to move against the Gold Kingdom, there's no hurry. I want to witness a test of skills between both of you, agreed the Sunrise Sword Emperor as well. The Void Temple Master and Tang Emperor also nodded readily. How about you, Jin Wushuang? Asked the Samsara Temple Master as he looked toward him. Since you're personally inviting me to a friendly duel, Samsara Temple Master, I'll not refuse naturally, replied Jin Wushuang with a slight smile. He knew that the Palace Masters had agreed with the Temple Master because they were somewhat doubtful over his current strength. He was not irritated by this fact. Please, Samsara Temple Master, said Jin Wushuang with a small laugh. The Blood Mountain sword was already in his hand. Be careful, replied the Samsara Temple Master with a light laugh as well. A black flame soon appeared above his palm. The fearsome heat generated by the black flame instantly turned the surrounding void to ashes. Jian Wushuang could also acutely feel the terrible power of the flame. Boom! The Samsara Temple Master took the initiative to strike first. With a huge stride, he appeared before Jian Wushuang. He formed a fist with his right hand and used it to strike at Jian Wushuang. Of course, it was also completely engulfed in black flames. It was a simple and unsophisticated strike, but the power contained in it could give an ordinary universe master the chills. Jian Wushuang's eyes gleamed as power surged into his arm, the might of the Blood Mountain sword also increasing. Heaven's Bane. Jian Wushuang unleashed the brutal Heaven's Bane, and his sword smashed directly into the Samsara Temple Master's fist. Bang! There was a huge sound as a huge wave of black flames began spreading toward the perimeter, instantly turning the void into a sea of fire. The Samsara Temple Master stumbled and was knocked backward by the impact of the blow. He took a while to stabilize himself. Samsara Temple Master, I've already said that my current battle strength is no weaker than that of the Red Snow King. You don't have to hold back, said Jian Wushuang with a laugh. He could see that the Samsara Temple Master was holding back, perhaps in fear of injuring him. Samsara, you'll have to be careful. From the last blow, I can see that Jian Wushuang's strength is not much lesser than yours. You have to be on guard, or else you'll lose. Red Lotus teased. Samsara, unleash your full might, suggested the Sunrise Sword Emperor as well. Haha, now it seems as though I've been too arrogant. Since that's the case, I'll give it my best shot now, said the Samsara Temple Master as he laughed loudly. At the same time, a jet black glove had covered his hand. Boom! He struck again, but this time with his palm instead of fist. Likewise, it was entirely covered with black flames, and it came crashing down upon Jian Wushuang's head like a huge black cloud. The corners of Jian Wushuang's lip curled up, and he responded instantly with a chilly sword shadow. It pierced into the heart of the black cloud, the center of the Samsara Temple Master's palm. The huge power of the black cloud dissipated instantly. You neutralized my move so easily, said the Samsara Temple Master with a look of surprise. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang struck again. This time, his move was hard to fathom, and it looked extremely casual. It looked like a simple move, but when it shot out, it disrupted space-time and instantaneously appeared in front of the Samsara Temple Master. It's very quick. The Samsara Temple Master stared at the strike. This move, exclaimed the Sunrise Sword Emperor as his pupils shrank violently. As a Universe Master-level expert that was most accustomed to using the sword, he realized that Jian Wushuang's move could affect space-time. How could any form of swordsmanship affect space-time? The Sunrise Sword Emperor could not help but marvel. Bam! The black flames covering the Samsara Temple Master moved and formed into a fiery dragon that wrapped around Jian Wushuang's strike, causing the sword essence to completely dissolve. Jian Wushuang took a huge stride, coming before the Samsara Temple Master. Chapter 1187. Restriction Removing Pearl. Chapter 1187. Restriction Removing Pearl. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless rays of sword light shot forth from Jian Wushuang's hands. Each of them was as quick as lightning, and all of them were extremely powerful. They came bursting toward the Samsara Temple Master, one after the other with great momentum. He used both hands this time. The black flames covering him increased once more, and even though he managed to block all of the strikes, he was scrambling to do so. That's about it. Stop now, said the Tang Emperor. Jian Wushuang stopped striking with his sword, and his figure retreated to the side. It was only now that the Samsara Temple Master managed to catch his breath, but a smile appeared on his face. Haha! He laughed in an extremely carefree manner. The other 4 palace masters also began laughing. Samsara, this time, you've been humiliated this time, Red Lotus teased. Wasn't I? Before, I was still worried that Jian Wushuang was being a little egotistical and held back. Now, it's obvious that I was the egotistical one, laughed the Samsara Temple Master. Since Jian Wushuang managed to force you into such a state, it's without a doubt that he's already at peak universe master level and much stronger than any of the four of us, said the Void Temple Master. He gave the Sunrise Sword Emperor a weird look and said, Sunrise, I'm afraid that you won't be able to keep your title of #1 sword cultivator in the Green Fire world. The Sunrise Sword Emperor laughed bitterly. I knew long ago that Jian Wushuang had incredibly great talent in swordsmanship. In the past, I wished to have a friendly duel with him when he reached Celestial Master level, but who would have expected him to surpass me in terms of strength when he's just at Dao Master level? He said. That said, the stronger he is, and the more he defies the natural order, the greater the help he can give to the Green Fire Palace, he continued, clenching his fists. Indeed, the other palace masters nodded seriously. Jian Wushuang, the Samsara Temple Master said as he looked toward him, You're only second to me in terms of strength now in the Green Fire Palace. I'm afraid even I won't be your match for long. Jian Wushuang felt emotional. From the Samsara Temple Master's voice, Jian Wushuang knew that he was still confident that he was stronger for now. The Samsara Temple Master is the eldest palace master in the Green Fire Palace, and his strength had always been unfathomable. Even though I had the slight upper hand just now, it was because he had held back. Furthermore, I believe that as a palace master, he must have many treasures, but during our duel, he only used a chaos magic treasure-level glove. He must still have many tricks up his sleeve, thought Jian Wushuang secretly. Of course, Jian Wushuang had also not used his entire repertoire of skills. He had not displayed the entire range of his swordsmanship. He did not use his most powerful move, that which was created by himself. To think that you would have such incredible progress during such a short span of 1,800 years. I'm now 100% sure that you can become the leader of the Green Fire Palace. It's a pity that the Green Fire world can't afford to wait for you to mature gradually, said the Samsara Temple Master with a light sigh. The other palace masters also felt a chill. Indeed, judging from the current situation, there was already no room for Jian Wushuang to cultivate his skills alone and slowly improve like before. The main body of the Gold Kingdom's army was arriving, and war would soon break out. If the Green Fire Palace lost, the entire Green Fire world would continue to exist only in history books. No matter what, the Green Fire Palace must win this battle, said Jian Wushuang as he clenched both fists tightly. Yes, we must, agreed the other 5 palace masters as they nodded readily. All right, all preparations have been made. Let's set off now, the Samsara Temple Master said. Immediately, all 6 palace masters, Jian Wushuang included, set forth for the base of the Gold Kingdom within the battlefield. They arrived at the void there a few days later. Is that where their base is? Asked Jian Wushuang as he squinted. Before him was a district shrouded in purple haze. It was huge, and Jian Wushuang's soul power could not penetrate the thick haze. Evidently, the Gold Kingdom had planted some formidable restrictive wards in the area. How could we hope to break into an area with such restrictions? Asked Jian Wushuang with a frown. Of course there's a way to do that. You just watch, said the Void Temple Master with a slight grin. He then took out a transparent pearl. The pearl contained a mysterious gray energy, and one could vaguely notice a faint thunderbolt dancing within it. It gave off an aura of destruction. What's this? Asked Jian Wushuang doubtfully. This is a restriction-removing pearl. It's especially used to break formations or remove restrictions. Many years ago, experts from our Green Fire Palace chanced upon a few of them when wandering about the battlefield. This is the first time that we're using them, though, said the Void Temple Master with a laugh. Upon hearing about the pearls, the Gu King also spoke up. This restriction-removing pearl is a real gem. In the eternal chaotic world, it could directly break through normal formations or restrictions. Even though the formation surrounding the base of the Gold Kingdom is formidable, I doubt that it could withstand the onslaught of these pearls. If I didn't guess wrong, I believe the Void Temple Master has a few of them with him. There are plenty of good things in this battlefield, Jian Wushuang pondered secretly. We shall all move according to plan, said the Samsara Temple Master in a chilling tone. When the restriction removal pearl is thrown out and breaks through all the restrictive formations, I, along with Void, the Tang, and Sunrise Sword Emperors, will bring the 5 puppet fighters and charge directly into their nest to begin the slaughter. Red Lotus, you'll remain here and unleash your skill of the Jiu realms, thereby suppressing the enemy experts in sync with our attack. At the same time, you'll prevent our enemies from escaping. Right, replied Red Lotus with a solemn nod. She then subconsciously touched the blood-red bracelet she was wearing. It was an extremely valuable piece of treasure. Jian Wushuang, the Samsara Temple Master, continued, as he turned his gaze toward him. You're extremely strong, and only second to me. Furthermore, you're skilled in swordcraft and possess extremely great speed. You will hide amongst the darkness and deliver the final blow. Strike once you've found the perfect opportunity and deal the most damage you can to the Gold Kingdom. It would be great if you can kill 1 or 2 of their universe masters in one blow. Understood, replied Jian Wushuang. His gaze had turned cold, and the killing intent was raging within himself. Everyone, today's battle concerns the survival of our green fire world. If we wipe out the Gold Kingdom's foundations today, when its main body arrives, we still stand a chance. If we fail, the green fire world will be doomed. We can't afford to lose this battle and let that chance of survival slip from our hands, the Samsara Temple Master said in a low tone. We have to win this battle. Victory! Jian Wushuang and the others roared. Let's strike! The Samsara Temple Master growled, and the Void Temple Master, who was beside him, tossed the restriction-removing pearl in his hand toward the district shrouded in purple haze. The pearl shot into the haze, and instantly, a piercing glow emerged, like a sun emerging. An earth-shattering, terrible explosion soon followed. Boom! It was as though heaven and earth had split apart. After the explosion, the purple haze covering the perimeter of the Gold Kingdom's base began dispersing to the surrounding area. Chapter 1188, Outbreak of War. Chapter 1188, Outbreak of War. Within the base of the Gold Kingdom, in the palace that was the deepest inside, the red-headed, cold-looking, and young Red Snow King had gathered with a few universe masters. Red Snow King, have you recovered from our injury? Asked the Golden Rock King. Right, replied the Red Snow King with a slight nod. His eyes, however, shone brightly. That Jian Wushuang is indeed vicious. Previously, the 4 kings of the Gold Kingdom had tried to assassinate Jian Wushuang, and he led them into chilly Wind Valley knowing that he would die one way or the other. The blood-cold wind then erupted, and the Red Snow King managed to escape with his life, but he was seriously injured. Over the years, he had remained in seclusion as he healed. It was only recently that he had completely recovered from his injuries. It just so happens that the arrival of the main body of our army coincides with my recovery, he said. He licked his lips, a vicious look flashing across his eyes. The universe masters beside him were also stirred. They had waited far too long for this day. 5 million years. I've waited on this battlefield for 5 million years, and now I'll finally get to see His Majesty in person. Haha. When he arrives with the main body of our army, they'll surely be able to wipe out the Green Fire Palace and the entire Green Fire world completely. This huge battlefield will then fall into the hands of our Gold Kingdom. This day has finally come. All of the universe masters all glowed with excitement, and they growled continuously. They had been wandering in this battlefield for 5 million years and were extremely aware of how precious this battlefield could be. Unluckily, the presence of the Green Fire Palace severely restricted their movements. As such, they had long wanted to wipe their enemies completely out. That said, they did not have the capability to do so. They tried once 5 million years before and failed. After that failure, the Gold Kingdom had not given up trying to take over the battlefield. Their monarch had led the main body of their army toward this place exactly 5 million years ago. The location of the battlefield was far too unique, and the monarch of the Gold Kingdom expended much effort to lock in on it. He then spent many long years and sacrificed a lot before finally opening a portal to the battlefield with the inside help of the Red Snow King and gang. If it were not for the unique geography of the battlefield, he would have arrived long ago. All these years, I've been waiting on this battlefield and laid the foundations for His Majesty to lead our army here. This battle will be very different from the previous hastily planned one. This time, we are adequately prepared, and with these foundations along with the arrival of our monarch and more experts, the Green Fire Palace won't stand a chance. Our Gold Kingdom will definitely win this battle. The Red Snow King roared emotionally. The Universe Masters were also prepared and were waiting for the main body of their army to arrive. But at this moment, boom! Then came the sound of a terrible explosion. Instantly afterward, the entire base of the Gene Kingdom began shaking, and the Red Snow King and the other Universe Masters immediately noticed the tremors. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Multiple figures rose into the sky and appeared in the void above the base. The Red Snow King stood in their center, his expression turning extremely chilly as he surveyed the scene in front of them. How could the surrounding restrictive formations be broken? He asked as his pupils shrank suddenly. The main body of their army was about to arrive, but at this moment, the restrictive formations surrounding their base in the battlefield were broken. It's the Green Fire Palace. They are going all in and want to destroy our foundations in this battlefield. The Red Snow King was immediately enlightened. As expected, after the restrictions were removed, exposing the Gene Kingdom's base, many figures with strong aura appeared in the void before them. The figures could be seen charging toward the Red Snow King and the other experts of the Gene Kingdom. The figures consisted of the Samsara and Void Temple Masters, the Tang and Sunrise Sword Emperors, as well as the 5 Universe Master-level puppet fighters. Exactly 9 enemies at Universe Master level were charging directly toward the Red Snow King and gang. Are you guys staking the survival of your world on this attack? Do you think it'll be so easy? Stop them, he roared. A scarlet long spear appeared in his hand, a terrible aura emanating from it. He was the first from the Gene Kingdom's camp to move. The other 7 great Universe Masters, including the Golden Rock and Heaven Illusion Kings, followed closely behind. A huge battle broke out instantly. The Samsara Temple Master wore a jet black set of armor. It covered his entire body and even his face, except for a slit which allowed him to see. A murderous aura was emanating from it. He had transformed into an exceptionally fearsome beast, and he even had a jet black tail that was as sharp as a knife. Black flames covered his body, and he clashed with the Red Snow King in an instant. "Smash him!" the Red Snow King shouted. His eyes gleamed as he flicked his wrist, the long spear in his hand flying out toward his enemy. Snowflakes started falling in the void surrounding them, but they were strangely blood-red in color. The entire district turned bone-chillingly cold. Humph! The Samsara Temple Master grunted coldly as his body expanded suddenly. He charged fiercely directly toward the long spear like a fearsome beast with complete disregard for his own safety. Bam! The collision caused the Red Snow King's weapon to bend into a weird shape. The momentum of the Samsara Temple Master only slowed down partially, and he continued to smash into the Red Snow King. The Red Snow King grunted. During this time, the Samsara Temple Master had already lifted his palm. Swish! He clawed with a frightening speed at his opponent, and it easily sliced the void surrounding them apart. The Red Snow King shook and his scarlet spear shot out into the void like a venomous coiled snake, appearing before his opponent's claw. Clang! The weapon collided with the Temple Master's palm. "Get lost!" the Samsara Temple Master exclaimed angrily. His razor-sharp black tail swung forth and slashed at the Red Snow King's face. The Red Snow King was caught surprised and could try to fend off the blow, but placing his long spear before his chest. Bang! The Red Snow King trembled and transformed into flowing light, shooting backward. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. In a short period of time, the Red Snow King, who had charged fiercely toward his opponents earlier on, was already forced to retreat. Jin Wushuang was secretly surprised as he observed the fight in the shadows. As expected, the Red Snow King's still alive, and it looks like he has returned to peak strength. Even so, he is still obviously much weaker than the Samsara Temple Master. Chapter 1189. Jin Wushuang Strikes. Chapter 1189. Jin Wushuang Strikes. Jin Wushuang could not help but be awestruck. It was obvious that the Samsara Temple Master had held back by a lot during their friendly duel. Now, he was showing his true strength. The Red Snow King was of peak Universe Master strength, but the disparity in terms of strength between himself and the Samsara Temple Master was very obvious. He was knocked backward in an instant. The Samsara Temple Master's armor is definitely not anything ordinary. I guess it's about as powerful as your blood-killing plate armor. Furthermore, he's a Universe Master, and could bring out more of his armor's power as compared to you, said the Gu King. Jin Wushuang was extremely clear. He could only utilize the first stage of his blood-killing plate armor's power. It had a total of 3 stages. The Samsara Temple Master could naturally draw out more power from his own armor than Jin Wushuang. While the Samsara Temple Master was engaging the Red Snow King, the other Universe Masters and puppet fighters of the Green Fire Palace had all found their own opponents. In addition, Red Lotus, who remained at the extreme perimeter of the battlefield, had also struck. "I'm unleashing the skill of the Jiuyu realms," she said. The accessory on her arm instantly gave off a blood-red glow, and a huge blood-colored river came gushing out. It surged toward the surrounding with great force, covering the entire battlefield in an instant. The Jin Kingdom experts were soon all caught in its flow, their expressions changing. "Pressure," Red Lotus growled. She released the terrible power of the river onto her opponents, and it came onto them with huge force. The fearsome pressure caused the weaker holy masters in the Jin Kingdom's camp to give off terrible cries as their torsos were ripped apart from the force. Even those holy masters amongst them who were somewhat stronger were on the verge of collapsing and in danger of being pounded into mush. "This is not good. It's a realm. Be careful." All of the Universe Masters from the Gold Kingdom wore serious expressions on their faces. Even experts at their level would have their strength reduced by nearly 20% if they were caught in the river flow. Such a strong realm, thought Jin Wushuang secretly. In terms of power, I'm afraid Red Lotus' skill of the Jiuyu realms is even stronger than the Blaze Quicksand Gourd I obtained before, he thought. The power of her Jiuyu realm skill is indeed not bad, but it's still weaker than that of the Blaze Quicksand Gourd. You feel this way because you were too weak to properly unleash the gourd's true power. The Gu King's voice rang out. Putting you aside, I suspect that even most of the Green Fire Palace Masters can unleash its full power. It's also due to this reason that they would rather use other treasures and leave the gourd at the Firepoint Exchange office. Is that so? Jin Wushuang asked, feeling enlightened. All of a sudden, on the battlefield, a green haze began spreading. It formed a huge realm, thereby competing with the bloody river. Even though it was losing the battle, the Jin Kingdom experts were less tied down with its aid. Could it be that there are realm treasures in the Jin Kingdom as well? Also, it seems that they are treasures of high value, thought Jin Wushuang. He could follow this line of thought, but he also felt his emotions stirring. The Green Fire Palace possessed far more treasures than the Jin Kingdom due to its far longer existence in the battlefield. That said, the latter had arrived on the battlefield 5 million years ago, and as such, its experts would not surprisingly have obtained realm treasures. To think that you people from the Green Fire Palace have even utilized your Universe Master-level puppet fighters. Seems like you guys are hell-bent on destroying the foundations our Jin Kingdom has laid on this battlefield, regardless of the consequences, the Red Snow King said in an icy tone as he held his spear in one hand, countless blood-red snowflakes falling behind him. Humph! Don't any of you from the Jin Kingdom think of escaping today, the Samsara Temple Master said, his booming voice projecting out from his black armor. As he spoke, He was already flying out toward his enemies. "You wish to subdue all of us with only such strength? What a joke!" scoffed the Red Snow King. He was feeling entirely unafraid. In terms of battle strength of their universe masters, the Green Fire Palace was indeed much stronger than the Gene Kingdom, and the former did indeed have a great advantage over its opponents with the aid of the Jiuyu realm. That said, it was merely an advantage, and it was indeed still wishful thinking on the Samsara Temple Master's part for his side to be able to completely wipe out the experts of the Gene Kingdom. At this moment, Jian Wushuang, who had remained concealed all this while, was prepared to strike. "I need to secure victory for us the moment I strike," he thought. "I need to kill one or more universe masters from the Gene Kingdom instantly before they even have time to react." Jian Wushuang licked his lips and fixed his icy stare on one area of the unfolding battle. 2 universe masters of the Gene Kingdom were gathered there. Jian Wushuang was extremely familiar with them. They were the Golden Rock King and the Heaven Illusion King. Both of them had tried to assassinate him on the battlefield earlier. "I shall attack these two," he thought. There was a flash of killing intent in his gaze as his figure began slowly drifting toward their location. Both the Golden Rock and Heaven Illusion Kings were joining forces in a battle against the Void Temple Master. Amongst the other Green Fire Palace Masters, only the Samsara Temple Master's battle strength was higher than that of the Void Temple Master. The latter was close to peak Universe Master level, and both the Golden Rock and Heaven Illusion Kings could barely manage to hold him at bay even after joining forces. Most of the time, the Void Temple Master held the upper hand. Destroy. He was wielding 2 gold discs, and one of them was colored white while the other black. He tossed both of them out at the same time. The discs collided with the Golden Rock and Heaven Illusion Kings. The former was the stronger of the two, but he still could not help continuously stumbling backward. As for his comrade, the Heaven Illusion King, she literally flew backward from the impact. Just then, a chilling sword light was forming. It was extremely dazzling, and it affected the surrounding space-time as it shot out. Instantly, it appeared before the Golden Rock King. "Be careful, Golden Rock King!" the Heaven Illusion King roared in surprise from a distance away. "What?" the Golden Rock King asked, his expression changing drastically. The sword light was too fast and caught him by surprise. As such, he did not have any time to react. Who could have unleashed such a swift sword light? The Sunrise Sword Emperor? No, he was on another part of the battlefield and could not have suddenly appeared here. Who was it then? Could there still be experts from the Green Fire Palace concealed in this battlefield? The Golden Rock King's mind was racing. His body, however, did not have enough time to react, and he could only stare at the sword light coming towards his head. Chi! The sword light shot past. The Golden Rock King's head instantly detached from his neck and flew a distance away. The first casualty who was of Universe Master level was the Golden Rock King. Chapter 1190, Utter Defeat. Chapter 1190, Utter Defeat. How could this happen? The Heaven Illusion King's eyes were wide open and her body trembled slightly. The Golden Rock King was killed right in front of her, but she did not even notice who was the assailant. Suddenly, a cold sword light formed again, and this time it came straight for her. The instant she saw the sword light, she also noticed clearly who her opponent was. He was a young man in a blood-red robe, and his looks were extremely familiar to her. Shouldn't this person already have been killed 1,800 years ago? How did he appear here again? Impossible. Impossible. Jian Wushuang, how could it be you? She gave off a shrill cry, and even though she was shaken up, she had no plans to die as her comrade did. An exquisite aquamarine pagoda appeared behind her, and her eyes began to give off a strange glow. It could charm. Ridiculous. The Heaven Illusion King was most skilled in illusion skills, and they could be classified as consciousness attacks. That said, however, her attacks were but a joke to Jian Wushuang, who had already lit up his soul fire. Jian Wushuang's figure was unimpeded by the attack and appeared before the Heaven Illusion King, appearing to have not been hindered by it. "Now's my turn," he said coldly. He then unleashed the sword move that he had prepared. Spell of Disturbance. A strong gust of wind shot toward the Heaven Illusion King. A sword shadow was in the gust of wind. It grew into the size of a storm, entirely engulfing the Heaven Illusion King. Before Jian Wushuang had even unleashed his swordsmanship, a fearsome soul attack was already upon the Heaven Illusion King. She was caught surprised, leading to her consciousness being disrupted for a short while. Even though the pause was negligible, her actions were now a little slower, and she was helpless to fend off Jian Wushuang's move. As the sword essence storm raged on, the Heaven Illusion King's corpse was left behind. A second universe master was killed. What? Golden Rock King, Heaven Illusion King. This? It's him. Both kings were killed by him. Everyone at the scene witnessed the deaths of the two universe masters, and naturally, all color had left the experts from the Jin Kingdom. The two deceased kings were considered as stronger amongst the universe masters of the Jin Kingdom, yet they were killed in an instant. Furthermore, they did not even have time to react. How strong was their assailant? Jian Wushuang. The Red Snow King stared at Jian Wushuang, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Jian Wushuang? He's the Jian Wushuang? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? How is he still alive? Even if he's alive, how did he manage to increase his strength by this much? Angry and shocked voices rang out. The experts of the Jin Kingdom were indeed extremely shocked. 1,800 years ago, the Red Snow, Golden Rock, Heaven Illusion, and Heaven Shadow Kings had combined forces to assassinate Jian Wushuang. They paid a heavy price for it, and the Heaven Shadow King even lost his life, but they had at least accomplished their goal. Jian Wushuang was indeed struck dead that time. But if he was, how could he be appearing before them now? So who was this young man in the blood-red robes who had cut down two of their universe masters so quickly? Bastard! To think you're still alive, growled the Red Snow King, an unprecedented level of rage in his eyes. I'm sorry to have disappointed you, replied Jian Wushuang with a cold smile. The Red Snow King was shaken. He had personally seen Jian Wushuang enter Chilly Wind Valley and smashed to bits by the blood-cold wind. Logically, he should have remained dead, but here he was all in one piece. Moreover, his strength had obviously increased greatly over such a short span of time. The other Green Fire Palace Masters were feeling completely assured, the exact opposite of their opponents. Haha, good one, Jian Wushuang. Well done. Humph. Now that two of the Jin Kingdom's universe masters have been killed, I want to see what they can come up with next. Kill? The Samsara Temple Master roared. His eyes were red, and he gave off a terrible killing intent as he attacked again. Kill. Kill them all. The other palace masters, Jian Wushuang included, were on a rampage and they began slaughtering the enemy experts. Before Jian Wushuang struck, the Jin Kingdom experts could still somewhat manage to fend off the attacks of the palace masters, even though they were at the losing end of the battle. Now, however, things were largely different after the death of two of their universe masters and the entry of Jian Wushuang into the battle. Die! Jian Wushuang exclaimed. He appeared phantom-like before another universe master of the Jin Kingdom and engulfed him with another sword essence storm. That's not good. The expressions of a few other universe masters of the Jin Kingdom changed drastically. Just moments ago, they had personally witnessed the Heaven Illusion King being killed by the same move. Now, it was this universe master's turn. PSSSH, PSSSH, PSSSH. Sword lights flew out one after the other, and the universe master, whose battle strength was comparable to the Golden Rock King, could only manage to fend off two blows while under Jian Wushuang's soul attack. The third blow pierced through his throat. At the moment, Jian Wushuang had already cut down three universe masters. Damn! That boy! Those were universe masters, yet he could kill them almost instantly? Too strong. He's too strong. Run, run. The experts from the Jin Kingdom were utterly defeated. They were crumbling. The few kings that were still alive were all scared listless as they saw how easily Jian Wushuang cut down their comrades. None of them dared to continue fighting. He had really cut them down with unfathomable speed. They died instantly, without being able to defend themselves at all. It was even more frightening than the Samsara Temple Master's attacks. Even though the Temple Master was strong and could kill ordinary Universe Masters as well, even he could not do so in such a casual and quick fashion. Jian Wushuang, on the other hand, was a sword cultivator and a master swordsman of death. No Universe Master of an ordinary level could hope to withstand the extremely swift space-time sword principle and soul attack that he had created. Slaughter. At the moment, Jian Wushuang was slaughtering the enemy experts with abandon. It did not matter what level they were. He showed no mercy and killed them all. The other palace masters and puppet fighters also slaughtered their enemies mercilessly. The battle was completely one-sided. Chapter 1191. Luring the Soul. Chapter 1191. Luring the Soul. Run. Quick run. The Jin Kingdom experts began fleeing frantically. This place was the former capital of the Jin Kingdom. Coupled with the fact that the main forces of the kingdom were about to arrive, the kingdom had gathered the celestial masters who was already on the battlefield here. However, it seemed as if they had set up themselves to seized by the Green Fire Palace in one fell swoop. These celestial masters did not even have the right to put up a fight. They could merely flee frantically. Unfortunately, it was difficult for them to do so as they were in the ruddy-faced Jiuyu's domain. Thus, a large amount of celestial masters was mercilessly slaughtered. Damn it! Red Snow King's face was icy cold as he emitted a roar. Out of the blue, a pitch-black tail that was like a saber came sweeping at him at lightning speed. He immediately scrambled to defend himself, but Samsara Temple Master suddenly bellowed. The sound carried a terrifying sound wave that attacked him. Crash! The low sound of collision resounded and Red Snow King's body flew out. While being flung away, he spewed blood from his mouth. Red Snow King, I've told you that I won't let even one of you Jin Kingdom experts here today escape. Samsara Temple Master's cold voice reverberated in the air. Instead of getting angry, Red Snow King laughed and replied, "You won't let even one of us escape? Don't you think you're too confident in yourselves? Did you really think you'll be able to ruin the foundation of our Jin Kingdom on this battlefield with a couple of palace masters, Jian Wushuang, and several puppet fighters? What a joke. Since you're all here today, don't even dream of escaping." Red Snow King was seeing red, his gaze carrying a boundless killing intent. The several palace masters of Green Fire Palace and Jian Wushuang could not help frowning after hearing his words. What kind of trouble could Red Snow King cause now that the situation had reached its current state and all the experts in the old Jin Kingdom capital had escaped? Humph! Following a harumph, Red Snow King waved his hand, and a sturdy figure immediately appeared in the void beside him. This sturdy figure was evidently a puppet fighter that bore no vitality or aura whatsoever. Moreover, it ought to be one at the Universe Master level. However, Red Snow King would not be able to change the current situation even if he could produce puppet fighters at the 3rd or 4th level, let alone a single one at the Universe Master level. Could it be? The pupils of Samsara Temple Master, Void Temple Master, and the others rapidly shrank. They came to realize there was something Red Snow King could do. Per their expectations, they saw him taking out a jade bottle and poured the drop of blood essence on the puppet fighter. Then, a simple and unsophisticated aura slowly began to rise out of the puppet fighter. Oh no! Damn it! The expressions of Samsara Temple Master, Void Temple Master, and the others changed. They already knew what Red Snow King was attempting to do. Soul luring. This is a soul-luring tactic. Gu King's solemn voice reverberated in Jian Wushuang's heart. Soul luring? What's soul luring? Jian Wushuang immediately asked. Soul luring is a rather strange tactic from the eternal chaotic world. The user will imbue a shred of his consciousness into a drop of essence blood, and then use his secret skill on a puppet fighter or some other vessel. One will have to pay a great price for using this tactic. In fact, the stronger one is, the steeper the price, Gu King replied. What you're seeing right now is an example of soul luring. The drop of essence blood contained a shred of consciousness. I believe it to be the monarch of Jin Kingdom's consciousness. Monarch of Jin Kingdom's consciousness? Jin Wushuang was stunned. Even though it's just a shred of consciousness, it contains the memories of the monarch of Jin Kingdom. In other words, the shred of consciousness could unleash the secret skills he knows, including the Tao that he founded and the unique moves that he created. Through the puppet fighter, Gu King continued. However, this puppet fighter is only in the universe master level. That means whatever skills the monarch of Jin Kingdom uses will only contain the force of half a universe master level. I see, Jin Wushuang said, finally understanding the situation. Sure enough, the pupils of the puppet fighter that was completely still earlier began shifting around after the soul-luring ceremony. It was now alive. Your Highness, Red Snow King immediately kowtowed to the puppet fighter. The puppet fighter ignored him and turned to look at the palace masters of the Green Fire Palace. Knowing that my army is about to arrive, you all decided to take the first initiative and destroy all our foundation here. Your palace masters are pretty smart, aren't they? Courageous too, said a cold, hoarse voice. The faces of Samsara Temple Master, Void Temple Master, Emperor of Tang, Emperor of the Rising Sun Sword, and Red Lotus darkened. They had once seen this scene 5 million years ago. In the war between the Jin Kingdom and the Green Fire Palace, the former had used this exact same soul-luring skill to place a shred of their monarch's consciousness in a puppet fighter. The Green Fire Palace had to pay a steep price and exerted great effort before they could defeat the puppet fighter imbued with the monarch of Jin Kingdom's consciousness. Would history repeat itself today? This is troublesome, Samsara Temple Master muttered. Even though the basic strength of monarch of Jin Kingdom's consciousness was only at the ordinary universe master, his realm was above the universe master level. The last time we fought, you people had to use all sorts of tricks and sacrifice 2 of your universe masters to defeat a shred of my consciousness. I wonder what price you'll have to pay this time? The monarch of Jin Kingdom said, smiling faintly at them. Samsara, what should we do? The palace masters of the Green Fire Palace were already gathered in the same spot. What to do? What can we do? The voice of Samsara Temple Master was cold. Since things have come to this point, our only choice is to kill him. Kill me? Hee, how audacious. The monarch of Jin Kingdom sneered. His eyes turned steely, and in the next second, he was already charging at them. Kaboom! The aura of Samsara Temple Master surged violently as black flames flared from within his body. Carrying an endlessly tyrannical aura, he appeared in front of the monarch of Jin Kingdom. Underneath his black armor, his face had thoroughly contorted into a warped expression. His strength was at its peak. The palm that was covered in black armor was like a legendary rain-summoning dragon as he suddenly threw it outward. Black ripples emerged out of nowhere as explosions rang out. The 9 ripples revolved around Samsara Temple Master's palm. His palm suddenly exploded with the power of millions of thunderbolts. 9th-fold Heaven Samsara Seal. Kaboom! It was an earth-shattering skill. This was the most powerful unique move of Samsara Temple Master in his many years of fame. It was also a skill that he executed with all of his strength. Chapter 1192, Battle. Chapter 1192, Battle. How audacious of the light of a firefly to contend with the splendor of the sun and moon. The monarch of Jin Kingdom sneered when he saw Samsara Temple Master making his move, a lance already in hand. The dark as ink lance emanated a terrifying aura. It was a lance that was condensed purely out of monarch of Jin Kingdom's power. He followed suit in taking a step forward. The moment he stepped out, the pitch-black lance had already transformed into a pitch-black lightning bolt. The lightning bolt immediately pierced the void with an explosion. Boom! The lightning bolt caused an immense black hole to form in the void. The black hole began expanding at an astonishing speed and reached hundreds of thousands of miles in no time. Inside this black hole, the monarch of Jin Kingdom's lance had already collided with Samsara Temple Master's most powerful move. Clang! The collision caused an earth-shattering sound. Out of the 9 Tau pitch-black ripples from Samsara Temple Master's strike, 3 immediately shattered. The 4th, 5th, and 6th Tau followed suit after. The eyes of Samsara Temple Master turned bloodshot, and underneath the black armor, his face was equally as crazed. He had given his all in executing the move. However, sounds of collision reverberated out of the blue. 2 dull sounds of collision reverberated. The 7th and 8th Tau pitch-black ripples also dissipated. Insects are still insects at the end of the day. The monarch of Jin Kingdom smiled apathetically. Faint light burst out of the pitch-black lance in his hand, causing its power to heighten drastically. The lance then split open the final black ripple and arrive above Samsara Temple Master without losing any power or momentum. The terrifying impact came drifting towards Samsara Temple Master. Even with his black armor greatly weakening the impact, he nevertheless still made a quiet groan. The chi and blood in him were boiling, causing blood to spew from his mouth. Swoosh! Like an artillery shell, his body subsequently exploded. Samsara, Void Temple Master, Emperor of Tang, Emperor of the Rising Sun Sword, and Red Lotus all turned pale with fright. Samsara Temple Master was unmistakably the strongest out of the 5 of them. They were stunned that he was still forced to retreat after using his strongest move on the monarch of Jin Kingdom. How is that a shred of consciousness is this strong? Emperor of the Rising Sun Sword cried in shock. It had not been long since he abruptly ascended the throne. He was not involved in the war 5 million years ago, and thus did not see how the monarch of Jin Kingdom had wiped the battlefield clean back then. Jin Wushuang, who stood some distance away, narrowed his eyes. Even though the puppet fighter that carries his consciousness is only at the universe master level and the power he unleashed would be at a similar level, his realm is too high. The might of the Tao that he created, as well as the numerous secret skills that he possesses, surpassed what we have. In summary, his battle prowess is certainly at the peak of a universe master, the Supreme Universe Master level. Supreme Universe Master? I'm also one. I believe I'm the only one out of the entire Green Fire Palace to stand a fighting chance against him. Since that's the case, Jin Wushuang held the Blood Mountain sword in his hands, battle intent slowly but fiercely surging within him. Fight! Following the yelling. Right at the next moment, Jin Wushuang had already floated outward. You Palace Masters play a critical role in the Green Fire Palace. If I can kill you all now, it'll be so much easier for my army to sweep you all clean. The monarch of Jin Kingdom gave a light chuckle as he stared at Samsara Temple Master and the rest. In his eyes was a hint of killing intent. Just then, buzz! A faint sword echo resounded in the air, and an incomparably egotistical aura immediately locked onto the monarch of Jin Kingdom. The monarch of Jin Kingdom turned around with a raised eyebrow. Samsara Temple Master and the rest also heard the sword echo and immediately turned to look at the source of the sound. Jin Wushuang. They were all stupefied. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw Jin Wushuang flying straight toward the monarch of Jin Kingdom. Don't be hasty, Jin Wushuang. Hurry up and retreat. Jin Wushuang, you're not his match. Hurry up and run. Jin Wushuang, don't be stupid. The 5 palace masters cried out at the same time, asking Jin Wushuang to retreat. What a joke. The monarch of Jin Kingdom managed to force Samsara Temple Master to back off even after the latter had used all of his strength. Clearly, the former possessed strength superior to theirs. Their only choice was to work together and pay the price of sacrificing 1 or 2 of them to eliminate the monarch of Jin Kingdom's consciousness. Going one-on-one was no different from digging one's own grave. Jin Wushuang's eyes remained steely even after hearing the cries of the 5 palace masters, showing no desire whatsoever to retreat. The Jin Kingdom experts began to sneer. How interesting. Hotspurs like him are a rare sight in the eternal chaotic world. It's only in completely isolated places like this that we can see something like this. Since you're so desperate to be the first to die, I'll grant your wish. The monarch of Jin Kingdom made his move after speaking. Once again, he took a step forward and thrust the pitch-black lance in his hand in the next moment. Boom! The terrifying might caused the world to tremble. The surviving universe masters and celestial masters of the Jin Kingdom quaked in fear from the bottom of their hearts when they sensed this formidable might. There was a rupture in the void as the pitch-black lance directly penetrated Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang's figure had also abruptly halted. His eyes seemed to be burning with fire as they stared fixedly at the pitch-black lance. He had already lifted the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. The moment he lifted his sword, a buzzing sound resounded and the entire world plunged into darkness. Everything fell into darkness and nothingness. There was no longer any light to be seen. The world also fell into complete stillness. Flabbergasted, the monarch of Jin Kingdom raised his head. He happened to see Jian Wushuang swinging his sword at him. This swing was accompanied by a dazzling ray of light. The dazzling light radiated the world as if it was the first light of dawn rising from the end of the horizon. After 1,800 years of earnest cultivation, this was the strongest move that Jian Wushuang could produce. It was a sword movement in the Supreme Secret level. Dawn had arrived. Supreme Secret. The eyes of Monarch of Jin Kingdom glinted, and the might of the lance immediately exploded. Kaboom! The change of the world caused all living things to tremble. The experts in the area couldn't help shrieking in their hearts. That's Samsara Temple Master, Void Temple Master, Emperor of Tang, Emperor of the Rising Sun Sword, Red Lotus, and the 5 Palace Masters widened their eyes. They all stared fixedly at the scene before them. To be more precise, they were staring at the hint of dawn unfolding in the boundless darkness. Under everyone's focused gaze, 2 terrifyingly powerful forces collided with one another. Chapter 1193. I take you in as my personal disciple. Chapter 1193. I take you in as my personal disciple. Boom! The terrifying explosion reverberated in the world as the 2 powers collided, causing the void to rupture frantically. Strong gales from the clash of the 2 energies exploded out. Retreat. Even while grappling with shock, the master of Samsara Temple and the others immediately retreated. With a steely face, Jian Wushuang stood in the center of this powerful collision. His sword light remained as dazzling as ever. He managed to create a supreme secret. The eyes of the monarch of Jin Kingdom glinted as he stared fixedly on Jian Wushuang. He then sneered. Whoosh! Whoosh! Both of them were pushed backward by the force at the same time. Thud! 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 Jian Wushuang treaded on the void, each step imbued with million tons of force as he trampled on the void. He took a total of 10 steps backward before stopping. When he once again lifted his head, his battle intent was overpowering. Meanwhile, the monarch of Jin Kingdom had also taken 10 steps backward before stopping. To think that they would be evenly matched in a head-on collision. How is this possible? Red Snow King cried with an unprecedented sense of shock. His eyes were now entirely open as he stared fixedly at Jian Wushuang. The master of Samsara Temple and the rest were also stupefied. Not even the master of Samsara Temple was able to contend with the monarch of Jin Kingdom's consciousness after exerting his full strength. Yet Jian Wushuang was evenly matched with the latter. Was this a joke? 1,800 years. It has only been 1,800 years. Emperor of Tang clasped his hands tightly, a deep sense of surprise coloring his eyes. The master of Samsara Temple and the rest were overjoyed at the unexpected turn of events. They were already deeply shocked when they found out that Jian Wushuang was no weaker than Red Snow King. But they never once thought that the power of Jian Wushuang would be so much more frightening than what they imagination. 1,800 years ago, Jian Wushuang was merely equipped with the battle strength of a universe master. He managed to improve his strength this much in a short span of 1,800 years. What a monster! The palace masters could not suppress their tempestuous hearts. Their lifespans were all incomparably long. Never mind 1,800 years, it would be hard for them to see significant progress in their strength even after 18,000 years. Jian Wushuang's progress was certainly extraordinary. That sword move earlier, Emperor of the Rising Sun Sword's eyes were wide open. The scene of Jian Wushuang unleashing his swordsmanship replayed in his mind over and over. Previously, when another palace master said that he could no longer maintain his position as the top sword cultivator in the Green Fire world, he was unable to accept it. Even though Jian Wushuang had previously shown strength superior to his, the former was an inverse cultivator with many treasures and plethora of tricks. In terms of kendo and swordsmanship, he believed that he was not any weaker than Jian Wushuang. In fact, he might even be stronger. However, now that he had seen that sword move, he no longer harbored any thoughts of competing with Jian Wushuang. That sword strike surpassed everything he knew about swordsmanship. He's the true top sword cultivator of the Green Fire world, Emperor of the Rising Sun Sword exclaimed in a solemn voice. Over on the battlefield, the eyes of the monarch of Jin Kingdom glinted as he looked at Jian Wushuang. If I'm not mistaken, you ought to be a mere Dao master, he asked. So what if it's true? Jian Wushuang retorted in an icy cold voice. How extraordinary that a mere Dao master is able to create a swordsmanship of the supreme secret level and possess the battle strength of a universe master. Though I've seen countless talents in the eternal chaotic world, you're much more noteworthy than any of them, the monarch of Jin Kingdom said with a smile. I'll give you a chance in view of your talent. Chance? What chance? Jian Wushuang asked emotionlessly. I'll give you a chance to swear your allegiance to me, the monarch of Jin Kingdom said, smiling. My original body will soon be here. When that time comes, I'll sweep this battlefield clean. Of course, that means I'll be destroying all of you Green Fire Palace people as well. You too will die. However, if you swear your allegiance to me, I'll spare your life and even take you in as my personal disciple. The many opportunities and treasures left on this battlefield will belong to us both. What say you? You'll take me in as a personal disciple? Jian Wushuang could not help sneering. Jian Wushuang, are you aware of what kind of illustrious existence His Highness is? He founded the great Jin Kingdom but has never taken any personal disciples. His willingness to do so is the result of the accumulation of your luck over your entire lifetime. Won't you hurry up and agree? Red Snow King cried. Heh, I'm afraid I'm unable to bear the love that the monarch of Jin Kingdom has shown me, Jian Wushuang said coldly. What? The eyes of the monarch of Jin Kingdom turned cold. Shaking his head, he said, That's a pity then. Since you're not willing to accept me as your master and join my camp, that makes you my enemy. I have no choice but to exterminate a talent like you. Exterminate me? Just based on the little shred of consciousness you have here? Jian Wushuang mocked. How would I know if I don't try? The monarch of Jin Kingdom laughed as he stared fixedly at Jian Wushuang with a pair of icy cold eyes. Strange scarlet rays of light flitted inside his pupils. Buzz. An incorporeal force attacked Jian Wushuang's sea of consciousness. A jolt went through his body, but he swiftly recovered. Consciousness attack? Jian Wushuang sneered. You blocked it? The monarch of Jin Kingdom was rather flabbergasted. I've truly underestimated you. Looks like I won't be able to kill you with just this shred of consciousness, but we can just wait for my original body to arrive to deal with you. Let me first put things in order here. With me around, you won't have this opportunity, Jian Wushuang said. Oh. The monarch of Jin Kingdom narrowed his eyes. Swoosh, swoosh. Their figures vanished at the same time. When they reappeared, they were already locked in a fierce battle. The void around them was instantly crushed as a result of their fight. Wearing an icy-cold expression, Jian Wushuang held his trembling Blood Mountain sword in one hand and immediately thrust it at the monarch of Jin Kingdom. In's spiritual dragon. His Blood Mountain sword immediately turned into an immense black dragon that violently tore at the monarch of Jin Kingdom. The monarch of Jin Kingdom appeared tranquil as he threw the pitch-black lance in his hand in a seemingly casual manner. This time, the lance went straight through the immense black dragon and even destroyed the force concealed with the dragon. Spell of disturbance. Following Jian Wushuang's roar, gale began to rise around them and shadows of the sword burst forth from his hand. In an instant, he created a storm of sword shadows that enveloped the monarch of Jin Kingdom. The terrifying sword shadows abruptly exploded. Chapter 1194, Reincarnation of the Extinguished Consciousness. Chapter 1194, Reincarnation of the Extinguished Consciousness. Interesting. The monarch of Jin Kingdom appeared overjoyed even as he was trapped in the storm of sword shadows. He thrust his pitch-black lance in a seemingly casual manner, but happened to block Jian Wushuang's sword at just the right timing. My spell of disturbance pushes the sword principles of the world to its pinnacle. Each sword strike affects time and space at a frighteningly high speed, yet he's able to block each one with such ease. Jian Wushuang frowned. Just show me all that you have, the monarch of Jin Kingdom said with a laugh. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. His figure began to sway, and a doppelganger appeared next to him. Oh, a doppelganger? The monarch of Jin Kingdom lifted an eyebrow. Kill. Jian Wushuang's eyes were icy cold as he and his doppelganger brandished their swords side by side. Then, at a lightning speed, they thrust their swords together. Jian Wushuang's doppelganger possessed the exact same sword principles and swordsmanship as him. It could also unleash the stroke of dawn. The only difference was that it was not dressed in the blood-killing plate armor and was thus slightly weaker than Jian Wushuang. However, with this move as a supreme secret level, it still possessed the battle strength of a peak universe master. Master of Samsara Temple, let's fight together. Jian Wushuang opened his mouth to emit a whistle as he and his doppelganger struck at the same time. All right, the master of Samsara Temple, who had stabilized his injuries, immediately nodded. His body rapidly enlarged and turned into a large vicious beast that was covered in armor. He then charged toward the monarch of Jin Kingdom and arrived in front of the latter. The master of Void Temple, Emperor of Tang, Emperor of the Rising Sun Sword, and Red Lotus could only watch as the master of Samsara Temple joined Jian Wushuang. Red Lotus could, at most, impose slight suppression on the monarch of Jin Kingdom with his 9 Serenities domain. There was nothing concrete that they could do against such a powerful enemy like the monarch of Jin Kingdom. Considering their strength, any show of carelessness on the battlefield will just give the monarch an opportunity to kill them. The war between the Green Fire Palace and the Jin Kingdom was imminent, and any difference in realm and battle strength was vital in determining the outcome of the war. They would not hastily try and take down the monarch of Jin Kingdom unless it was absolutely necessary. With Jian Wushuang, his doppelganger, and the master of Samsara Temple working together, coupled with Red Lotus 9 Serenities domain aiding their fight, it was enough to take down the manifestation of the monarch of Jin Kingdom's consciousness. Kill. Die. The three of them unleashed their greatest battle potential. In particular, Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship was sharp and precise. In terms of battle strength, he was not weaker than the monarch of Jin Kingdom's consciousness in the slightest. Under successive attacks from all three of them, the monarch of Jin Kingdom immediately fell to a state of disadvantage. Not long after, Humph! The master of Samsara Temple harumphed coldly as he took advantage of the gap when the monarch of Jin Kingdom was resisting Jian Wushuang's sword. With his large body, he slammed into the monarch with the force of a mountain. The puppet fighter that housed the monarch's consciousness immediately became damaged and part of his arm shattered from the force of the collision. The eyes of Jian Wushuang and the master of Samsara Temple brightened up when they saw this scene. Sure enough, Jian Wushuang smirked. This soul-luring trick draws only the monarch's consciousness, but its body is still that of a puppet fighter of the level of a universe master with ordinary defensive capabilities. It doesn't have any self-protection methods either, and any ordinary universe master would be able to cause such damage if their attack lands on the puppet fighter's body, let alone the master of Samsara Temple's brutal attack. Moreover, the monarch couldn't restore the damaged parts of the puppet fighter. The monarch of Jin Kingdom saw a sharp decline in his battle strength after the master of Samsara Temple slammed into him. He was subsequently put under even stronger suppression. The puppet fighter soon reached the fringe of complete destruction. The monarch of Jin Kingdom's consciousness remained in the puppet fighter, but he could also detect that his vessel had reached its limit. Even so, he showed no anger. His face remained as cold as ever. Jian Wushuang, I have remembered you. It won't be long before my true body arrives. I want to see if how your green fire palace resist me then. Don't think that you'll have the opportunity to live just because you've ruined our foundation here. It's impossible. I've made preparations this time. It doesn't matter what tricks you people have up your sleeves. Everything will end up being destroyed. Wait for your deaths. The monarch of Jin Kingdom's voice reverberated in the air like the booming of thunder. The sound did not dissipate for a long time. However, the puppet fighter had thoroughly frittered away, and his consciousness also disappeared. Jian Wushuang and the master of Samsara Temple hovered in the void as they stared at the puppet fighter, slowly falling to the ground. Their expressions were as grave as ever. If his consciousness alone is this difficult to handle, just how terrifying would the real thing be? Jian Wushuang tightly clasped his hands, his eyes clouded over. The monarch of Jin Kingdom was unable to unleash many of his skills and tricks, including his strength, due to the limitations of his vessel. Even so, he was only defeated when Jian Wushuang used his doppelganger and with the help of the master of Samsara Temple. The monarch himself ought to be tenfold, perhaps even hundredfold, stronger. What could the Green Fire Palace do to resist the monarch of Jin Kingdom when he descends on this battlefield? Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The master of the Void Temple, Emperor of Tang, Emperor of the Rising Sun Sword, and Red Lotus flew over to them. Jian Wushuang. The four palace masters, including the master of Samsara Temple, looked at him gratefully. This time, they had come here with the intention of destroying the former capital of the Jin Kingdom, as well as the kingdom's foundation in this battlefield. Yet they did not expect that the kingdom would once again use the soul-luring skill and draw the consciousness of the monarch of Jin Kingdom here. Were it not for Jian Wushuang making a prompt move, the monarch's consciousness could very well slaughter them all. The five of them might not be able to survive this. Jian Wushuang's strength had also stunned them. The top expert of the Green Fire Palace was previously the master of Samsara Temple. However, after this battle, the position belonged to Jian Wushuang. The only problem was that no one had the mood to bring this up under such circumstances. After all, this was a problem that determined the survival of the entire Green Fire Palace, and even the Green Fire world. Everyone, what happened to the other Jin Kingdom experts? Jian Wushuang asked. While Jian Wushuang and the master of Samsara Temple were working together to exterminate the monarch of Jin Kingdom's consciousness, the other three worked to complement Red Lotus 9 Serenity's domain and slaughter all the Jin Kingdom experts. Few of the Jin Kingdom could escape thanks to Red Lotus 9 Serenity's domain. Most of the holy masters were killed, with only a few lucky ones fleeing. The universe masters are all dead, except for Red Snow King. The master of Void Temple answered. Chapter 1195, 80 Years. Chapter 1195, 80 Years. Red Snow King escaped? Jian Wushuang frowned. It's my fault, the master of Void Temple said, taking the blame for what happened. The cunning Red Snow King immediately fled when he saw that the monarch of Jin Kingdom's consciousness wasn't going to last. Even though I managed to react in time and work together with Red Lotus to stop him, he still managed to run. Red Snow King possesses the battle strength of a peak universe master. It's normal that you failed to stop him, the master of Samsara Temple said. Jin Wushuang gave a small nod. Whatever the case, we've fulfilled our objective of our war this time. You're right. We did it. The 5 palace masters began to smile. Even though they were still under immense pressure, they had still successfully destroyed the plans of the former capital of the Jin Kingdom. Their objective was essentially fulfilled. This was a great victory for them. With this great victory, they could still put up a struggle against the main Jin army. If the Green Fire Palace lost this war, then it would truly be the arrival of Judgment Day for them. The former capital of the Jin Kingdom is now destroyed. Even though there are still surviving experts on this battlefield, all of them except for Red Snow King are insignificant for us. We can now destroy their foundation here without worries. Before the army arrives, they wouldn't have any way of resisting us, the master of Samsara Temple said. Emperor of Tang, Rising Sun, Red Lotus, I'll leave the task of destroying the foundation of Jin Kingdom to you 3. You must work quickly. No problem. The 3 of them nodded. The former capital of the Jin Kingdom was already destroyed. Eradicating their foundation would be as easy as blowing off dust. Void, Jin Wushuang, the 3 of us will immediately return to the Green Fire Palace and prepare for the upcoming war. Moreover, we must announce the news of this decisive battle, the master of Samsara Temple continued. Jin Wushuang and the master of Void Temple wore solemn expressions. They were well aware that the upcoming war would dictate the life and death of the Green Fire Palace, and all the experts must be gathered for it. The only way for them to resist the offensive forces of the Jin Kingdom, and perhaps even prevail, was to gather and unite all the high-level forces of the Green Fire world. Red Lotus, did you record the scene of the battle today with your mirror image token? The master of Samsara Temple asked, turning toward Red Lotus. I did. Red Lotus nodded. He took out a token and handed it to the master of Samsara Temple. This is great. The Jin Kingdom is too strong. If we just announce the news just like that, the experts of our Green Fire world will certainly be alarmed. But after this battle today, we can certainly lift their morale. The master of Samsara Temple said solemnly. Morale was a crucial point looking at how imminent the war was. The palace masters of the Green Fire Palace did not simply wage today just to destroy the foundation of the Jin Kingdom in this battlefield. They wanted to boost the morale of the entire Green Fire world at the same time. They wanted to give the Green Fire world hope of a victory, as only then would the experts unite and display their full strength. Let's go. Jin Wushuang and the other 6 palace masters immediately separated to go about their respective tasks. Emperor of Tang, Emperor of the Rising Sun Sword, and Red Lotus destroyed the foundation of Jin Kingdom in this battlefield. Jin Wushuang, Master of the Samsara Temple, and Master of the Void Temple returned to the Green Fire Palace using the shortest time possible, where they immediately began gathering the experts of the palace. In the dark and boundless void over on the edge of the enormous battlefield, there was a large tunnel carved into the dark and boundless void, and at the end of it was an ancient and immense spaceship slowly traveling along it. There was an impressively vast hall in the center of the spaceship. Inside, a devilishly handsome young man dressed in a luxurious golden robe reclined on a golden throne. Faint golden lights were glinting in his pupils. He was currently wearing a strange smile. Jin Wushuang. Interesting. I never thought there'd be such an exceptional talent residing in the tiny Green Fire world. He's only a Dao master but possesses the unparalleled battle strength of a universe master. I've never even heard of something like this. This youngster's potential is certainly unpredictable. What a pity that he's unwilling to be my disciple. If that's the case, I must eliminate such an exceptional talent like him at the roots. The handsome young man's eyes gradually turned cold. Zhu Shi, the man called. The cool and elegant woman, standing quietly at the end of the hall, looked over. Lord Jinfeng, she answered. The handsome man in a golden robe was the monarch of Jin Kingdom. His real name was Jinfeng. Most experts of the Jin Kingdom addressed him as Lord Monarch. Zhu Shi was the only one to call him Lord Jinfeng. This showed that she did not belong to the kingdom. How much longer will it take for my spaceship to arrive to that battlefield? The monarch of Gene Kingdom asked. The void here is rather strange. Moreover, the green fire world can use this void to arrange formations. In fact, their people are currently using their grand formation to obstruct the speed of the spaceship. There's nothing I can do but to steer the spaceship slowly through this tunnel. I think it'll take us at least another 80 years to reach there, Joshi said. 80 years is a pretty long time, the monarch of Gene Kingdom said, frowning. He had spent a whopping 5 million years to enter that battlefield, so 8 short years ought to be nothing to him. He was only this anxious after seeing an existence in the green fire world that would pose a great threat to him. This existence was none other than Jian Wuxiang. That Jian Wuxiang is extraordinarily talented. He now possesses the unparalleled battle strength of a universe master, but once he makes yet another breakthrough to the holy master level, his strength would rise significantly. He might be able to contend with me then, and that would make my task of destroying the green fire world a lot more difficult. 80 years seem like a short time, but a talent like him might be able to find a breakthrough opportunity in that time. The monarch of Gene Kingdom sighed. He then asked Jushi, can't we use the speed of the spaceship to forcefully pass through this tunnel? No. Jushi shook her head. It took me a bit of luck to create this tunnel itself, for it's not an easy task. I can't guarantee that this tunnel is stable. If we force our way through, this tunnel might collapse on us and all our efforts will be in vain. If there's nothing we can do, then so be it. The monarch of Gene Kingdom shook his head before looking at Joshi again. Have you prepared what I told you to prepare? Of course. The preparations are finally ready after spending hundreds of thousands of years and sacrificing much, Joshi answered with a laugh. Very well. Then we'll allow the green fire world to exist for another 8 years. 80 years later, no one will be able to stop me. The monarch of Gene Kingdom's evil aura rose sharply. Chapter 1196, The Announcement of the Great War. Chapter 1196, The Announcement of the Great War. There were a large number of people standing on a large empty ground within the Green Fire Palace. Not long ago, the master of Samsara Temple ordered that all the holy masters of the palace gather here. Whether they were in the palace, out adventuring on the battlefield, or cultivating behind closed doors, the holy masters came to this spot as swiftly as possible. Most of them were confused and doubtful of the reason for their gathering. What's going on? They gathered all the holy masters, even those out on the battlefield. Look, isn't that holy master Yun? It's really him. That's the oldest existence in our Green Fire Palace. Moreover, he has shut himself in without seeing anyone for a long time. To think that even he would show up. Something must have happened for them to call for such a large-scale gathering. Could it be a war against the Gene Kingdom? The empty ground was abuzz with discussion. Swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, 2 persons appeared in the void in front of the empty ground. These 2 were the Master of Samsara Temple and the Master of Void Temple. Greetings, Master of Samsara Temple, Master of Void Temple. The holy masters gathered on the empty ground immediately paid their respects. The Master of Samsara Temple and the Master of Void Temple exchanged looks. Let's begin, the Master of Void Temple said. The Master of Samsara Temple nodded. He then addressed the crowd in a booming voice, saying, Everyone, there's only one reason behind this gathering today. I'm sure many of you have already guessed this reason. That is, a war is about to break out between the Green Fire Palace and the Gene Kingdom. These words swept the holy masters on the empty ground like wildfire. The war is here, as expected. It's finally here. I wonder if it's our side or the other side who waged the war. Since our forces are a little weaker than the forces of the Gene Kingdom, logic dictates that the Gene Kingdom is the one to incite the war. Humph! This Gene Kingdom sure is audacious. Even with our weaknesses, we ultimately still won the war against them 5 million years ago. And they dare wage a war against us now that our forces are not much weaker than theirs? They're really digging their own graves, aren't they? Many of the holy masters began gearing up for a fight. The Green Fire Palace and the Gene Kingdom had a long history of enmity. Aside from the war 5 million years ago, there had been countless battles between the two. The grudge accumulated over the years was unimaginably deep. Many of them had lost their friends to the Gene Kingdom. Naturally, they sought revenge against the latter. The Master of Samsara Temple and the Master of Void Temple both secretly shook their heads after seeing the current scene. Everyone, this wouldn't be an ordinary war. It involves the life and death of the entire Green Fire world. Any mishap and our domain will be completely annihilated, the Master of Samsara Temple said solemnly. What? Many of the holy masters on the empty ground raised their heads to look at him. To them, the current strength of the Green Fire Palace was enough for them to block the attacks of the Gene Kingdom. Why would the situation worsen to the point that their survival would be at stake? The Master of Samsara Temple did not elaborate. With a wave of his hand, a scene began playing in the void in front of him. Naturally, the scene was of the immense tunnel outside the battlefield as well as the spaceship slowly traveling inside of it. What's that? The holy masters appeared alarmed to see the spaceship depicted in the scene. You've all seen this. The Master of Samsara Temple continued solemnly. This spaceship is just the reinforcement of the Gene Kingdom, but also its main force. It's personally manned by the Supreme Monarch of the Kingdom. It's now in the void outside the battlefield, and it'll take at most 80 years before it arrives. When the time comes, the spaceship under the command of the Monarch of Gene Kingdom will certainly incite a war that will destroy our Green Fire world. And this war will be even more dangerous for us than the one 5 million years ago. What? Many holy masters on the ground were dumbfounded. The Green Fire Palace and the entire Green Fire world had paid an unimaginable price for winning the war 5 million years ago. Countless experts gave their lives to block the attacks from the Gene Kingdom. Back then, the Green Fire world was already towing the line between life and death. But this war will be even more dangerous. A considerable amount of holy masters began to dread the upcoming war. I don't wish to scare you, but there are things that I must inform you all, the Master of Samsara Temple said in a booming voice. This war is different from the one 5 million years ago. This time, the Gene Kingdom will come prepared. In fact, they will even come full force to wipe out our Green Fire world to make it easier to occupy the battlefield. In my conservative estimates, they have brought at least several times the number of experts they brought 5 million years ago. Moreover, their monarch, who is considered a supreme expert above the universe master level, will command them personally. In our palace and even in the entire domain, we don't have any peak experts who can contend with the monarch of Gene Kingdom. The holy masters on the empty ground immediately paled after hearing his words. There will be several times more experts this time than the war 5 million years ago. The monarch of Gene Kingdom will personally come here. How can our Green Fire Palace resist such a terrifying force? We're done for. This is the end for our Green Fire world. Shrill voices that carried alarm reverberated in the empty ground. Many of the holy masters wore expressions of defeat. This was only to be expected. The forces of the Gene Kingdom this time was too formidable. Furthermore, there would be several times more experts who would arrive this time compared to 5 million years ago. It had been a great struggle to resist the Gene Kingdom then, but there was now even more Gene Kingdom experts who would soon storm their domain. Moreover, the monarch would be personally leading the Gene Kingdom experts. What could the Green Fire Palace do to resist them? The Master of Samsara Temple and the Master of Void Temple took in the expressions of the holy masters on the empty ground. Their own faces darkened a little. This was precisely what they worried about the most. This was merely an announcement of the upcoming war, not the war itself, and yet the Green Fire Palace experts were already in such a state of panic and fear. In fact, some already felt hopeless. When the forces of Gene Kingdom descend on them, they would truly be in a vulnerable state. Humph! The Master of Samsara Temple suddenly let out a loud sneer that exerted a heavy pressure on the holy masters underneath. The holy masters could not help quivering under such pressure, and all of them began to shut their mouths. Chapter 1197. The Scene. Chapter 1197. The Scene. Look at your faces. Look at how you're behaving. There was anger concealed in the voice of the master of Samsara Temple, as his voice reverberated in the ears of the holy masters, gathered like the booming of thunder. "Useless fools!" the master of Void Temple roared furiously. The holy masters were thunderstruck. The master of Samsara Temple continued, "If you're this fearful before the forces of the Jin Kingdom arrive, the people of our green fire world can just sit and wait for our deaths when they truly descend on us." Humph! The master of Void Temple once again snorted coldly, the sound like a harsh rap on the hearts of the holy masters. "Listen up, all of you. Even though the forces of the Jin Kingdom are formidable, we aren't the same green fire world of 5 million years ago. If we unite and work together, there's still hope of survival. Moreover, so what if we can't block the attacks of the Jin Kingdom and get annihilated? Even a beast that has no intelligence will bare its fangs and launch a final attack in the face of certain death. It will strive to break its enemy's jaw even at the cost of its life. But look at you all. Have you all lived for so long that you have lost even this bit of enthusiasm? Do we not even have the most basic courage to fight even when we are facing formidable enemies?" The words of the master of Void Temple reverberated in the hearts of the holy masters, many of whom appeared sheepish. There were also those who looked fired up. Enthusiasm. It was something that existed in everyone. Even though these holy masters had lived very long lives until they were all wizened, the passion rooted in their bones never once dissipated with age. Even if your passion is all but gone due to your age, you still have your pride, don't you? The master of Void Temple continued, his gaze sweeping the holy masters. "I'll now show you another scene. I want you to look carefully." He then waved his hand, and a scene immediately appeared in the void. The first scene surprisingly depicted the area that was shrouded in the purple mist. That's the former capital of the Jin Kingdom? Recognizing the area shrouded in purple mist at once, the holy masters all wore expressions of confusion over the intentions of the master of Void Temple. Just then, a streak of light was immediately thrown into the purple mist. An earth-shattering explosion followed, and the purple mist promptly dissipated. The 4 palace masters, the master of Samsara Temple, the master of Void Temple, Emperor of Tang, and Emperor of the Rising Sun Sword, immediately charged at a puppet fighter. The holy masters on the empty ground looked astonished. The former capital of the Jin Kingdom, the 4 palace masters attacked the former capital of the Jin Kingdom? Those puppet fighters were of the universe master level? The scene of the experts from the Jin Kingdom and the Green Fire Palace wearing plate. The master of Samsara Temple had immediately demonstrated his overwhelming strength to suppress Red Snow King. Red Lotus had unleashed his 9 Serenities world that unveiled pressure over the entire battlefield and killed a large number of holy masters from the Jin Kingdom. The master of Samsara Temple is so powerful. That's Red Lotus 9 Serenities world? The 5 great palace masters of the Green Fire Palace had gone all out. Emotional sighs and exclamations resounded throughout the empty ground. "Open your eyes wide for the next scene," the master of Void Temple suddenly said, giving them a reminder. The holy masters stared carefully at the unfolding scene, and as expected, they saw a great shift in the battle. They saw a cold sword light rising from a corner of the battlefield and exterminating King Goldenrock of the Jin Kingdom at lightning speed. "Oh my God, King Goldenrock is killed. What speed? Who is it? Who's the one responsible for that swordsmanship?" Amid the sea of exclamations, the scene depicted a silhouette charging toward King Fantastical Heaven and killed him at a similarly terrifying swordsmanship and speed. It was only then that they got a clear look at the figure. The holy masters stared fixedly at the figure depicted on the scene. Then, a commotion broke out. "Jian Wushuang, That's Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang. How could it be Jian Wushuang? Jian Wushuang didn't die. They were all shocked. It was the 5 palace masters who personally announced Jian Wushuang's death 1,800 years ago. It had been a collective loss for them. Yet they saw Jian Wushuang once again, who now slaughtered holy masters like he was slaughtering chickens. The following scene was akin to a great massacre as Jian Wushuang killed another universe master of the Jin Kingdom. He alone had killed 3 great universe masters of the Jin Kingdom. Then, they saw Red Snow King using his soul-luring skill to bring the descent of the monarch of the Jin Kingdom upon them. Even the master of Samsara Temple suffered defeat in the hands of the manifestation of the monarch's consciousness. Their hearts thumped furiously as they watched. Many of them even wore expressions of fear, conveying their dread of the might of the monarch of Jin Kingdom. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang once again made his move. The holy masters once again made a ruckus when they saw Jian Wushuang making his move. What a joke! The monarch defeated even the master of Samsara Temple. What's Jian Wushuang doing, going up to him alone like that? Reckless. He's too reckless. This Jian Wushuang. He ought to be teaming up with the palace masters and fight the manifestation of the monarch's consciousness. Quite a few people bristled. However, the following scene silenced them. They watched as Jian Wushuang unleashed his gleaming sword and exchanged blows with the monarch of Jin Kingdom. The outcome was surprisingly an equal match. It was a true equal match. Not even the master of Samsara Temple is a match for the monarch, but Jian Wushuang. He's capable of contending with the monarch? How could he be that strong? He's far too strong. These holy masters were all dumbfounded. Then, the scene showed them how Jian Wushuang demonstrated the entirety of his strength and how he and his doppelganger worked with the master of Samsara Temple to finally crush the monarch of Jin Kingdom's consciousness. The scene also showed how the Jin Kingdom experts were massacred. The scene kept going for a while before finally ending. The holy masters gathered on the ground stood there speechlessly, looking stupefied. Emotions surged violently within them. The master of Samsara Temple and the master of Void Temple silently took in the expressions of the holy masters. After a while, the former finally opened his mouth to speak in a chilly voice. "Have you taken a good look?" Silence fell over the holy masters. Humph! The voice of the master of Samsara Temple was icy cold. "How many years have you all been living? How many thousands and hundreds of thousands have it been? There are those among you who have lived for millions of years. Even the youngest of you lot are 100,000s, or even million years old. Yet look at Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1198, The Sixth Palace Master. Chapter 1198, The Sixth Palace Master. It hasn't even been 5,000 years since Jian Wushuang began his cultivation. But when he found out that war is imminent and that our green fire world is in danger, what did he do? He teamed up with us to attack the former capital of the Jin Kingdom, slaughter the enemies, and destroy the remnants of the kingdom's foundation on this battlefield, all to eke out a tiny hope of survival for us. But this means that the Jin Kingdom will know he's still alive and will most certainly target him. We can say that he's already cornered himself to the edge of the cliff for the sake of our green fire world. If the army of Jin Kingdom truly descends upon us, he would be the first one they wish to kill. But look at all of you. Did you spend so many years living only to become a coward? The master of Samsara Temple scolded the holy masters. The holy masters gathered around were all ashamed of themselves. It was true that Jian Wushuang had pushed himself to the brink of death when he attacked the monarch of Jin Kingdom. He had done it for the sake of the green fire world. They, who were many years older than Jian Wushuang, appear to be so much inferior in contrast. This inferiority was not only in terms of strength but courage as well. If we're talking about strength, I know I'm no match for Jian Wushuang. But when it comes to passion, I'm not any weaker. I've long found my long life to be sufficient. If a youngster like Jin Wushuang isn't afraid of the forces of the Jin Kingdom, what do I have to fear? Come at me, Jin Kingdom. If worst comes to worst, I'll just die. Let's have an all-out war against the Jin Kingdom. Even if we die in the end, we must still unfang the Jin Kingdom before that. Booming voices resounded on the empty ground as these holy masters began to get fired up. The master of Samsara Temple and the master of Void Temple wore satisfied smiles on their faces when they saw this scene. They tried to use Jin Wushuang's bravery to provoke these holy masters, and from the looks of it, their plan worked rather effectively. The passion in these holy masters had been thoroughly invoked. Their morale was largely boosted as well. Swoosh! Just then, Jin Wushuang appeared next to the master of Samsara Temple. Boom! A majestic and boundless air surged from within him and pervaded every corner of the empty ground. Silence once again fell over the holy masters. Listen well. From today onward, Jin Wushuang is the 6th palace master of our Green Fire Palace. His position is equivalent to mine. The master of Samsara Temple announced in a booming voice. Greetings, Palace Master. Greetings, Palace Master. The holy masters underneath them all paid their respects to Jin Wushuang, fervent energy burning in their eyes. Jin Wushuang stood there, overlooking everything underneath. His expression was rather strange. Master of Samsara Temple, isn't this a little too much? He asked via telepathy. He noticed that the determined look on the holy masters. Evidently, they had prepared themselves for certain death. Too much? The master of Samsara Temple shook his head. There's only a shred of hope for our green fire world, and this shred of hope is only possible if we all carry the determination to die. It's only when we're prepared to pay any price that we can hold on to the hope. This includes even me and all those who will participate in the war. Everyone must carry the determination to die. Jin Wushuang, you must also mentally prepare yourself. Jin Wushuang was stunned, but promptly recovered and nodded seriously. There are 80 years before the army of Jin Kingdom will arrive. Even though 80 years aren't a long time, it's also a rare chance for us to make our preparations. Go and prepare for the war. The master of Samsara Temple's voice rang in their ears. The holy masters of the Green Fire Palace immediately set out to do as ordered. Jin Wushuang, the master of Samsara Temple, and the master of Void Temple were seated inside a towering palace. Jin Wushuang will typically hold a 3-day banquet to celebrate the appointment of a new palace master, but we couldn't do so due to the urgency of the situation, the master of Samsara Temple said. No matter. It's not too late to hold a banquet when we claim victory 80 years later, Jin Wushuang said with a chuckle. You're right. The master of Samsara Temple laughed. The war this time will be more perilous than the one 5 million years ago, but our green fire world isn't completely helpless. If we unite and do whatever necessary, we stand at least a 10% chance of victory. 10% chance of victory? Jin Wushuang's heart thumped. He found the estimation to be too optimistic. There will be countless experts in the army of Jin Kingdom this time, including the monarch himself. Their collective strength was at least 10 times stronger than that of the Green Fire world. It was already a miracle that they have any hope of winning considering how disparate their forces were. The master of Samsara Temple looked at Jin Wushuang. Why? Do you find it unbelievable? Yes. Jin Wushuang gave a small nod. The master of Samsara Temple burst out laughing. Beside him, the master of Void Temple was also smiling. The former then continued, Jin Wushuang, you've only become an official palace master today and don't know many of the true secrets of our palace. I'll inform you now. Secrets? Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes. You should be very well aware that the battlefield that we are on contains countless opportunities and treasures. The battlefield itself is such a priceless treasure that even the Jin Kingdom, that originates from the ancient world, desperately covets it. And yet our Green Fire Palace has existed in this place for more than 40 million years. How can our palace be underestimated when we have accumulated resources over a whopping 40 million years? The master of Samsara Temple laughed. You've seen the puppet fighter on the Universe Master level, even though it's one of our treasures, but it can't be considered as our true trump card. There are 3 true trump cards in the Green Fire Palace. Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow. 3 trump cards. He had previously guessed that the Green Fire Palace would certainly have trump cards in hand after so many years on the battlefield. Today, he was proven correct. However, he did not know what those trump cards were. Our first trump card is our tactical formation, the Master of Samsara Temple said. Tactical formation? Surprise flitted across Jian Wushuang's expression. He was familiar with formations, but he had never heard of a tactical formation. Jian Wushuang, do you remember how you and your father killed the ancient demon clan back in the Samsara continent when rescuing your mother? The Master of Samsara Temple asked. Of course. Jian Wushuang nodded. Then you must also remember that the ancient demon clan dispatched their 9 divine guards who made up an ancient god tactical formation, he continued, asking with a smile. Ancient god tactical formation? Jian Wushuang's heart jolted. Naturally, he remembered that ancient god tactical formation. The 9 divine guards had been mere Tao masters of varying strengths, but when they paired with the ancient god lineage and teamed up to constitute the ancient god tactical formation, their collective might was incredible. In fact, they were strong enough to rival a holy master. Chapter 1199. The Trump Cards of Green Fire Palace. Chapter 1199. The Trump Cards of Green Fire Palace. The 9 of them are just Tao masters, but put them together and their strength equals that of a celestial master. The ancient god battle formation had left a lasting impression on Jian Wushuang. Samsara Temple Master laughed. The ancient god battle formation is a kind of tactical formations. It's not a particularly strong one. Do you mean that there's an even better formation in Green Fire Palace? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Samsara Temple Master nodded. The huge battlefield is the product of an earth-shaking battle. Both the number of experts participating in that battle and their strength are all far beyond my imagination. In that battle, experts from both sides used tactical formations. Since many died, their tactical formations were also left there. We've obtained several tactical formations over the past 400 million years, but they're all extraordinary, so they're put to use in the Green Fire world. Thus, they're not available at the Fire Points Exchange Office. But it's now time to use them here with the decisive battle with the Gene Kingdom looming. Void and I have already informed all experts residing in the Green Fire world about the upcoming battle as well as the strong enemies that they should watch out for. We also ordered all experts over the Tao Master level to join the battle. Experts over the Tao Master level to join the battle? Jian Wushuang was shocked. There were 2 continents in the Green Fire world. In Samsara continent alone, there were billions of people, countless factions, and innumerable Tao masters. The vast Void continent was also home to a lot of Tao masters. It was difficult to even imagine just how many experts over the Tao master level would there be in the entire Green Fire world. Moreover, they were now all ordered to go to war. The Gene Kingdom will be going all out in this war, but they'll likely just send universe and celestial masters here. Since we don't have as many universe and celestial masters on our side, all we can do is make up for the power imbalance with the numbers of our Tao masters. Samsara Temple Master added. Great power in numbers? Jian Wushuang blurted out. Yes, great power in numbers, Samsara Temple Master said. It was our huge population, especially our huge number of Tao masters, that narrowed the gap in experts of high realms between 2 sides 5 million years ago. That was how we withstood the attack of the Gene Kingdom. So will we this time. Normally, these Tao masters could only be cannon fodder in the battlefield. But it's a completely different situation if they team up to form a tactical formation. Samsara Temple Master's eyes turned cold. We've gained various tactical formations. The simple ones need only 10 Tao masters to unleash a strength that rivals a celestial master. When hundreds of Tao masters work together to form even larger formations, Their power could equal that of the tactical formation of an advanced celestial master, and even one in the exceptional realm. For higher level, if thousands of Tao masters work together, their battle strength equals that of a universe master. Jian Wushuang could not help secretly exclaiming to himself as he listened. Usually, a normal Tao master would be no more than cannon fodder if he fought alone in a battle of such level. Even the small sliver of power in the aftermath could kill a Tao master, never mind trying to make a difference in the battlefield. If they worked together, however, it was a whole other story. Of course, there's a limit to how much these formations can help us. It's our two remaining trump cards that we're counting on, Samsara Temple Master said. What are they? Jian Wushuang asked. One of them is the land we stand upon, Samsara Temple Master answered. Land? Jian Wushuang was startled. You mean the land where Green Fire Palace lies? Our base? Correct. Samsara Temple Master smiled. You've been here for quite some time. Surely, you must be aware of the uniqueness of this land. Yes. Jian Wushuang solemnly nodded. Cultivation is much more effective here. Besides, the palaces, attics, flowers, and trees could never be destroyed. That's quite unique. Of course. Why else would we choose to build our base here? Samsara Temple Master replied, smiling. Follow me. Samsara Temple Master and Void Temple Master led Jian Wushuang to the most secret chamber of Green Fire Palace. The chamber lay deep underground in the center of the palace. It was covered with restrictions that prevented even celestial and universe masters from forcing their way in. Jian Wushuang entered the secret chamber under Samsara Temple Master's guidance. The floating luminous pearls immediately caught his eye when he entered. The pearls of varying colors were distinctive. Void Temple Master, Samsara Temple Master, Palace Master Jian Wushuang. A white-haired elder in front of the luminous pearls exclaimed. Celestial Master Yun? Jian Wushuang's expression betrayed his surprise. Celestial Master Yun is the oldest celestial master in Green Fire Palace. His position is no lower than us palace masters. He's in charge of the formation cast over the battlefield as well the land where our palace sits, said Samsara Temple Master. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He knew that Celestial Master Dao Yun enjoyed an esteemed position and commanded a deep respect from the palace masters, but did not expect Dao Yun to be in charge of such important things. Celestial Master Yun, let Jian Wushuang look at the land we're on. Samsara Temple Master smiled. All right. Yun nodded and showed Jian Wushuang a luminous pearl. You'll be able to get the complete overview of the land through this pearl, even the deepest corners of it, he said. Jian Wushuang immediately poured his soul power into the pearl. A short moment later, he retrieved his soul power. His face was now pale with shock and horror. Is this place a battle fortress? Jian Wushuang cried. Samsara Temple Master laughed. Yes, it's a battle fortress. This land is a mobile battle fortress. It's formidable because we can both attack and defend here. Unfortunately, when we found and occupied this fortress, 90% of it was damaged. The only things left were only some basic defense or attack skills. Even so, it's still our killing weapon. To a great extent, we owe our victory 500 million years ago to this battle fortress. Chapter 1200, The Battle Fortress. Chapter 1200, The Battle Fortress. Shock gripped Jian Wushuang. He could tell that this land was extraordinary, but never expected it to be a huge battle fortress. So it's a battle fortress. Gu King, who parasitized Jian Wushuang, was also amazed. It's a challenge to refine a battle fortress. In the eternal chaotic world, even the lowest level battle fortress is worth far more than a chaos magic treasure. The high-level ones are killing machines and an absolute nightmare. This battle fortress is a high-level one and is invaluable despite being 90% destroyed. If it's intact, its value would be even higher than normal Chaos Divine treasures. It's more valuable than Chaos Divine Treasures? Jian Wushuang was stunned. This is getting interesting. To think that such a high-level battle fortress would appear in this battlefield and greatly destroyed at that. I'm really curious what sort of war formed this vast battlefield. Gu King sighed. Can we fight the Jin Kingdom with such a strong battle fortress? Jian Wushuang asked quietly. A direct fight? Gu King laughed. Never mind that. You can even wipe out the entire Jin Kingdom with ease if you can maximize whatever potential left of this battle fortress. The problem is that you can't. This fortress is like a baby equipped a peerless sword. It's a good sword, but the baby can't demonstrate its power at all. What is the use? It can't be used? Jian Wushuang frowned. Jian Wushuang, ask them what other means left in the battle fortress that are of use, said Gu King. Jian Wushuang did as requested. Samsara Temple Master momentarily paused before answering. There are many useful methods in the fortress, but their levels are too high. Even some basic attacking methods require the command of dozens of, and even hundreds of experts over the Universe Master level. We're not strong enough to use some of the attacking methods of the fortress. The only offense we can use is the Divine Rays of the North. It's the weakest attacking method in the fortress, but it's still something to contend with. One streak of Divine Rays of the North can easily kill a Universe Master, but it's not strong enough to kill experts as strong as Monarch of the Jin Kingdom. However, there aren't many Divine Rays of the North left. There are only 20 left. Divine Rays of the North? Gu King's voice resounded inside Jian Wushuang's mind. Its one break carries about the same force as an attack from experts as strong as the Monarch of the Jin Kingdom. It's more than enough to kill a Universe Master, but it's no more than a wild wish to kill the Monarch of the Jin Kingdom. In other words, we can find an opportunity to kill the 20 Universe Masters of the Jin Kingdom with this fortress. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands. You can put it that way. We fully utilized the Divine Rays of the North in the battle 5 million years ago and killed many Jin Kingdom experts, Samsara Temple Master said. In addition, though we have few usable attacking methods, there are still the basic defense movements in this fortress. Even the Monarch of the Jin Kingdom won't be able to break these defense formations. We can rely on the fortress to take the initiative and fight or retreat at our will. There is nothing the Jin Kingdom can do about us. Doesn't that make us invincible? Jian Wushuang's eyes gleamed. It's not that simple. Samsara Temple Master shook his head. The fortress can only withstand the attack of the Jin Kingdom. If they ignore us and attack the Green Fire World instead, is it reasonable for us to stay here and watch them to destroy the Green Fire World? That makes sense. Jian Wushuang nodded solemnly. The Green Fire World sat right behind Green Fire Palace. Once the Green Fire Palace experts retreat to the fortress and stop putting up a fight, it was likely that the Jin Kingdom would charge toward the Green Fire World to force the Green Fire Palace experts out. Even so, this fortress allows the Green Fire World to cope more easily with the Jin Kingdom experts. If any of us sustain life-threatening injuries, we can run to the fortress and recover, Jian Wushuang said. That's the idea. Samsara Temple Master nodded with a smile. This fortress is undoubtedly our most powerful trump card. Moreover, there's our second trump card too, a puppet fighter. A puppet fighter? Jian Wushuang frowned. Regular puppet fighters, even ones like Jian Wushuang's axe whose strength equaled that of a top Universe Master, could not be a trump card. For a puppet fighter to be strong enough to be considered a trump card, it must be. Is it in the realm similar to the Monarch of the Jin Kingdom? Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. No. Samsara Temple Master shook his head. It's a formidable puppet fighter that is even more terrifying than the Monarch of the Jin Kingdom if its power is fully unleashed. Unfortunately, it consumes fire gems, and its strength also depends on fire gems. Fire gems are so rare that I collected just a small amount of them after searching the battlefield for over 400 million years. With so few fire gems, it's impossible to unleash the puppet fighter's true power. Even if it can display similar battle strength as the Monarch of the Jin Kingdom, it can last only about 10 breaths. 5 million years ago, we have even fewer fire gems. The puppet fighter didn't even have a chance to fight. I see. Understanding dawned on Jian Wushuang. In other words, we have a trump card that can counter the monarch of the Jin kingdom for dozes of breaths long. Yes. Samsara Temple Master solemnly nodded. Our three strongest trump cards are tactical formations, the battle fortress, and the puppet fighter. Besides, we wouldn't be stingy with resources in life and death war. We'll provide any treasures you need, be it Emperor weapons, Chaos Emperor weapons, or Chaos magic treasures. You don't even need to exchange for them in the Fire Points exchange office. We'll also make available the secret skills in Fire Points exchange office. We'll equip the Dao Masters joining the battle with the most powerful Emperor weapons. We'll arm the strong ones with Chaos Emperor weapons so that they can fully unleash their power. We'll also reward each of them with 1 drop of Ancient God power. Chapter 1201. Preparing for the War. Chapter 1201. Preparing for the War. The participants will all be equipped with the strongest magic weapons and rewarded with a drop of Ancient God power. Jian Wushuang widened his eyes. Green Fire Palace was being generous indeed. It's easy to gather those magic weapons since there's an abundance in the Fire Points exchange office, but are there so many drops of the Ancient God power available? He asked in shock. After all the Dao Masters in the Green Fire world would be gathered for the war. It would be quite a stunning number. If each of them was rewarded with a drop of Ancient God power, they would need at least 10,000 or even hundreds of thousands of it. Even a single drop of the Ancient God power was invaluable in the eternal chaotic world. Did Green Fire Palace have so many? Samsara Temple Master and Void Temple Master looked at each other and smiled. To be honest, we accumulated many drops of Ancient God power. Void Temple Master smiled. Never mind 10,000. We can even afford hundreds of thousands of drops of it. Since they're precious, we typically don't use them. We've been saving them for such battles. Jian Wushuang gasped with surprise. Inside him, Gu King growled. How can they afford hundreds of thousands of drops of Ancient God power? How? It's difficult to form even a single drop. Besides the Ancient God clan in the eternal chaotic world, who can provide so many drops of the power. What on earth happened on this battlefield? Why are there so many drops of Ancient God power here? Did plenty of ancient gods die here? Gu King was quite surprised and puzzled. Jian Wushuang sighed deeply. It was no wonder that Samsara Temple Master thought that Green Fire Palace stood a 10% chance of success. There were the High Realm experts in the Green Fire world, battle formations, the battle fortress, as well as the puppet fighter that can counter the monarch of the Jin kingdom for a short time. Coupled that with all resources of Green Fire Palace, they did indeed stand at 10% of victory. We'll be helping our experts improve their battle strength at all costs. Then, it's up to them how they'll prepare for the war. Samsara Temple Master sighed. The Great War was imminent and Green Fire Palace would do its best to prepare for it. They would try and improve the battle strength of Green Fire World at all costs. Meanwhile, everyone in the Green Fire world was stunned after receiving the message from Samsara Temple Master and Void Temple Master. Every expert and faction in the Green Fire world began actively preparing for the war. Samsara Temple Master and Void Temple Master had made it clear how crucial this war was. This war would determine the destiny of the Green Fire world. If the Green Fire world collapsed, they would all die. There was no plan B in this war. This would be a desperate fight for survival. They had no choice but to risk their lives to strive for the survival of the Green Fire world. Over in Tang of the East in the Void Continent, the ruler of Tang was still Emperor Shao. He had immediately received Tang Emperor's command. Experts above the Dao Master level, be it the Mansion Masters of the 36 prefectures, experts of all clans, or solitary experts within Tang of the East, should settle their affairs and gather in Green Fire Palace in a year's time. Tang of the East, as the largest country in the Void Continent, boasted a vast territory. It took an enormous force to manage such a large country. Yet, Tang Emperor had demanded all experts over Dao Master level in the country to head to Green Fire Palace. Without Dao Masters playing deterrence in Tang of the East, the country would be a complete mess. This fact was clear to both Tang Emperor and Emperor Xiao. Even so, Tang Emperor still gave his order. Emperor Xiao also implemented it without hesitation. Hurry, Dao Masters, settle your affairs immediately and gather in the Imperial Palace in a year's time. Those who violate my order will be killed. Emperor Xiao's order was decisive. No one in the country dared to disobey him. Thus, all experts above the Dao Master level began to make their preparations. Within a year, they were all gathered in the Imperial Palace and left for Green Fire Palace under Emperor Xiao's leadership. The experts over the Dao Master level of the 4 top clans, Ancient Monster Clan, Blood Azura Clan, Python Clan, and Blood Phoenix Clan, were gathered in the Samsara continent. There were nearly 1,000 of them hovering in the air, led by the leaders of the 4 top clans. Some of the experts that had gone into seclusion were also present. The 266 Dao Masters and 3 Celestial Masters of our Ancient Monster Clan all here for the war. Celestial Master Ku Xian said in a booming voice. His eyes were cold and grim. The 241 Dao Masters and 4 Celestial Masters of our Blood Azura clan are all here. The voice of Upper Elder of the clan, Su Qian, reverberated in the air. He was also the teacher of Azura Lord, Su Ro. We're the Python clan. Aside from a Dao Master who has taken 100 of our young clansmen into seclusion, all experts over Dao Master level all here. The leader of Python clan said. The whole Blood Phoenix clan is here except for 1 Dao Master, the leader of Blood Phoenix clan said. The only distinction in this war is between the Green Fire World and the Jin Kingdom. Please bear that in mind. Ku Xian gave them a reminder. The 4 top clans had engaged in never-ending conflicts, be it in the open or in secret, and even got into killing battles. However, they were now thoroughly united. This was all for the Green Fire World. Go! With Ku Xian's order, the Celestial and Dao Masters of the 4 top clans immediately set off for Green Fire Palace. The solitary experts on the Green Fire World also received the message about the war. Inside a grand castle, 10 protectors kneeled in front of Empyrean Patriarch with reverence. I've always acted alone, away from anyone's influence or control. Green Fire Palace had repeatedly invited me, but I turned it all down. But I can't say no this time. When the Jin Kingdom experts arrive in 80 years, the entire Green Fire World will have to fight desperately or collapse forever. This is no other choice. This war will determine the survival of the Green Fire World as well as my own. No cultivator of the Green Fire World will be able to avoid fighting in this war. You've served under me for many years. Our chance of success is a mere 10%, but are you willing to go to Green Fire Palace with me? Empyrean Patriarch looked at the 10 protectors. We're willing to. The 10 protectors nodded as their loud voices resounded. Then, let's go. Chapter 1202, Brothers Reunited. Chapter 1202, Brothers Reunited. No one could avoid this war, and neither would they want to. Within just 1 year, various Dao Masters from different clans in the Green Fire World arrived at Green Fire Palace one after another. So many people. Floating above Green Fire Palace, Jin Wushuang was shocked when he looked down at the scene inside the palace. Within the perception range of his soul, he sensed that there were over 10,000 Dao Masters here, and even more were on their way. There were also over 100 Celestial Masters here. Nearly all the powerful forces within the Green Fire World had gathered here. There are so many of them now, but how many would survive the war? Jin Wushuang asked. Humph. It'd be fortunate if 10% of them even survive the war. If we lose, the whole Green Fire World will be destroyed and everyone here is doomed to die. The lucky survivors will have to go to Eternal Chaotic World, Gu King replied. It's dangerous there with countless bandits running rampant. If they wander around, it would be hard for even 1 out of 10 Tao Masters to survive. I estimate that only Celestial Masters would be lucky enough to survive. Jian Wushuang's expression became sober. He clenched his fists and said, "Either way, we cannot lose the war." Just then, he spotted several familiar faces in the open space of Green Fire Palace. He immediately flew toward them. Soon, he landed among the crowd. Uncle Xiao and Emperor Yun. He looked at the 2 men in front of him. Jian Wushuang. Emperor Xiao looked at him with a smile. Brother Wang Yuan, second brother, and fourth sister are here too. Jian Wushuang's eyes shone with joy when he saw Wang Yuan, Yang Zishuan, and Su Rou. Third brother. They greeted Jian Wushuang. We've gathered once again. Jian Wushuang was once again reunited with his 3 siblings. This was their first time gathering since Su Rou's departure in the ancient world. Jian Wushuang, Wang Yuan, and Yang Zishuan met often, but Jian Wushuang was the only one to have met Su Rou as she was in the Samsara continent. Now that all the experts in the Green Fire world were here, there was no separation between continents and clans. Naturally, they were able to reunite. Brother Wang Yuan, why have you come for the war? Jian Wushuang asked in confusion. Only experts over the Tao Master level were qualified to participate in the war. Yang Zishuan had improved by leaps and bounds to become a Tao Master's level in a short period of time. Furthermore, thanks to his powerful bloodline, his strength was close to rival Emperor Zhao's. Su Rou, Azura Lord of the Blood Azura clan, was a formidable opponent. In addition, thanks to her Azura Eye, she commanded control over many experts. She was easily one of the main forces of Green Fire Palace. Jian Wushuang sensed that Wang Yuan was still in the Eternal Realm, perhaps in the weak first or the second level. Unfortunately, Eternal Realm experts could bring nothing to the table in this war. Wang Yuan forced a smile. I didn't want to, but my master forced me to come here. Your master? Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded. Just then, a weathered elder dressed in a gray frock walked toward them at a leisurely pace. He humbly greeted them. Nice to meet you, Palace Master Wushuang. Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow. Alchemy Master. This was Alchemy Master Huaqiong, Wang Yuan's master. He was also acknowledged as the top alchemist in the ancient world. Palace Master Wushuang, please call me Huaqiong. I can't bear the title of Alchemy Master in Green Fire Palace, Huaqiong said. Jian Wushuang blinked and stifled a laugh. Huaqiong was renowned as the top alchemist of the Green Fire world, but that was as far as his fame extended. There were countless monsters who had lived such long lives in Green Fire Palace. They had all made impressive contributions in refining elixirs, making formations, and forging weapons. In elixir refinement alone, there were at least 5 who were more proficient than Huaqiong. Huaqiong was well aware of this fact himself, and thus requested to be addressed by name. Senior Huaqiong, Wang Yuan is still in the Eternal Realm. Why did you send him here? Jian Wushuang asked in astonishment. To be honest, I told him to come here not for the war but Dan Xian Palace. Huaqiong said. Dan Xian Palace? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Dan Xian Palace was the palace born on the battlefield, the one that triggered a ferocious war between Green Fire Palace and the Jin Kingdom. Huaqiong was also involved in the birth of Dan Xian Palace. But no matter how hard everyone struggled, no one could claim Dan Xian Palace. The battle was fought in vain. In the past few years, both Green Fire Palace and the Jin Kingdom had sent experts with outstanding achievements in elixir refinement to try, but no one succeeded. Just like that, Dan Xian Palace stood in silence on that battlefield. Senior Huaqiong, are you planning to take the test of Dan Xian Palace yourself, or send Brother Wang Yuan there? Jian Wushuang asked. There were many stronger alchemists who had failed. I myself know I'm not strong enough for it, but my disciple might be able to do it, Huaqiong said. Brother Wang Yuan? Jian Wushuang was even more puzzled. How could Wang Yuan succeed when Huaqiong and the other celestial masters who were good at refining elixirs had failed? Jian Wushuang was truly skeptical. Jian Wushuang, let him have a go at it. Maybe there's an opportunity waiting for him. Gu King said. Jin Wushuang was even more surprised. Gu King, do you also think that Wang Yuan will pass the test of Danxian Palace? I don't know about others, but I think that little fatty might stand a chance, Gu King joked. This little fatty is pretty interesting, isn't he? Interesting? Jin Wushuang was confused. Gu King snickered. He refined himself into an elixir. Isn't he interesting? What? He refined himself into an elixir? Jin Wushuang was aghast. What do you mean? His face became somber. Wang Yuan was his brother, and one of few that he cared deeply about. Gu King continued to laugh. Take it easy. The little fatty will be fine. Chapter 1203, Celestial Elixir. Chapter 1203, Celestial Elixir. If I'm not mistaken, the little fatty has indeed refined himself into an elixir. In other words, he's an elixir himself, said Gu King with a slight smile. It is called the Celestial Elixir. Celestial Elixir? Jin Wushuang was puzzled. It's a peculiar and rare elixir. Its greatest feature is that it has a spiritual nature. Once it's refined, it can directly transform into a person and can even cultivate itself just like human beings. Basically, it's not much different from humans. Your brother is no different from your father, who is transformed from a sword spirit. Your father is the reincarnation of a sword spirit, while your brother is the reincarnation of a celestial elixir. He's a celestial elixir all along, but it's just that he has just metamorphosized now. Gu King laughed. I see. Jin Wushuang was still in shock. Being an elixir itself, a celestial elixir has the blessed gift of refining elixirs. Given abundant resources and provided proper conditions, he can certainly be a top alchemist in the future. Gu King added. But few celestial elixirs can be top alchemists in the eternal chaotic world. One reason is that they lack both the conditions and resources for cultivation. The other is that many cultivators covet these extraordinary celestial elixirs. If experts in the eternal chaotic world have one, their strength will improve significantly. So, once found, a celestial elixir will probably be eaten alive by powerful cultivators. Eaten alive? Jin Wushuang was shocked. Look how scared the little fatty is. He's clearly worried that someone in Green Fire Palace will find out about his identity and swallowed him. Gu King jested. Jin Wushuang looked at Wang Yuan and saw that the latter indeed looked unhappy to be here. His eyes were full of anxiety. I did not expect his origin to be so special. Jin Wushuang's expression was strange and complex. Senior Huaqiong, I'll personally escort Brother Wang Yuan to Danxian Palace, he said. Thank you. Huaqiong smiled. It's my pleasure. Wang Yuan is my brother. If he can claim Danxian Palace, it's great news for the Green Fire world. Jin Wushuang smiled. He then sent a message to Samsara Temple Master before setting off. Let's go, Brother Wang Yuan. Third brother, do take care of me now that you enjoy a high reputation of a palace master, Wang Yuan said unhappily. Rest assured that no one will hurt you as long as I'm here. Jin Wushuang smiled. Celestial elixir could really bring immeasurable benefits to cultivators. But it had no effect on the war. Besides, Wang Yuan was his brother. He would never allow harm to come to Wang Yuan. He left with Wang Yuan at once. Green Fire Palace was pretty far from Danxian Palace. It took them more than 10 years to get there. That is Danxian Palace. Go on and enter. Jin Wushuang pointed at the golden palace floating in front of them. The golden majestic palace had been floating there since it came into being. Though both sides had sent experts who had made notable achievement in elixir refinement to claim Danxian Palace in the past few years, no one succeeded. Wang Yuan raised his head to look at the palace. He swallowed uneasily before walking slowly toward it. The door to the palace swung open when Wang Yuan neared and a chubby, bald elder stepped out. The elder had a pair of small, mouse-like eyes. He was Danxian, the spirit of the similarly named palace. Eternal realm? The elder looked at Wang Yuan with contempt. In a scornful voice, he said, "You dare claim Dan Xian Palace when you're just an eternal realm expert? Do you want to die?" Wang Yuan froze for a moment, but he could tell that the bald elder was just spirit. Undeterred, he replied, "You said one's cultivation has to be less than 500,000 years, and one has to have some achievements in elixir refinement. You didn't say anything about realms." "Well, you're not wrong that there's no realm limitation. You're free to try, but the same rule applies. Dig up 1,000,000 pounds of black iron and then we'll talk," the elder said with a face full of smiles. 1,000,000 pounds? Wang Yuan was shocked. Behind him, Jian Wushuang's face darkened. "Dan Xian, the war between Green Fire Palace and the Jin Kingdom is looming. I don't have the patience to play with you. I give you two choices. Either let my brother in and begin the test, or I'll kill you right now. Even if I can't kill you, I'll suppress you so you'll never see the light of day. You can try me if you think it's a joke." Jian Wushuang looked cold. The Jin Kingdom and Green Fire Palace both coveted Dan Xian Palace, which was why they left it here. However, they had such a small chance of victory in the war. Their loss would spell the destruction of the Green Fire world. Put it this way, Dan Xian Palace was useless. He had every reason to destroy the palace lest the Jin Kingdom got its hand on it. The elder immediately turned to look at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang? The bald elder narrowed his eyes because he recognized Jian Wushuang. In the Battle of Dan Xian Palace, Jian Wushuang's performance was outstanding. In fact, he even bantered with Jian Wushuang. He frowned, knowing that Jian Wushuang was not joking around. "Oh well, if you don't want to play with me, so be it. Come right in, young man," the elder said. Wang Yuan took a deep breath and entered Dan Xian Palace without hesitation. The doors closed after Wang Yuan. Surprisingly, the bald elder walked toward Jian Wushuang. He stopped right in front of Jian Wushuang. "Jian Wushuang, you said Green Fire Palace is going to war with the Jin Kingdom? Tell me more," the elder said. The elder had lived a long and lonely life. Now there was someone to talk. He definitely would not let Jian Wushuang go. Jian Wushuang merely spared him a glance with his cold eyes and nothing more. To him, the bald elder was just an old madman and freak that he did not want to bother with. Chapter 1204, A Big Surprise. Chapter 1204, A Big Surprise. Jian Wushuang waited in silence outside Dan Xian Palace, but he did not have to wait long. In just half an hour, a powerful aura burst forth from the palace. The entire palace started shaking violently. "What?" The bald elder was startled. Did he succeed? Jian Wushuang's eyes gleamed with delight. "Celestial elixir. That young man is a celestial elixir." The bald elder's eyes widened in shock. In an instant, he flew into the palace. Jian Wushuang continued to wait until Wang Yuan came out. Wang Yuan waved his hand, and the Grand Dan Xian Palace immediately began to shrink. He then put it away in his body. Wang Yuan then walked over to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled at him. "Congratulations, brother Wang Yuan." "It's all luck." Wang Yuan returned his smile, and then handed him an interspatial ring. "What's this?" Jian Wushuang looked at the interspatial ring in confusion. "These are elixirs that I got after claiming Dan Xian Palace," Wang Yuan replied. "The test was something that the former owner of the palace left behind. Though I've passed the test, I could only obtain the elixirs on the first floor of the palace." "The first floor?" Jian Wushuang was puzzled. "There are 4 floors inside. The higher the floor, the more precious the elixirs are. These elixirs are the ones with the poorest quality, but I think they'll be a lot of help to Green Fire Palace," Wang Yuan said. Jian Wushuang immediately took the interspatial ring and scanned it with his soul power. He was surprised and happy. He was utterly stunned. Life elixirs. There are so many of them. The interspatial ring was filled with elixirs, and most of them were life elixirs. There were thousands of them inside. Life elixirs could help a Tao master become a celestial master. One pellet of life elixir could help foster a celestial master. Now, there were hundreds of them here. When Dan Xian Palace was born, the spirit of Dan Xian Palace intentionally threw out numerous life elixirs to attract experts. I knew then that there must be many more inside the palace, but I didn't expect there to be still so many. Jian Wushuang's body shook with excitement. Besides life elixirs, there were nirvana elixirs of a higher level. Nirvana elixirs could help foster universe masters, and there were dozens of them inside the interspatial ring. Back then, Green Fire Palace and the Gene Kingdom had gone mad fighting over 6 nirvana elixirs. Many celestial masters had sacrificed their lives in that fight. The number of other elixirs was also terrifying. The recovery elixirs were also particularly useful. Together, all these elixirs were invaluable. This is great. Jian Wushuang tightly clenched his hands. The main force of the Gene Kingdom is coming. The battle strength of our high-level experts is far weaker than that of the Gene Kingdom. With these elixirs, we'll be able to produce thousands of celestial masters and even dozens of universe masters. What a great surprise. Surprise? It was undoubtedly a big surprise. Brother Wang Yuan, thanks a lot, Jian Wushuang said in a solemn voice as he looked gratefully at Wang Yuan. He expressed his thanks on behalf of Green Fire Palace and the entire Green Fire world. We're brothers. There's no need to say thanks. Besides, I'm also a member of the Green Fire world. It's just that I'm too weak to fight with you, so this is all I can do, Wang Yuan replied. No one in Green Fire Palace can match you in what you have done, Jian Wushuang said. Let's return immediately. All right. Wang Yuan nodded. Having obtained numerous elixirs from his brother, Jian Wushuang immediately returned to Green Fire Palace. Once he returned to Green Fire Palace, he immediately summoned the other 5 palace masters. The original bodies of these 5 palace masters were now back in Green Fire Palace, including Tang Emperor, Sunrise Sword Emperor, and Red Lotus, who had left to clean out the base of Gene Kingdom. They had destroyed as much of the foundation of the Gene Kingdom as possible. Inside a magnificent temple. Jiang Wushuang, why did you summon us so urgently? Void Temple Master asked in confusion. Of course, it's something important. It's also a great thing. Jian Wushuang looked at the 5 palace masters in front of him with a smile before taking out the interspatial ring that Wang Yuan gave him. Take a look. They promptly saw what was inside of the interspatial ring with their consciousness. Their eyes widened. That many elixirs? Samsara Temple Master could not help feeling shocked. More than thousands of life elixirs and dozens of nirvana elixirs. Void Temple Master was equally as astonished. Jian Wushuang, Tang Emperor stared at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang gave a slight smile. This interspatial ring isn't mine. Brother Wang Yuan obtained it from Dan Xian Palace. Dan Xian Palace? You told us that you'd be escorting someone to take the rest. Was it your brother? Samsara Temple Master asked. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. He's not very strong, but he's highly talented in refining elixirs. He succeeded in claiming Dan Xian Palace even though so many failed. Unfortunately, the limitations placed by the original owner of the palace meant that he could only obtain the first-level elixirs. They're all here. This is such great news. Samsara Temple Master was extremely delighted. Jian Wushuang, your brother has done a great service to our Green Fire world. Void Temple Master added. Yes, a great service indeed. It's so much greater than ours. Tang Emperor, Sunrise Sword Emperor, and Red Lotus were also thrilled. These elixirs would significantly promote the battle strength of high-level masters in the Green Fire world. This would give them so much more leverage in the war against the Gene Kingdom. We also got some life elixirs and several nirvana elixirs in the fight over Dan Xian Palace. I've been pondering about how to distribute them. After all, there are many who could use them to elevate their strength, but the elixirs are limited. If we don't distribute them well, it would inevitably result in grudges. That problem is now solved. Samsara Temple Master laughed. With so many elixirs, almost every Dao Master who is certain to make breakthroughs can get one. Chapter 1205, Stage 2. Chapter 1205, Stage 2. If each God Soul elixir can foster a holy master, our green fire world will definitely have more than 1,000 holy masters. Samsara Temple Master exclaimed and clenched his fists in excitement. Besides, we also have the Nirvana elixirs. A Nirvana elixir pill can foster a universe master. During the previous battle, we were only able to acquire 4 such elixir pills, which was not enough for us. Fortunately, now that we have several dozen Nirvana elixir pills, every holy master at exceptional realm in our green fire world can have one. We can then give the remaining pills to other high-level experts with great potential. In doing so, we'll probably have 10 more universe masters in our green fire world in the near future. The Samsara Temple Master's words thrilled everyone present. More than 1,000 holy masters and 10 more universe masters. If Green Fire World has this kind of battle strength, they might have 20% or even 30% of winning, compared to just 10% before. A 30% chance of winning is much more optimistic. Void and Tang Emperor, I will leave the distribution of these pills up to your discretion. The Samsara Temple Master said. No problem. The Void Temple Master and the Tang Emperor nodded their heads. Sunrise and Red Lotus, you will be responsible for teaching the formations and making sure that each expert in our Green Fire world has mastered the military tactics for when the war comes. The Samsara Temple Master said again. With pleasure, the Sunrise Sword Emperor and Red Lotus said with confidence. Their job was simply to teach the tactical formations. The ones would be fighting in the war would be Dao Masters and experts at the highest levels. As Dao Masters, it would not be difficult for them to master tactical formations. As for you, Jin Wushuang, 20 years have passed already, and we only have 80 left. During the remaining time, you just need to focus on increasing your strength. If you need treasures, you can go to Firepoint Exchange Office directly. If what you need isn't there, tell me and I'll collect it for you. The Samsara Temple Master looked at Jin Wushuang seriously. You're the strongest expert in the Green Fire world now. No one within the Green Fire world can compete with your strength. In the coming war, your strength will play a great role in the future of the Green Fire world. Therefore, the only thing you need to do now is focus on increasing your power. I know. Jin Wushuang nodded his head slightly. After a moment's thought, he continued. I already have enough treasures to improve my battle strength. What I really need now is some ancient god power, as much as possible. Ancient god power? The Samsara Temple Master lifted his eyebrows, saying with a smile on his face, There's some remaining ancient god power in my Green Fire Palace. How much do you need? Not too much, maybe around 2,000 drops. Jin Wushuang said. Haha, I can give you 3,000 drops. You as much as you would like. Samsara Temple Master said. Jin Wushuang nodded. Ancient god power would indeed play an important role in his plans. After all, he was an ancient god himself, a 4-star ancient god of imperial kinsmen. Ancient god power contained the pure strength of an ancient god, which Jin Wushuang could absorb completely. However, he had tried to improve his strength with only a few drops before, which had little effect on his performance. Now, with even more ancient god power, perhaps consuming all of it at once would succeed in increasing his power by a significant amount. As a 4-star ancient god of imperial kinsmen, so he could reach the 4-star peak realm shortly after absorbing a large amount of ancient god power. Only after reaching the peak realm of ancient god could he try to activate the stage 2 power of the blood-killing plate armor, as well as promote his own strength. The stage 1 power had increased his battle strength by 10 times, so he believed that once activated, the stage 2 power could improve his strength even more drastically. Without much delay, the Samsara Temple Master personally delivered the 3,000 drops of ancient god power he had promised. Alone in a secret chamber, Jin Wushuang sat cross-legged with drops of ancient god power floating in front of him. Let's begin. Jin Wushuang gaze fixed onto a drop of power as he lead it into his body. In less than 15 minutes, he had absorbed the entire drop. When the drop had completely melded with his body, Jin Wushuang could feel that his power had increased slightly. There's only 50 years left before the main force of Jin Kingdom is arriving. I must reach the peak realm of 4 stars during these years. Jian Wushuang held his hands tightly and fierce gaze fell across his face. Keep going. Jian Wushuang continued to cultivate alone in this secret chamber as he had been for many years. In the Green Fire Palace, the experts coming from all over the world were preparing for the final war. All Dao masters who were extremely powerful and had a large chance of achieving a breakthrough into Holy Master received a gold soul elixir. With the aid of the elixir, they all ascended to the status of Holy Master. Only a few of the Holy Masters also received Nirvana elixirs. At the same time, the Sunrise Sword Emperor and Red Lotus were focusing on training all the experts to master their tactical formations, trying their best to make the experts cooperate in a harmonious way. Everyone was actively preparing for the coming war. The 50 years sped by until there was only 1 year left before the Jin Kingdom's arrival. In the secret chamber, under the careful control of Jian Wushuang, another drop of ancient god power was absorbed into his body. It was the 1796th drop. As its power spread through his body, Jian Wushuang started to tremble slightly. After a while, his body shook violently for a second, and a strong aura spread around him. Peak realm of 4 stars. Jian Wushuang blinked with astonishment in his eyes. He had reached the 4-star ancient god 1,500 years before. After consuming 1,796 drops of ancient god power, he finally reached the peak realm. Then, he started to activate the stage 2 power of blood-killing plate armor. Surely, I can also activate the stage 2 power of my armor. Jian Wushuang was excited. When he had become a Dao Master and his ancient god power had reached the 4-star level, he found that he could not activate the stage 2 power of blood-killing plate armor. But now that he was at the peak realm of 4 stars, he might have just enough strength to activate it. Jian Wushuang, as he activated the 2nd stage, power surged through him. Since the 1st stage of power increased my strength by 10 times, will this stage increase it by 20 times? Chapter 1206, The Arrival. Chapter 1206, The Arrival. More than 20 palace masters of the Green Fire Palace gathered in a splendid hall within the palace. 80 years. During the 80-year preparation for war, the force of the Green Fire world had greatly improved, with the help of Nirvana elixirs and God Soul elixirs. The greatest change was the increased number of high-level experts. 80 years ago, there had been only 6 palace masters with the battle strength of a universe master, including Jian Wushuang, in the Green Fire Palace. Now there were 21 palace masters in the Green Fire Palace. They had also managed to foster 15 universe masters during the short 80 years. At this moment, all of the universe masters, including Holy Master Yun, were looking at the scene at the center of the palace. At the center of the palace, the portal that had been there was still present, but the spaceship moving through it had come considerably closer. Under the anxious gaze of the experts, the spaceship finally broke through the portal and landed only the vast battlefield. It's here. It's finally here. The Samsara Temple Master clasped his hands together. The war to decide fate of our Green Fire world is finally here. The Void Temple Master ground his teeth together in anticipation. We have been waiting for this moment for so long. The Tang Emperor's eyes were full of cold resolve. 80 years ago, when they first received information of the coming war, the Green Fire Palace was full of panic, and even the palace masters were shocked. Things were different now. With 80 years of preparation and the help of all the elixirs they had obtained, the extent of the Green Fire world's power had grown greatly, and they renewed confidence in their ability to win the war. Now, some were even looking forward to the war itself. Everyone, settle down as we wait for the Jin Kingdom, the Sunrise Sword Emperor said with a serious tone. We must all fight bravely in this war, the Samsara Temple Master boomed. One by one, the palace master's eyes flashed with determination. Suddenly, an expansive battlefield appeared within the void. The ancient spaceship soared across several planes with terrifying speed, screeching to a halt at the mouth of a secret canyon. Whoosh! The shadow of a figure flashed within a cave, deep inside the canyon. "Red Snow welcomes my lord." The Red Snow King knelt in front of the spaceship respectfully. Quickly, the shield surrounding the ship was unlocked and the Red Snow King stood to enter it. At the center of the spaceship was a magnificent hall. The handsome monarch of the Gene Kingdom wore a luxurious golden robe and looked down at the Red Snow King kneeling in front of him. 5 million years ago, I ordered you launch a sneak attack against our enemy. Unfortunately, your unit was sucked into the space storm and disappeared. This loss was a huge blow to the Gene Kingdom, the monarch said coldly. Hearing the tone of his sovereign's voice, the Red Snow King trembled. I would have executed you for your mistakes, but luckily for you, you found this hidden base after being drawn into the snowstorm, which has contributed to the growth of the Gene Kingdom. Your merits offset your faults, but only by a little. I will not blame you for your actions anymore, so get up, declared the monarch. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. The Red Snow King quickly struggled to his feet, relieved. How is the fight going? The monarch of the Gene Kingdom asked. Since our base near this battlefield was destroyed by the Green Fire Palace, the Palace Masters have continued to search for other bases from the Gene Kingdom and have occupied them one by one. Almost all of our remaining experts have been killed by them already, and as of now, the force that we have at this battlefield is extremely weak, the Residential Snow King answered. And what of Jian Wushuang? Did he manage to achieve a breakthrough during these 80 years? The monarch of the Gene Kingdom asked. The monarch of the Gene Kingdom didn't care about the loss of their camps or the growing the number of green fire experts at all. He only cared about Jian Wushuang. He was the only one who could pose an actual threat to his life. Jian Wushuang, the Red Snow King, was silent for a while. He shook his head and said, according to my spy in the Green Fire world, the Green Fire Palace has been preparing for this war for the past 80 years. As for any information on Jian Wushuang, he stays within the Green Fire Palace at all times, so I don't know if he has broken through. Jian Wushuang does have great talent in cultivation and is even considered by many to be a monster. However, since he just had a breakthrough 80 years ago, I highly doubt that his strength has improved by much. Is that so? The monarch of the Gene Kingdom lifted his eyebrow and waved his hand carelessly, saying, Let's go. We will send a greeting to the Green Fire Palace. Following his order, the spaceship barreled toward the Green Fire Palace at an extraordinary speed. The spaceship's level was even higher than Jian Wushuang's, and any normal dangers that existed were easily avoided as they sped across the battlefield. Even the more dangerous areas were avoided with the help of the Red Snow King. A few days later, the ancient spaceship landed in front of the Green Fire Palace. They were about 10 miles away from the palace itself. My lord, the Green Fire Palace is located just ahead. The Red Snow King pointed in the direction of the palace and continued. It's a huge battle fortress, but has been greatly damaged by our attack 5 million years ago. It can now only activate a few of its former tactics. Having said this, the palace and its power as a battle fortress was the only reason why I did not achieve victory in our last attack. Battle fortress. The monarch of the Gene Kingdom sneered and said, I suppose it is still valuable to them even with all of the damages. But there is nothing to worry about. I have also prepared, and I have ways to deal with the fortress. Lord Jean Feng, a calm and beautiful woman sitting by a table, looked at the monarch and said, Are you going to use your weapon to destroy the fortress? There's no need to rush into things. The monarch of the Gene Kingdom dismissed her query with a flick of a hand and continued. I have spent 5 million years preparing for this battle. It won't be fun for anyone if I just destroy the Green Fire Palace. I want to play a game with them first. Longshu, the monarch's voice boomed. Chapter 1207, Challenge. Chapter 1207, Challenge. A massive figure, nearly 3 meters in height, entered the hall. He wore a shining scarlet armor, a scarlet helmet and a pair of war boots, and carried a blood-red saber on his back. This was a killing machine. The murderous aura that surrounded him was so strong that one could almost see a glint of red in his eyes. "My lord," the figure bowed to the monarch of the Jin Kingdom. "I know that you've been looking for an opponent who could match you skills for a while. I've found such an opponent for you, right there within the battle fortress. His name is Jian Wushuang." The monarch challenged. "Jian Wushuang?" The scarlet figure raised his head and asked, "Does he have the invincible universe master battle strength?" "Undoubtedly." The monarch nodded his head. "Amazing." The scarlet figure in a dangerous tone, anticipation flickering in his eyes. "Go. Kill him as soon as you have the chance to." The monarch ordered. "Yes, my lord." The scarlet figure nodded his head and turned to leave. After the scarlet figure was gone, the monarch of the Jin Kingdom continued, "Red Snow, you can leave. I will give you your orders later." "Yes, my lord." The Red Snow King left immediately. In the Green Fire Palace, the massive battle fortress was activated, with numerous shields blanketing the palace. It was as solid as an iron bucket. Meanwhile, the experts staying at the battle fortress of the Green Fire World had already taken notice of the spaceship's arrival. "That is the warship of the Jin Kingdom." The experts of the Green Fire World were stared at the ship with anger and determination in their cold faces. The war was about to start. The palace masters gathered right at the center of the void within the Green Fire Palace. The Samsara Temple Master looked around and said, "The Jin Kingdom has sent spies in our Green Fire World, so they must know we have gathered all the experts who have passed the rank of Dao Master. However, they might not know that we took elixirs from the Loyalty Palace that have greatly elevated the battle strength of our high-level cultivators. Now, the Jin Kingdom must think that our battle strength is about the same as before. They might think we only have 6 palace masters and around 200 holy masters. We can use this chance to surprise the Jin Kingdom with a heavy blow." "Yes, we can," Jian Wushuang and the others all agreed. The fact that the Jin Kingdom's understanding of them hadn't grown in 80 years was a huge advantage to them. "The main force of the Jin Kingdom has arrived, but we have no clue as to when they will launch their attack," the Samsara Temple Master said. "We don't have to worry about when they start their attack. We have our already prepared," the Void Temple Master said seriously. The palace masters around nodded their heads. After 80 years, Green Fire World at present was well prepared. Suddenly, a scarlet streak flew towards them from the direction of the spaceship. "Someone is coming," Red Lotus said. All the other palace master looked in the direction of the ship. "They only sent one person? What is he going to do?" Shock filled the faces of the palace masters. The red figure halted 10,000 miles away from the fortress. The scarlet figure looked toward the battle fortress with blood and anger in his eyes, but no matter how he tried, he could not see who was inside the battle fortress due to the protections around it. But then, his horrible voice echoed out and spread across the vast distance. "I am the first general of the monarch of the Jin Kingdom, Long Su King, Jian Wushuang. Do you dare to battle with me in a fight to the finish?" His challenge spread through the fortress, surprising all the experts inside. Is he challenging someone? He came alone? Did he challenge Palace Master Wushuang? Palace Master Wushuang is the most powerful man in the Green Fire World. This man is just asking to die. Voices filled the battle fortress, and most of the Dao Masters around the edge of the palace were clumped together to discuss the sudden appearance of the lone scarlet figure, Long Su King. In the gathering of palace masters at the Void, animosity toward the Long Su King was written clearly across their faces. He dares to challenge Jian Wushuang. The Samsara Temple Master frowned slightly and said, "Jian Wushuang is the best expert of our Green Fire Palace and widely recognized as a prodigy. He could be considered the backbone of our Green Fire World. But even before the war has started, the monarch of the Jin Kingdom dares to issue a challenge to him? The Jin Kingdom monarch seems to have a plan." Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He and the other experts sensed a motive behind the monarch's actions. The challenge from the Long Su King seemed normal at first, but there was definitely more to it. After all, he was challenging Jian Wushuang, the spiritual backbone of the Green Fire world. If he failed in this challenge, their morale would suffer a heavy blow. If the best cultivator on their side couldn't beat a lowly general from the Jin Kingdom, what damage could the Tao Masters or even the Holy Masters do? During the 80 years, the Samsara Temple Master had tried his best to build their confidence, but he worried that this one challenge might destroy all his efforts. And even if Jian Wushuang managed to beat the general, the outcome wouldn't have a negative effect on the Jin Kingdom's morale. Their monarch was even more powerful than this general that they had sent. Their strength is far superior to ours, but the Jin monarch is still choosing to attack us in stages to harm our morale. What a prudent man. Temple Master Void said. It's said that the Long Su King is the best general under the monarch, and he can even compete with the Red Snow King. Judging by this, he is almost unbeatable. Jian Wushuang, will you accept his challenge? The Samsara Temple Master asked of Jian Wushuang. The other palace masters around also looked to him. Jian Wushuang thought for a moment and nodded his head. I will accept. You will? The Samsara Temple Master was a little bit shocked. Our enemy has come to our territory to issue a challenge. If I don't face him, our morale will be greatly influenced, so I have no choice but to fight him. Jian Wushuang said resolutely. Are you sure you can win? The Samsara Temple Master frowned. Win? Jian Wushuang smiled. Of course. Chapter 1208, Long Su King. Chapter 1208, Long Su King. Are you sure? The eyes of Samsara Temple Master and the palace masters around shone immediately. Guys, I just go ahead. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands together toward these palace masters. I will order everyone to get ready for the battle. As for that Long Su King, we are waiting for your good news. Samsara Temple Master said seriously. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Then, quick as a flash, he moved toward the void where Long Su King was located. Passing through the restrictions above the battle fortress, Jian Wushuang showed up in front of Long Su King after a short while. His appearance caused an uproar in the cultivators inside the battle fortress. It's Palace Master Wushuang. Palace Master Wushuang accepts the challenge. Let's see how miserable that Long Su King will be. Numerous Tao Masters started to expect what would happen next. In the void, Long Su King, Jian Wushuang said in a cold voice. He was shocked when getting close to Long Su King. His killing intent is so horrible. He doesn't seem like a human, but more like a killing machine. Jian Wushuang thought. Wave after wave of coldness surged out of Long Su King's eyes as Jian Wushuang showed up. You are that Jian Wushuang? Just a Tao Master? Long Su King asked in a cold tone. Yes, you're right, but it's sufficient to kill you with my strength. Jian Wushuang said. How arrogant you are. Long Su King sneered and said, I have followed my monarch to go to wars for nearly 10 million years and have killed uncountable universe masters. I have even encountered 3 invincible universe masters during these years. And I fought all of them face to face. I won every battle and have even directly killed 2 of them. You, however, are the 4th expert that I've encountered who possesses the battle strength of an invincible universe master. Show me all your strength, or else you will follow in the footsteps of the other 2 invincible universe masters. Long Su King stressed every word. His voice reverberated throughout this space and even traveled to the battle fortress. The expressions of the experts in the battle fortress changed as they heard those words. Long Su King is an invincible universe master as expected, Tang Emperor said coldly. Besides, he must be one of the strongest invincible universe masters. If what he has just said is true, his strength must be quite terrifying. I wonder whether Jian Wushuang could fight him head-on. Samsara Temple Master had a worried look on his face. The other palace masters also felt oppressed. If Jin Wushuang failed in this challenge, the morale of the experts in the Green Fire world must degenerate greatly. In the battle fortress, many experts of the Green Fire world became quiet. Jin Wushuang, my third brother, Emperor Shao, Emperor Yun, and Jin Wushuang's three good brothers all gathered there, clenching their fists tightly and staring at that void. My junior brother, Jin Wushuang's three senior brothers, Shueling Tian, Purple Mountain, and Bai Hu also stayed at a corner of the battle fortress. They were all Dao masters, so they naturally joined the Green Fire Palace. Over the past 80 years, they had several reunions with Jin Wushuang indeed. And another three figures stood not far away from them. They were the sect masters of the Firmament Territory's three magnates. The three sect masters had come into contact with Jin Wushuang. Back then, Jin Wushuang lived in the Firmament Territory, and he was merely a little boy in their eyes. They had not expected to see him becoming an expert who they should look upon after thousands of years. Though plenty of high-level experts of the Green Fire world gathered in this battle fortress presently, Jin Wushuang was their real spiritual backbone. How about these three sect masters? They were just normal soldiers in this war. As a result, they could not help sighing for being fooled by the fate. At another corner, Empyrean Patriarch stood there and had mixed feeling as he looked at the figure at the end of his line of sight. Jin Wushuang, you have killed my son and are my sworn enemy. I wish to peel off your skin and drink your blood. However, today's war determines the life and death of the Green Fire world. I hope you could win. Win. You have to win. Palace Master Wushuang, you must win. Numerous experts of the Green Fire world shouted in their minds. In that void, Jin Wushuang's expression was peaceful, but he could not relax his vigilance for any moment. His eyes rolled slightly and glanced at the battle fortress behind him. It seemed that he could see the expectant faces of many cultivators through the restrictions. He took a deep breath and lifted his head again. There was a touch of firmness in his eyes that had never been seen before. I must win this challenge, and it has to be a nice victory. Let's fight. Jin Wushuang screamed out, and the Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. Haha, even my monarch appreciates your super talent. So come and let me see what are you capable of. Long Su King burst into laughter. Then, he took a huge step forward. The void under his feet immediately turned into powder as he unsheathed the blood-red saber on his back. Blood Shadow Dao. Long Su King's thunderous shout shook the heaven and earth. The blood-red saber in his hand transferred into a horrible, blood-red blood shadow. It seemed to have come from the hell and could destroy everything into ashes. Boom! The heaven and earth turned dark. With unstoppable killing intent, the blood shadow locked Jin Wushuang up completely. A unique skill? Jin Wushuang was a little bit shocked. Long Su King unleashed a unique skill for his first attack, and its power was absolutely out of the ordinary. Humph! Jin Wushuang snorted and also stepped forward. At the same time, he held his Blood Mountain sword up high. The whole heaven and earth became totally dark. Darkness and quietness reigned this area. Suddenly, a flash of sword light shone. It was so dazzling that it seemed like the dawn light. It was another unique skill, the dawn light. Jin Wushuang directly swung his blade at his foe. One unique skill was facing the other. A flash of sword light and a blood shadow collapsed fiercely. The impact of this collision could be compared with the clash of two fixed stars. Bomb! A booming sound resounded throughout this area, as if the heaven and earth cracked. At the center of the collision, space was totally torn into pieces like scraps of papers, spreading around 100 miles away immediately. The effective range of this collision got involved in a space storm. The space storm contained a horrible shearing force, which could easily tear Dao Masters or even Celestial Masters into dust. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.